Preface of Bible Defense of Slavery and Origin, Fortunes, and History of the Negro Race. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest.
Publisher's Preface. In presenting the following work to the American public, no apologies are offered. We live under a government which tolerates liberty of thought and freedom of the press. And in this expression of our honest views and feelings upon a subject relating to the general welfare of the country, we are but exercising a right which belongs to every American citizen. Observation and experience has taught us that no man's opinions and principles gain favor with the world by empty apologies and useless excuses, but that they are generally received or rejected, as they should be, according as they possess merit or demerit. It is a pleasing reflection that the age of proscription for opinion's sake is past, we trust, never again to return, and that the unrestricted interchange of thought and sentiment, which is permitted by a liberal genius of our free institutions, has been productive of the most glorious results, as the rapid spread of civilization and Christianity, the general diffusion of light and knowledge, and the wonderful developments and triumphs of science and art, in this our day and generation, clearly demonstrate. Let the work progress. Let the little stone cut from the mountain's brow continue to roll onward, gathering strength with its progress. The result will be the full development of the illimitable powers of the human mind, and a final consummation of all the glorious events contemplated in the redemption of the world. The question, is slavery, as it exists in the United States, justifiable, is one which, at least, admits of discussion. If it be in harmony with the immutable principles of truth and justice, and not a crime against humanity, and a libel upon our holy religion, let it be so understood and practiced by our honest citizens, whose highest ambition consists in faithfully serving God, and living in obedience to the laws of the country. If not, let the converse be established, and some judicious and practicable system of emancipation and removal provided, and we maintain, without the fear of successful refutation, that a majority of the enlightened slaveholders of the United States, with characteristic promptitude and Christian philanthropy, will liberate their slaves, and contribute to their removal and future support and protection. All that is wanted in the final adjustment of this vexed question is light and knowledge, a fair and candid interchange of thoughts and opinions, a faithful and true exposition of the principles involved in the relation of master and slave. Convince the slaveholder that this relation is incompatible with Christianity and republicanism, he stands ready to abandon it, regardless of the sacrifice. His mind is not sealed against the impressive teaching of truth and reason, nor his heart seared against the moving influences of pure benevolence and true Christian charity. But hitherto, the agitation of this question has been altogether one-sided, and confined mainly to those in whose action upon this subject neither right, reason, nor justice were involved. They have been justly regarded as busybodies and disturbers of the public peace. The question, like the institution itself, is purely of a sectional or local character, involving only the interests of the citizens of those states where slavery exists. for it to be discussed and agitated by the motives and characters of the slaveholder, to be assailed and calumniated by the citizens of other states, is illiberal and anti-republican, and savors of ignorance and corruption, or of both combined. But, nevertheless, this unnatural warfare against truth and justice, against law and liberty, has been continued, until the peace and prosperity of a great nation are much disturbed, and our glorious confederacy well nigh dissolved, until many of our best citizens and purest patriots have begun almost to call in question the honesty of the honored dead, the fathers of the Republic, and to look with distrust and suspicion upon those time-honored institutions which have commanded the world's admiration, and by which are secured to us the richest blessings of civil and religious liberty. Is it not time, then, that the South should begin to defend herself against the aggressions of these time-serving votaries of error and fanaticism, and show to the world that her peculiar policy and institutions are in harmony with the genius of republicanism and the spirit of true Christianity? Believing that such is her true policy, and that this proposition is much more consistent and reasonable, as well as more easily established than its converse, we have been induced to give publicly to the following pages in vindication of Southern rights and institutions. Although we believe that the institution of slavery received the sanction of the Almighty in the patriarchal age, that it was incorporated into the only national constitution which ever emanated from God, that its legality was recognized and its relative duties regulated by our Savior when upon earth, that it was established in wisdom and has been wisely continued through all ages and handed down to us in mercy, and that the relation of master and servant harmonizes strictly with the best interests of the inferior or African race in particular, in securing to him that protection and support which his native imbecility of intellect disqualifies him from securing for himself, yet do we most cordially reprobate any abuse of the relation by the superior power, or any undue exercise of authority by the master over the slave, holding it to be an unwavering, uncompromising truth, that a fearful retribution is in reservation for all the violators of the wisely established decrees of God in this respect. There are certain obligations and duties which every master owes to his slave, that are as binding and indispensable as are the duties and obligations which he owes to his God, his country, or himself. These discharged in accordance with the will of high heaven, and the mere fact of being a slaveholder will not, in our humble judgment, deter a man from an entrance into that house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. Our individual views on the subject of a national system of colonization, as applicable to the free black population of the United States, may be regarded, at first sight perhaps, as somewhat novel, and wanting in the essential qualities of age and precedent, or experience. But the reader may rest assured that they have been submitted to the inspection of many of our prominent citizens and leading statesmen, and have received their unqualified approval without exception. The existence of free blacks in any community, whether free or slave, is universally admitted to be an evil of no minor consideration. Their removal, therefore, is a matter deeply affecting the interests and well-being of both races, their present number and natural increase places this beyond the reach of individual enterprise. The resources of the general government must, therefore, be brought into requisition in the removal of this, as well as any other evil of a general or national character. How this may be done in this case, in a manner harmonizing with the true interests of both races, is a theme certainly not unworthy the candid consideration of any American citizen. In the work of Mr. Priest on the subject of slavery as it relates to the Negro or African race, examined in the light of circumstances, history, and the Holy Scriptures, with an account of the black man's color, cause of his state of servitude, and traces of his character, as well in ancient as in modern times, with strictures on abolitionism, the reader may confidently expect to find a work of great research and ability, one of deep interest, and well worthy his candid perusal. The author has sought in the oracles of God, in authentic history, and in the analogies of nature, the key to the mystery of the degradation, through the unchronicled ages of the past, of the Negro race. The fact of the inferiority and consequent subordination of the black race to the white, being in accordance with the will of the supreme ruler of the universe, is not like a mathematical problem, susceptible of absolute demonstration. Yet we think the readers of this work will acknowledge that the author has let in a flood of light upon this deeply interesting subject, through the mist in which ignorance and misguided sympathy has enveloped it. Himself a northern man, prejudiced, as he admits, in his early education, against the institution, the conclusion at which he arrives, supported as they are by the most powerful train of reasoning, cannot fail to check the suicidal progress of that pseudo-philanthropy, except modern abolitionism. Glasgow, Kentucky, April 27, 1850. Preface. Than a knowledge of the races and nations of men who have peopled the globe since it was created, there can be no subject more interesting. With a view to an elucidation of this description, we present the work before us, in which an attempt is made to give, in some measure, a history of the origin, character, and fortunes of the Negro portion of mankind. In pursuit of this object, we hope there needs no apology, because we have found it necessary to resort to the Holy Scriptures for much important information which relates to our design, as it is well known that those parts of that book which were written by Moses are the eldest writings of the human race now extant, and relate to the very first operations of the human race after the flood. As corroboratory of the developments of that miraculous book, we have also resorted to ancient and modern history, to travels, narratives, etc., which go to aid us in our research. As to the origin of the Negro man, we have, in our cogitations, recollected several curious opinions relative to the subject, which we have thought proper to present, on account of their wild and extravagant character, as follows. Some have queried whether the mother of the first Negro man might not have been frightened by some hideous black monster of the antediluvian woods. As in the first ages of the world, there were many terrible beasts of the wilderness roaming about, whose races are now extinct. There is one creature which existed then, and is not yet extinct, whose appearance in its native haunts is very frightful to behold, and this is the black orang-outang, of which animal there are individuals known to have attained the enormous height of 7 feet, covered entirely with shining black hair. The strange effects of fright on the offspring of mothers is a well-known phenomenon in the psychological history of man. Thus, as some have supposed, the Negro race was produced, forming an entire new class of human beings, and distinguished from the nature, color, and character of the parents by a fright of the mother. Others have seemed to believe that in the very first ages of the planet, and long before the creation of Adam, there existed a race of animals having a resemblance to man, as has the orang-outang, but of gigantic stature, as well as power, dwelling in communion with other beasts and monsters of that time. From this family of animals it has been supposed that the Negro race was derived, and brought forward by the continual mutations of nature, passing from one change to another in pursuit of maturity, with all things else, arriving at last to their highest point, as exhibited in the presence of the black or Negro nations. It has also been believed that at a very early period of time, some community of men have been so situated in relation to climate, food, and other circumstances, as to have been changed from their original stamp of complexion and character to that of perfect blacks, thus originating the Negro family of man. Some have imagined that the origin of the race was a disease of the skin, which, being of an incurable nature, formed at length a radical character, and thus produced this people. Many have believed that there was at first as many fathers and mothers created as there are now different races of men, from whom have descended the red, the white, the black, the brown, and the yellow tribes of the human race, discarding the account given in the scriptures of there having been but one pair of human beings created. Others have imagined that the mark set upon Cain by the divine power for the crime of homicide was that of jet, which not only changed the color of his body, but extended to the blood and the whole of his physical being, thus originating the Negro race, a remnant of which, they suppose, by means of some craft, or rather outrode the flood, anchoring on some lofty mountain, subsisting on the floating carcasses of the drowned animals till the earth was dried again. Thus, many have mused on the subject of the origin of the Negro race. But we reject all these schemes as the baseless hallucinations of visionaries. Even the mooted and equally absurd problem that climate or any other contingency became the origin of that people, and affirm that a cause of an entire different description from all these gave birth to the race, an account of which we shall give in the work. As to the mental character of the black nations, considered collectively, we have found them, in all ages, since their appearance on the earth, of but small account when compared with the other races of men, the red and white. In publishing our opinions, as presented in this work, we have been moved thereto by the operations of conflicting principles, as held by abolitionists and anti-abolitionists throughout the entire United States, believing that light was necessary in order to learn the truth respecting the people in question, namely, the Negro race. We are also anxious to ascertain the cause of this class of mankind being enslaved, in the low and degraded sense of the word. As to the history of the black portion of the human race, it has occupied the pens of more writers than one, on which account we feel that we are not alone in this attempt, and also that we have advanced some new and not uninteresting opinions with respect to the time and the occasion of the production of the first Negro man. Together with an account of the origin of this people, we have not forgotten to inquire something respecting the native mental abilities of this race, and whether created equal in that and other particulars with other men. We have also had something to say about exalting them in this country to political and social equality with the other citizens of the United States, and whether, were the whites and blacks to become amalgamated, it would be a desirable object with many other matters of interest. We have found the history of this race somewhat of a difficult character to describe, as it is far more hidden and obscure than the history of either the red or white race. Yet we believe that some progress in this respect is made in the work. Thus, with but few prefatory remarks, we submit our opinions, believing that which we have advanced to be indubitable, however repugnant to the conceptions of many, who fancy they see in the Negro's mind the germs of a prodigious mental power, notwithstanding all the evidence to the contrary, which has witnessed against them for thousands of years, showing that a pall of darkness and obscurity, not occasioned by the acts or the influence of the other races, has rested on the whole being of this people, induced by a higher power than that of man. As was the deep when nature first was made, and earth's foundations in the waters laid, when darkness reigned the realm of ancient night, when God sent forth his word, and there was light. So is the race of Ham a darkling sea, which now invites the truth, that light may be, or which, if we have sent a single ray, then have we gained our aim, and look for day. The Author. End of Preface.
Chapter 1 of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. That we may elucidate the subjects alluded to on the title page of this work, it is of importance to ascend very high toward the beginning of time in this investigation, even up to the creation of the first human pair. By this method, and this only, do we hope to arrive at length to a knowledge of the desired objects. To ascertain the true origin of the Negro or African race at the very threshold of the work is exceedingly appropriate, as without such a discovery we shall appear to wander where no light shines to illumine the way, amidst the mazes of ancient times. How often do we hear questions like the following: From whence came the Ethiopian or black man? Who was his father? Did he spring from Adam or some other race? Can it be that from one and the same source the white, black, and red portions of mankind proceeded, with all the hues and shades of complexion which mark the human race? If so, is it not exceedingly mysterious that there is not now, nor never has been, the occurrence of a variety so marked and distinctive as is black, white, and red, proceeding from the same parents naturally? Surely, if nature, in the beginning, or in the first ages, produced from the same origin different races of men, as to their complexions and physical constitutions, she ought to produce the same in these later ages,
in order to be consistent with herself in this particular, as she is known to be in all others. These are questions the first to arise, whenever this subject is referred to, by the inquisitive and the lovers of knowledge. But as we pass in the prosecution of the work, we hope to answer the above queries, and show the reader the true origin of the Negro race, as well as that of the others, the white and red. There having been, in reality, but these three on the earth, as the yellow and the brown, with all the other shades, are but derived from an amalgamation of the three others, which were prior and radical, as we shall show in due order. On this subject, nature, or rather God in nature, has instructed us that without the intervention of divine power, there could, and never would have been, but one general complexion of the people of the globe, and that one complexion would have been like the first parents, whatever that complexion was. If the first two of mankind were created white, they could never have been the parents of black and red men. If they were created red, they could never have been the parents of black and white men. If they were created black, they could never have been the parents of white and red men, as they could naturally procreate only their own complexion. Since the creation of man upon the earth, there never was produced from the same parents a variety of complexion, except in the case of the albino's production, which is now considered to be only the effect of disease. This particular, the producing of varieties, is a trait of the nature of beasts, but not of man, who, in this particular, are more fixed, being created in a way which has set them above the winds and the weather, as it relates to his physical being. Here it is proper to inquire, what then was the complexion of the two first of the human race, Adam and Eve, and the antediluvian world, their offspring? In relation to this extremely curious, as well as interesting subject, we shall first refer to a very ancient and very learned historian, namely Flavius Josephus, who says in his work on the Antiquities of the Jews, Book 1, page 12, that Adam, the first man, was created red. The following are his words, quote, "God took dust from the ground and formed man, and inserted in him a spirit and a soul. This man was called Adam, which, in the Hebrew tongue, signifies one that is red, because he was formed of red earth, compounded together. For of that kind is virgin, or true earth." Close quote. The kind of earth which Josephus calls virgin, or pure earth, was, no doubt, of a very peculiar character and appearance, or he would not have called it pure or virgin earth, in distinction from all the other earths of the globe, of which it is said that there are 9. How this man came by a knowledge of this circumstance, we cannot tell, except he derived it from the term Adam, or from a tradition of the patriarchs arising out of that circumstance, his creation from red earth, and handed down from the house of Noah.
For this very reason, doubtless, it was written by Moses, Genesis chapter 5, verse 2, that God called the two parents of the human race by but one name, which was that of Adam, in which name was comprehended as well their natures as their complexion. God did not give the first woman the name of Eve. It was Adam who did this, when he saw that she was to become the mother of all the human race. Adam was the name which God gave to the woman as well as to the man at first, as shown above from the text of Moses. This circumstance should not be allowed to pass till it shall have made its due impression upon the mind of the reader, which is as follows: Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. In accordance with this statement of Josephus, in rendering a reason why God called the first two human beings by but one name, and that name being Adam, or the red man and woman, we find that the Hebrew language establishes that the words Adam, Adamah, Adamai, and Adma have all a similar meaning. First, Adam, as above, signifies earthy man, red. Second, Adamah signifies red earth, or blood. Third, Adamai signifies my man, red, earthy, human. Fourth, Adma signifies earthy, red, or bloody, all of which words are of the same class, and spring from the same root, which was Adam, signifying red or copper color. From a view of this fact, it is difficult to account for the reason of the name of the first man and woman, unless they were created red, instead of white or black, as it is well known that the Hebrew language is governed in its power of naming visible existences, as of animals, fowls, fishes, etc., by their appearances or natures, and frequently by both, as in the case of the name Adam, which not only represents the hue of his skin, but that also of his intellectual existence or human nature. Thus, this Jewish historian, as well as the genius of the Hebrew language, furnishes us with a clue, like the golden thread in the labyrinth of the subterranean palace of ancient Thebes, leading to the right conclusion on this subject, namely, that Adam, with all the antediluvian race, were red, or a copper-colored people. But on this subject, there is other testimony corroborative of the above, though but incidentally afforded, and yet is of the highest possible authority. This evidence is found in the writings of Moses, in the book of Genesis, chapters 5 and 11. In this book is written, by a competent hand, a brief yet perfect history of the cosmogony of the earth, as well as a narrative of the births and deaths of the patriarchs, from the beginning to the time in which he lived, a lapse of years consisting of 2,553, and about 1,481 years before the birth of Josephus, who was a mere lad at the time of Christ's crucifixion. This incidental evidence, in relation to the belief that Adam was created red, is afforded by Moses, in tracing the genealogical descent of one of the sons of Adam, namely, that of Seth, from his father down to the patriarch Jacob, who was the immediate progenitor of the 12 tribes of the house of Israel. Now, as the Jews are red, or a dark copper-colored race, in their pure and unamalgamated condition, aids in proving that Adam was also of the same complexion, because Seth, an immediate son of Adam and Eve, was the direct progenitor of the Hebrew or Jewish people, commonly called the lineage of the Holy Seed. See Genesis, as above alluded to, chapters 5 and 11, also chapters 21, 25, and 35, where the true genealogy of that race is traced out, coming down from Adam to Noah, then from Noah to Abraham, and from thence to Jacob, the head of the 12 tribes of the Jews. To please the curious, we will give an extract from those chapters of the book of Genesis chapter 5, 11, 21, 25, and 35, respecting this genealogy, which is as follows. Seth, the son of Adam, was the father of Enos, who was the father of Canaan, who was the father of Mahalalel, who was the father of Yared, who was the father of Enoch, who was the father of Methuselah, who was the father of Lamech, who was the father of Noah, who was the father of Shem, who was the father of Arphaxad, who was the father of Salah, who was the father of Eber, who was the father of Peleg, who was the father of Reu, who was the father of Serug, who was the father of Nahor, who was the father of Terah, who was the father of Abraham, who was the father of Isaac, who was the father of Jacob, who was the father of the 12 tribes of Israel. Thus, the genealogy of the descent of the Jews is made out, and as it is well known that the Jews, in their pure and unamalgamated state, are red, or copper-colored, we prove by this fact, in connection with the foregoing evidence, that the Antediluvians, with the father of the human race, were red men and women. But, if it is necessary to add any other circumstance, corroborative of the above conclusion, we may mention that the Arabs or Ishmaelites are red or copper-colored, as well as the Jews, and are alike the descendants of Abraham, who was of the race of Shem, as above shown, one of the sons of Noah. In the existence of the Arabs, we have a tangible and abiding evidence that the Jews were a people who were copper-colored, as the Arabs are brethren of the Jews, and have never mixed their blood with that of other people, as much as the Jews have. The reason why they have not is the peculiar location of their country, it being situated along the eastern coast of the Red Sea in Asia Minor, and is an almost unapproachable desert of sand, in the very heart of Arabia, where, from the remotest ages, they have subsisted in wandering hordes, living, many of their tribes, wholly by rapine and plunder, amalgamating but little with other nations, who have been deterred from conquering the country by the horrid desert and storms of flying sand, so that they have remained a distinct aboriginal people from the age of Abraham and Ishmael, the son of Abraham, in the very face of all the surrounding countries, the same in every age. Thus, from the foregoing facts, we believe it is made clear that the complexion of Adam, Eve, and the Antediluvians were neither black nor white, but red only. Some, however, and persons of high reputation too, have imagined that Adam was created black, and that his descendants have, in many cases and countries, been changed into other hues and complexions by the action of the elements. But had this been the fact, Adam would not have been called Adam. Some other word or appellation would have been his name, as we shall further show by and by. In relation to this subject, should the reader desire to know why we have followed the line or genealogy of Seth, the third son of Adam, when the scriptures speak of 2 other sons, and Jewish history of at least 30, and of as many daughters, why, therefore, select this Seth in preference to all the others? The answer is, the descendants of all the other sons were lost in the flood, there remaining even of this lineage, the family of Seth, but one thread, and this was Noah. There was, therefore, no other genealogy to trace. Most people in Christian countries have imbibed the opinion that Adam, Eve, the Antediluvians, the Jews, the old prophets and patriarchs, were all white men, most assuredly. But this is a mistake, as is evident from the foregoing. Adam, therefore, in his primitive condition, before he had fallen, and covered his limbs with clothing, was a glorious personage to look upon, being of a bright ruddy red, like an image of gigantic size, formed of native copper, instinct with life and motion. Thus, when he moved in the groves of paradise, he glowed in the sun's rays like some celestial being, gathering from the down-bending limbs of the trees the ripe but newly created fruit. Such was Eve also, his heaven-made bride, though less in stature and more delicately shaped. From her head, formed so as no Greek could sculpture from Parian marble, there fell a silken shower, the black and glossy tresses of her hair, like the glory of the heads of angels, as written by St. Paul. Far below her sylph-like waist, enshrouding all her person as with a robe, in the gleamy tissues of attenuated jet, while through this, as the winds softly whispered and played therewith, was seen the bright and fulgent limbs of the first of womankind. Every motion of her agile form showed her to be the immediate work of God, while the red flush of health and immortal vigor mantled her bosom and whole person, like the deep tints of the early sun, flashing athwart the disk of a cloud, varying every moment as she changed her attitudes, and the various passions of her sinless soul mingled and flowed through her being. But Adam was of a mightier cast, all the powers of his body and mind being more dauntless and masculine. Decision and force sat enthroned on his face, beamed in his eye, and was redolent on every limb, well fitted and formed to become the head of the newly made world, and the race of gigantic nations of the Antediluvians, whose lives reached for many ages, the vast amount of nearly 1,000 years. Such was the first man and woman of the human race, but were somewhat changed by the entrance of sin, which not only affected the hearts and natures of Adam and Eve and their race, but tinged the beauty of their complexion, changing it from a bright florid red to the dark hue of common copper, and awfully agreed with the still darker passions of their fallen souls, who, in this image, brought forth their progeny red in complexion, and beclouded in mind. Thus God ordained, and this was surely right, that the first man should not be black nor white, but of copper hue a gloomy red, halfway between the two, our primal head.
End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2, Part A, of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Second section. Having thus ascertained, as we believe, the color of the first human beings, the question naturally rises here, how there came into existence other persons of our race with different complexions, such as a jet black and the snowy white, vastly varying from the original red. It has long since been counted the extreme of folly to suppose that complexions, so far removed in likeness as are black and white, to have been produced by climate, location, manner of living, or any such thing, as many have believed. This opinion, that of the power of mere circumstances to produce the entire characters, both of complexions and formation of the bodies of the different races of men, is now given up as an error by the philosophy of the age. This acknowledgment stands recorded on the pages of our encyclopedias and literary works of the time. These declare that after due examination and argument, that the coldest regions of the earth have not materially changed the color of the skin, formation of the body and limbs, or character of the hair of the heads of the different races of men. Though the African Negro man may have dwelt ever so many ages in the coldest regions of the earth, yet he is a black man still, with his peculiar formation of body, and more peculiar hair, which is generally a perfect wool. There has been effected no material change by any such causes. The same is equally true as it relates to the white man, who, though dwelling in the lowest latitudes of the south, near and on the very equator, for ever so many ages, has not changed in shape, the character of the hair of his head, nor materially in his complexion. The children of white parents, born in these burning climes, are the very same as when born in cold countries. There is no difference. It is true, however, that the skin of such persons, when exposed to the air and the rays of the sun, undergo a change called tanning. But this circumstance proves nothing in favor of a radical or material and final change from white to black, because this tanning is always more or less removed by a change from a hot to a colder climate. The same fixedness of character attaches to the red or copper nations over the whole earth, as neither frigid, torrid, or temperate climates have any effect on their complexion. They remain forever the same. In the formation of their bodies, the color, length, and straightness of the hair of the heads, there is no material difference, whatever their modes of living may be, or wherever they may have dwelt. The Indians of the cold regions of the north, or of the high cold latitudes of the south beyond the equator, are as dark and tawny as they are in the temperate and hot regions. It is the same with the Arabs of the Red Sea, on the northern as well as on the southern side in Africa. Yes, this complexion, the copper color, the original and first hue of the human race, holding a grade between black and white, is as strongly fixed in the blood of that race as is the black and white in the blood of the other two races. In proof of this doctrine, the changeless character of those three radical and first complexions, irrespective of all contingencies, we notice that on the eastern coast of Africa, in latitude 5 degrees north, have been found jet black, copper-colored, and white inhabitants. This part of Africa is called the Magadoxa Kingdom. The whites found in those regions are supposed to be the descendants of the ancient Romans, who once had great possessions in Africa, after the fall of Carthage, which took place B.C. about 140 years. The Greeks also, from earliest time, were settlers, more or less, in Africa. This fact, that of white inhabitants being found resident in that Negro country, is stated by John Leo, who wrote a history of ancient Africa in the Arabic language.
Procopius, a Greek historian of the 6th century, 1200 years ago, speaks of a race of fair-complexioned people with ruddy countenances and yellow hair, who dwelt far within the Libyan country, which is a region of Africa, south and west of ancient Egypt, who, it is likely, were of Greek and Roman origin also. The same people were found by Dr. Thomas Shaw, an antiquary who wrote in the 17th century, and says that they retained their fair complexions and yellow hair, although a lapse of more than 1,000 years had transpired from the time of Procopius and that of Dr. Shaw. The latitude of their country is between 10 and 12 degrees south of the equator. From the Universal Traveler, page 467, quote, "In Abyssinia, which is a region of Africa, there are found a population of many tribes of various colors, as black, copper color, and white, or nearly so." Close quote. How is this? Why does not the climate make them all black alike, if the black color of the Negro is the work of climate alone? But nothing is more false than such an opinion. That time cannot obliterate the distinctive traces of national or original character stamped on the first races of men was the opinion of the Reverend Michael Russell, author of Views of Ancient and Modern Egypt, Palestine, or the Holy Land. He says, in regard to the people of Ethiopia, who are now, and have been for more than 2,300 years, a mixed people, mixed with the Arabs, a copper-colored race, and though by their language it is impossible to distinguish one from the other, yet by their physiological qualities in features and form they are easily distinguished from the Arab blood, however intimate the mixture might be, which no length of time can obliterate, the Negro blood appearing as palpable as it does when mixed with the whites. This author, everywhere in his work, respecting the ancient people of Egypt and the other countries of Africa, carefully distinguishes the Negro man, or race, from the other dark races and tribes not having the woolly head, and the other characteristics of that family of man. As to the other dark races of the earth, not mixed with Negro blood, we have but little to do in this work, our whole or chief aim being to illustrate, as well as we can, whatsoever properly belongs to the origin, character, and fortunes of the people known as the real Negro men. On this subject, the highly popular lectures on physiology by Professor Lawrence maintain that the longest series of ages are found incapable of changing the Negro race from their blackness, whatever the climate may be. See Lawrence's lectures, page 257, and many other parts of the work. This being true, of which we cannot doubt, it is shown and even demonstrated that at some ancient period of time this color must have had its origin without owing to the influence of climate, and was so radically fixed by some competent power in the blood and existence of the parent of the Negro race, that no lapse of ages, climate, or other circumstances are found capable of bleaching from the blood and skin of the race, of which power we shall treat in due order. To prove this doctrine, Professor Lawrence, in the above-cited work of his, adduces, in opposition to those who endeavor to maintain the effect of climate and circumstances in producing the Negro race, instances where the different complexions of the family of man have not been occasioned by such causes. All the north of Africa, he says, is occupied by a race agreeing nearly in character with the Celts of Europe, who are of the whites, the ancestors of all the present nations of that country, as well as of the Anglo-Americans. In the year 420 of the Christian era, there were thousands of the Vandals, white men of the ancient German race, who, after overrunning all Italy, went even into Africa, under the direction of their king Gonderic, where they conquered and totally destroyed the aboriginal race, and erected a kingdom of their own, which endured nearly 400 years, being destroyed at last by the Arabs. Of this race of white men there still are thousands yet remaining in Africa, as well as of the more ancient Greeks and Romans, who, during thousands of years, have not become Negroes, except by amalgamation.
He, Lawrence, states also that the islands of the Indian Ocean, as well as those of the Pacific, are peopled by two distinct races of men. One of these races is of a slender construction, the hair curled and woolly, the stature short, the disposition barbarous and cruel, fleeing with terror from every approach of civilization. The other race is more like the Indians, being of a fairer skin, more humane and civilized, as well as intellectual. The blacks, or woolly heads, says Lawrence, of these islands, are the real aborigines, while the other race is of a later date, from whose presence the more ancient Negro man retires into the interior and mountainous districts. It is the same in the island Madagascar, as there also are found two races. One is of an olive complexion with dark long hair, but the other, the true Negro, as black as night. On the island of Sumatra, which is situated under a vertical sun, where no part of the year affords any abatement of the heat, except by the winds and rains, are found people of quite fair complexions, as well as the real Negro. In this very island, continues Lawrence, the descendants of Europeans, after the lapse of ages, are as fair as those born in the country of their parents. But the Negroes brought there from Guinea, in Africa, continue as deeply black as when first carried to the island, as they do everywhere else. But on a subject so plain and self-evident as is the fact of the changeless character of the Negro complexion, it would appear almost superfluous to advance arguments or to quote ancient or modern authorities in its support, when at the present time, everywhere before our eyes, ocular demonstration is afforded that neither the color nor character of that people changes, and from which we at once infer that the origin of this complexion could not have been effected by climate. In the appearance of the Negro race on the continent of America, has there one lineament of countenance, or trait of bodily formation, taken place during the 350 years or more since the first settlements, which promises even an approximation of a final change to white? Is the wool of such individuals, as have not amalgamated with the whites and Indians, a whit less woolly than it was when they were first brought to this country? If it were a true doctrine that climate acts with a force so powerful on the complexions and formations of the human body as to change the African race to whiteness in the northern countries, is it not to be dreaded by all except abolitionists that the fair-skinned Americans and Europeans, who are now flocking to Africa, where no doubt many of them will remain forever, may, in the process of time and the operation of circumstances, be all changed in their posterity to good and substantial black men and women, For if the climate of the north whitens the blacks, the climate of the south must blacken the whites. Surely it is a rule that will work both ways if it works at all. But of all this there need be no dread, as all former experience contradicts such a catastrophe. If, then, the three standing original, radical, and primeval complexions of the human race, red, black, and white, were not produced by climate, nor other natural circumstances, how then were they produced? In relation to the red, we have already shown the origin of that color, which was given to Adam in his creation. It remains, therefore, to be shown how the other two, the white, and especially the black, had their beginning. It was with this question that we set out at the commencement of this section, which we proceed to answer as follows. God, who made all things and endowed all animated nature with the strange and unexplained power of propagation, superintended the formation of two of the sons of Noah in the womb of their mother, in an extraordinary and supernatural manner, giving to these two children such forms of bodies, constitutions of natures, and complexions of skin as suited his will. Those two sons were Japheth and Ham. Japheth he caused to be born white, differing from the color of his parents, while he caused Ham to be born black, a color still further removed from the red hue of his parents than was white. Events and products wholly contrary to nature, in the particular of animal generation, as relates to the human race. It was, therefore, by the miraculous intervention of the divine power that the black and white man have been produced, equally as much as was the creation of the color of the first man, the Creator giving him a complexion arbitrarily that pleased the divine will. This solution of the mystery of the origin of the Negro's color, we trust, will be acceptable, as there appears in the wide field of conjecture and investigation no other paths that lead to light but this. The mind, therefore, seems hemmed in, and driven to this conclusion by the arm of resistless necessity, referring the cause of the Negro's color to the arbitrary will and wisdom of God, rather than to the feebler and ineffectual power of contingencies. But lest the reader may not be as well satisfied as the writer is, that in the above described manner the Negro race had their origin, we shall pass to other evidences of the alleged fact. Should we omit to do this, we may be accused of relying too securely on what may be termed inferential testimony, as set forth on the above pages. It is our duty, therefore, now to labor in search of direct evidence to the point, though, in fact, the former to the writer seems fully sufficient. It will not be forgotten that we have said above that Ham, one of the sons of Noah, was born black, with all the peculiarities of the true woolly-headed Negro man, by the direction of the divine power, and contrary to the common dictation of nature. To prove this, we shall commence with an account of a circumstance, which, at first sight, may appear of but small moment, in relation to the point desired to be proved. The circumstance we now allude to is the name which was given to the youngest son of Noah, the father of the Negro race, at his birth, and that name was Ham. But, says one, how can a name, a mere name, assist us in this pursuit? We answer that the word Ham, in the language of Noah, which was the pure and most ancient Hebrew, signified anything that had become black. It was the word for black, whatever the cause of the color might have been. The same as the word black means black in the English tongue. The language spoken by Noah is acknowledged on all hands, in all ages, to have been the true antediluvian Adamic or Hebrew language. But if this is supposed to be unlikely, on account of the spreading out of the children of Adam in their posterity, over, no doubt, the whole earth before the flood, and that from necessity the language of Adam and his immediate house must have undergone changes during so many ages, as was contained in 1656 years from the creation till the flood, yet there are no doubts to be entertained that the language of Adam was continued in the line of Seth, which is termed the holy seed, or the life of the patriarchs down to Noah, and from thence to Jacob, the father of the Jews. End of chapter 2, part A. Chapter 2, Part B of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part B. Unless this was the fact, it were difficult to ascertain how the record, or history of the creation, the manners of the Antediluvians, the names and the ages of the patriarchs, in the line of Seth down to Noah, with the deeds and acts of many persons who lived before the deluge, could have been known to Moses, and from him been transmitted to all ages and nations since the great flood. But the accounts now alluded to were not delivered to Moses by direct inspiration, is shown by there having been a knowledge of these things in the family of Noah, and of course among the descendants of his house, all along from the time of the flood, descending down from patriarch to patriarch, down to Abraham, and from thence to Moses. That writer only embodying anew in a book from older written and traditionary accounts, a history of facts, brought down from beyond the flood by the progeny and lineage of Seth, the third son of Adam, written in the Adamic language. That information of these things was possessed by Noah and the succeeding patriarchs of the line of Shem, the eldest son of Noah, is evident from Moses' own account, as he everywhere refers to the fact of Noah, his children and the patriarchs, even down to Abraham, having a knowledge of the true God. It cannot be well overlooked by the careful reader how well Abraham and Melchizedek understood the will of God and the history of past ages, as referred to by Moses' own account in his book of Genesis. Consequently, could not have been just then made known to him by the divine inspiration when he wrote that book. We hope no one will be offended at this, our opinion, for the whole book of Genesis is full of references to the knowledge of the ancients, of the line of Seth, Noah, Abraham, Melchizedek, and the other patriarchs before his own time. In relation to this opinion, that of Moses having derived his history of the creation and of the progeny of Seth from written records, we shall have occasion, in the course of this work, to make still more clear, as we are able to demonstrate that the fine arts, with literature and science, as well as agriculture and mechanism, were cultivated before the flood. We have said that the word Ham, in its original Hebrew, or Noachian language, was the word for that which was black, In proof of this affirmation, see Adam Clarke's comment on the meaning of the word Ham, Genesis chapter 10, verse 1, who there says that Ham signified that which was black. In further proof of this position, we adduce the fact that the word Ham in the Coptic language, which was spoken by the pure and early or first Egyptians, was the word for black. Now as Metzarim or Metzer, one of the sons of Ham, first of all after the flood, led a colony to the vale of the Nile in Africa, but a little south of Judea, which river empties into the Mediterranean, near where the city of Alexandria was built by Alexander the Great. It is certain, therefore, that the language of this Metzer and his immediate descendants must have been the same with the language of his father, who was Ham, and of his grandfather, Noah, who were the people since called the Cots of Egypt. That Metzarim, first of all, settled the vale of the Nile is admitted by Greek and Roman, as well as by Jew and Egyptian in every age. The earliest Egyptians, says Josephus, were called Metzarites, and the country where they dwelt, Metzar, as well as one of their first cities, was called Memphis. Names and appellations derived from the name of the first settler or head of the family, who led a party, clan, or colony to the slimy flats of the Nile, before any other people after the flood. Josephus, when speaking of this Metzarim, calls him the first king of Memphis, which, as above supposed, was the first city of ancient Egypt. Book 8, page 19, and therefore might well be alluded to as the first king of the country. But how does this fact assist us in finding out the meaning of the word Ham in the Noachian language? It aids us as follows. The first Egyptians were called Cots, and have been thus denominated in every age. Now, if this people, who were primitive in Egypt, and but just from the Ark and the Tower of Babel, used the word Ham to point out that which was black, it proves that the same word was made use of for the same purpose in the family of Noah, among the Chaldeans by Abraham, and of necessity was used for the same purpose by Moses, when he embodied the ancient history of his ancestry in the book of Genesis, as that work was written by him in the Hebrew language. To show that the Noachian language and the language of the first Egyptians, or Copts, was the same in the time of Abraham, we have only to call to mind that when the patriarch went to Egypt out of Canaan, to which country he had but lately arrived from Chaldea, whither he went on account of a great famine, there was no difficulty in his oral communications with the people of that country. This, therefore, proves that the language of Egypt in the time of Abraham was still the Hebrew language, and was the same which Metzarim, the son of Ham, learned of his father and grandfather Noah. The Egyptians, therefore, in the use of the word Ham to denote anything that was black, acknowledge that their great progenitor was called black in the house of his own father. It is well known that the Hebrew or Adamic language gave names to things and existences in compliance with the appearance and nature of things to be named, as we have before remarked. It was this circumstance, or the dictating power of the Hebrew language, which governed when Adam gave names to the animals brought before him at the time of the creation, when as yet he had heard no sound of human voice, except his own, to copy after. Yet he went on without embarrassment, naming them according to the sensation produced in his mind when he looked at, and had considered the creature to be named. Under this very influence which governed in the construction of the Hebrew language, Adam gave a name to the first woman, whom he called Eve, because she was to become the mother of all living. The word Eve in the Hebrew signifies life, enlivening, nourisher of life, producing and preserving human life. These qualities and powers of the first woman were intuitively and instantly understood by Adam when he had looked upon her, who then named her according to her nature, which language, like its author, who was God, had infused into it his own image, which was truth. Accordingly, when Adam gave the names of all things, the language spoke the truth. In agreement with this, it is well known that every name of every being, thing, or existence has its specific meaning in the Hebrew, and in this respect it is different from all other languages of the globe. Let anyone reflect a moment on this subject, and see if he can find, especially when examining the names of men in the English, whether they have any specific meaning beyond a mere name. On this very account, the power of the Hebrew language in dictating the names of things or beings, the parents of Ham could not well have named that child anything else but Ham, and keep within the bounds of the dialect of their language. But in addition to what is already said respecting the Hebrew word Ham, we may yet remark that it was, in some sense, also prophetic of Ham's character and fortunes in his own life, and the fortunes of his race, as the word not only signifies black in its literal sense, but pointed out the very disposition of his mind. The word, doubtless, has more meanings than we are now acquainted with, two of which, however, beside the first, we find are heat, or violence of temper, exceedingly prone to acts of ferocity and cruelty, involving murder, war, butcheries, and even cannibalism, including beastly lusts and lasciviousness in its worst feature, going beyond the force of these passions as possessed in common by the other races of men. Second, the word signifies deceit, dishonesty, treachery, low-mindedness, and malice. What a group of horrors are here couched in the word Ham, all agreeing, in a most surprising manner, with the color of Ham's skin, as well as with his real character as a man, during his own life, as well as with that of his race, even now. Thus far we have shown that the very name of this youngest son of Noah is an evidence of no small account, that he was born a Negro, with all the physical, moral, and constitutional traits, which mark and distinguish that race of men from the other two races. The birth of these two sons, Japheth and Ham, being thus miraculously produced, there is no doubt but that Noah, as a prophet, saw, in the births of these children, the hand and design of the Creator. He had already been informed, in some supernatural way, and doubtless by the appearance or ministration of angels, that in about 100 years from the births of his 3 sons, the globe was to be destroyed by water, on which account he had already been at work 20 years in carrying forward the erection of the ark, when Shem, Ham, and Japheth were born. As a philosopher and a prophet, Noah foresaw in the ruin of the earth by water, that its mild, healthy, and pristine climates would undergo a horrid change, and of necessity inhabitants of different characters, constitutions, and complexions would be wanted to people it, on which account he bore patiently, for the sake of the divine purposes, the misfortune of the strange and monstrous production of his wife, in the birth of Ham, the first Negro. For this reason, God produced the two new races. In reference to the foregoing arguments, which respect the cause of Ham's name, we notice that after the flood, when children were added to his family, the same circumstance, their complexion, seems to have exerted an influence on their names also. Cush was one of the sons of Ham, which word also had a reference to that which was black. Cush, Cushan, Cushi, the Cushan-Rishathaim, are all of the same or relative import, and especially the word Cushan-Rashithaim signifies Ethiopian blackness, as well as the blackness of iniquity. On this very account, the ancient country of Ethiopia, situated in Africa, in the region of the headwaters of the Nile, which was settled first of all by the family of Cush, was called Cushan, as well as Ethiopia, or the country of the blacks. The meaning of the word Ethiopi, which is also a Hebrew word, signifies blackness, a name given to the country, on account of the color of its first inhabitants. Even the word Negro is derived from the Hebrew word Niger, and signifies black. Niger is a great river of Africa, and was thus originally named, on account of black men having first settled the countries of that river, and hence arose from earliest time the word Negro, and applied to the race of Ham, and no other people. Canaan was the name of another of the sons of Ham. But this word signifies a trader or merchant, and seems to have pointed out the pursuits of his progeny rather than their color. It was from this son that the Phoenicians, Tyrians, and Zidonians, with all the tribes of the land of Canaan, which was Phoenicia itself, proceeded, who were a trading, seafaring, and mercantile race. There was, however, a place in this country of Canaan, or Palestine, a district that was called Cushi, inhabited, no doubt, by a colony or family of the race of Cush. The word Canaan, therefore, appears to have been prophetically given to that son of Ham, pointing to the pursuits, rather than any other peculiarity of that branch of Ham's race. The word Japheth is a Hebrew word, and was given as a name to one of the sons of Noah, which also had its prophetic meaning, and pointed out the fortunes of Japheth's race, which was to consist of great enterprise, enlargement, and renown in the world, one who was to excel, and even to rule over the races of his two brothers, which, as we shall show in due order, has been wonderfully fulfilled. But there is another meaning in the word Japheth, which is of immense importance to the doctrine set forth in this work, viz., that Japheth was born a white man, as well as Ham with the contrary hue, proving to a demonstration, if we may be allowed to use so strong a term, that in the family of Noah the two complexions had their real origin. This peculiar meaning is found in the translation of the word Japheth by the Reverend James Crichton, a most accomplished Hebraist, in his Dictionary of the Scripture, Proper Names, page 162. This great linguist states that one of the meanings of the word Japheth is fair or white, which cannot be said of black, as black is not fair. From this translation, we learn that Japheth was a fair white man, on whose face and form there was stamped in the eye of his father the sure sign of great intellectual endowments, betoken renown, enlargement and rule among men, wherefore he could give him no other name than the important word Japheth, or the fair and ruddy white sun, his fortunes remaining to be fulfilled in the course of time, while his father, acted upon by the great beauty of this child, gave him his name and blessed him as the progenitor of a race who were to fill the world with their glory and their numbers, as is now the fact, before the eyes of all men. For the white man and the white woman are paramount in all the improvements of the earth. Shem was the name of another of the sons of Noah, which word also had its meaning, and was renown, praise or greatness, prophetically pointing out the character of his race, but doubtless more particularly the renown of the genealogy of the holy seed, or line of the patriarchs, prophets, the Jews, and of Jesus Christ, who came from the line of Shem. On these accounts, the renown of the house of Shem has been great in all the earth. The Jews have, in every age, been a wonderful people, who were produced by miracle, as in the birth of Isaac, when his parents were too old to have children, and have been preserved by power, equally miraculous, carrying out and maintaining the significations of the word Shem, which was the name of their great progenitor. In the opinion that there was, somewhere in ancient ages, 3 distinct colors of the human family, we are by no means alone or singular. This was the opinion of the very celebrated philosopher Dr. Mitchell, late of New York, which opinion he published, with many curious matters, to the world. But Dr. Mitchell has not told us at what period of time these complexions had their commencement, whether in the family of the first man, or at some other period, or whether there was created 3 distinct fathers to the human race, as many men do now believe, and probably was the opinion of Mitchell. Professor Lawrence, whose volume of lectures on physiology we have already quoted, is of this opinion, see page 257, who wholly disallows the power of climates to cause the color of the aboriginal Negro, but, like Dr. Mitchell, fails to inform us how that, or the other complexions, had their beginning. He seems, however, to have felt that as he was giving an opinion on the subject of human complexions, and that if climates could not have been the cause, he was, therefore, in reason, bound to say something respecting the origin of the Negro's black skin. The cause of this, he rather thinks, was some ancient disease of the surface of the bodies of a tribe of people, which, by long continuance, became so fixed in their nature that it formed a permanent and national character, as is now seen in all the world, of the Negro race. But from this opinion we dissent, as diseases do not work their own cure, and still retain the very evidence of that disease, which is the black of the Negro's skin. It is allowed that the Negro tribes, of all men, are the most healthy, their limbs strong and agile, their skins smooth, soft, and silky, long-lived and free from diseases, which facts but poorly accord with the idea of a diseased skin, and, of necessity, diseased blood. But we are fully satisfied that the 2 complexions, black and white, as they appertain to the human race, had their origin in the family of Noah, as we have contended on the foregoing pages. Such a cause is, to the writer's understanding, far more reasonable than any other problem, that has yet been imagined, such as the climates, a diseased state of the skin, or a father distinct from the father of other races, as many have believed. But, as we have much to say in the following section, relative to the same subject, though traversed in the light of other evidence, we shall here close the present chapter. Thus now from Adam's blood in heaven's sight, 2 other bloods were made, as black and white, from whom, as from 2 springs, 2 torrents roll, of tribes and nations, to the final goal. End of section 2. Chapter 3 of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3. Adaptation of men or animals as to their location, regarding their physical powers, propensities and appetites, favoring their comforts and well-being, is a grand law of God in nature. The polar bear has his dwelling amid mountains of snow and ice, the elephant on the burning plains of the equator, the eagle in the heaven above, and the fishes in the depths of the ocean and the waters of the globe, where each creature, though occupying conditions and locations diametrically opposed in nature, rest and rejoice in their places. Among men reckoned in classes, as belonging to distinct families or nations, the earth has also been divided by the operation of the divine hand, and suited to their several natures. To the white race, the descendants of Japheth, the northern regions of the earth were given. To Shem and his descendants, the red or copper-colored race, the middle regions or temperate clime, north of the equator, were allotted. But to Ham and his race was given the burning south. The red race, we perceive, like their complexion, occupied a middle region between the two, the blacks and the whites. This providence was in exact conformity with their several physical characters and constitutions, as well as a remarkable adaptation to their respective complexions, the blacks in the south, the red men in the middle, and the whites in the stormy regions of the cold and snowy north. If there was not a divine hand in all this, why did it not happen that the white race should go to the south and the blacks to the north? Or why did not the 3 races, red, white, and black, mingle irrespectively at first in the various climes, which most assuredly was not the case, each division of the 3 sources of mankind studiously keeping themselves apart in a great measure, and, doubtless, far more so in the first ages? But how is it shown that the hot countries of the earth are adapted to the comforts of the Negro race more than to the whites? Or rather, that the Negro race was formed suitable to the countries they were to people? It is shown from their formation. The bones of the Negro's head are vastly different from those of the white man's, consisting in the difference there is in their respective thickness, the former being made far stronger, thicker, harder, and more compact in relation to the sutures, or seams of the skull. In the white man's head, the sutures are more loosely united than the Negro's, which is nearly as firmly knit together as if there were no sutures at all, or as if the head was but one continuous bone. This being allowed, it yet remains, says one, to show the advantage of a thick skull in a hot country over a thin one. This, as we apprehend, is easily done, as the great thickness of the skull bone is an admirable defense of the brain against the sunstroke. Were it not for this, that portion of the Negro population, who live almost continually in the open air beneath the fervor of a tropical sun, would soon be totally cut off, as it is well known that the whites cannot endure this kind of exposure without great danger, as many lose their lives this way, although their heads are covered with a hat, a turban, or some such defense. But the Negro is never affected in this way by the sun. No, not even their children, though they are continually wandering on the wilds and in the deserts, bare-headed and naked. But, says the querist, do not the skull bones of the whites increase in thickness in hot countries, thereby showing that it is the climate which does this, and that originally the heads of all men were alike, and thus proving that the climates give complexions, as well as formations, to all the human family? Our answer is, that no such phenomenon as the thickening of the heads of white men, who have lived thousands of years in their posterities in Africa, has ever been known to happen. Man is a distinct creature from animals, or dumb beasts, and is not affected, as they are, by circumstances and climates. God has not produced his image or likeness after so mutable a fashion, as that the elements should have power to change it. But, says one, is it the body, then, which was made in the likeness of God? Oh no, it was the mind. But as the form of the head, no doubt, gives form to the mind, or, in other words, controls its powers by contraction or expansion, it would follow that if climate can change man's shape and color as it does dumb animals, then also it can change the powers of the human mind from its original stamp, and thus the true image of God in man, as given to Adam and his blood, would become another creature, and some other likeness, which idea is abhorrent to the relation which exists between the Creator and his own image in man. Can anything, therefore, be more evident than that God has given the Negro his thick skull for this particular reason? This curious difference between the heads of the two races was, even in ancient times, a matter of wonder. For Herodotus, who lived 450 B.C. and traveled much in the different countries of Asia and Africa, has mentioned it in the 3rd book of his travels, page 12, and says that when in Egypt, the people showed him a place where a great battle was once fought between the Egyptians and the Persians, and the bones of the slain on both sides. The following are his words, quote, "By the people inhabiting the place where this battle was fought, a very surprising thing was pointed out to my attention. The bones of those who fell in the engagement were soon afterward collected and separated into heaps. It was observed of the Persians that their heads were so extremely soft as to yield to the slightest impression, even of a pebble. Those of the Egyptians, on the contrary, were so firm that the blow of a large stone could hardly break them." Close quote. Thus we see that the same circumstance, that of the great thickness of the Negro's head, was always, as it is now, a formation suited to their condition. The peculiar form of the Negro's foot goes also to establish the doctrine of adaptation. This peculiarity consists in the great length and width of that limb, the extraordinary protrusion of the heel backward, placing the leg nearly in the middle of the foot in many instances. This circumstance is also favorable to them in passing over deep, miry, and sandy places, morasses, and swampy grounds, which trait, it is said, characterizes much of the wilds of Africa. This circumstance, the great size of the Negro's foot, is noticed by Pliny, a Roman historian. In the production of the Negro's skin, there is a circumstance no less curious and admirable than are the other two peculiarities, and this is the placing, by the divine hand, in the cutaneous covering of their bodies, myriads of little cups of pellucid water, mingled with the capillary vessels. By this means the sun's rays are thrown off, as they are from the face of the waters of lakes, seas, and rivers, or the dewdrops of the ground, by which that cool and moist condition of the surface of the Negro's body is produced. But this is not so with the white man. On this account, the prevalence of these water cells or particles in the skin of the African, they are less capable of enduring the cold than a white man, whose skin is not thus formed. In cold countries, the Negro trembles and withers in the blast, while the white man rejoices in the tempest and the snow. But in the hot regions, the former stretches forth his limbs, his eyes sparkle, and his whole person becomes alive with activity and force, while the latter is enfeebled, flies to some shade, and faints from the effect of the heat. The great thickness of the skull of the African seems to be a matter of exultation to the race, as in this way they are furnished with a powerful weapon, both of attack and defense, as one blow of this dreadful bone against the head or body of a white man, or of themselves, is found to be decisive, and sometimes even fatal. Instances are known among this people, who, to show their power in this way, have actually driven their heads through a common board fence, when the splinters, closing round the neck, held them fast, where they must have died, had they not been cut out by some friendly hand. The great thickness and hardness of the heads of this people, the African race, is, in another respect, a singular providence in their favor, as a defense against the blows of angry masters, in a state of servitude, it being almost impossible to break their skulls, even with a club. There is still another particular in which they are favored by the divine goodness, and this is, not being as subject to some diseases, such as the yellow fever, fever and ague, and bilious complaints, as are white men, and in also being generally longer lived. From the foregoing, and from the fact that the Negro race have, in all ages, flourished most in the hot countries of the earth, as in Africa and the tropical islands, it is evident, therefore, that they were formed and fitted for their place and condition on the globe. If this be true, then we have made out our position, which is, that God formed and adapted every creature to the country and elements suited to their nature, so as to compete with difficulties, and to enjoy their being. Wherefore, from the facts of the case agreeing with this opinion, the Negro was created as he is, and has not been produced and modeled by circumstances and accidents. The earth was made and hung amid the air, a fabric great and huge, yet wondrous fair, on which was placed all things that walk or fly, and each adapted to its destiny. End of section 3.
Chapter 4a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
In the labor of this section of the work, we shall endeavor to show that the Negro race was known as such from the remotest ages, and very near to the time of Noah. If we make this out, it will operate against the opinion which many entertain, namely, that climate has produced the black man. Although we have shown in the argument of the second section of these pages, from the force of the Hebrew language, in giving the names of Noah's sons, especially Japheth and Ham, and thus made out the existence of the first black man, yet there may be many who will not be satisfied with this mode of investigation. On this account, we deem it necessary to examine the matter in another light, which is to show that there was such a race, and such a people as Negroes, especially known as such, too near the time of Noah to admit of the operation of climate to that effect. But if we allow that the climate did actually so operate upon the primitive people, it will amount to a great wonder why it did not operate on all alike in the same place and country. And thus there would have been in the world, during the age nearest to Noah, and in his own time about the ark, nothing but a Negro population, himself, his wife, Japheth, and his son's wife among their number. King David, in the 105th Psalm, says that Egypt was the land of Ham. This was said more than 1,000 years B.C. David was not ignorant that Metzar'im, the son of Ham, settled Egypt, nor was he ignorant of their color or character, as he knew that Ham was called Ham because he was black, the Hebrew being his vernacular language. In 1 Chronicles chapter 4 verse 40, there is an account of a people called the people of Ham, who were then living in Canaan, at a place called Gedor. To this place, a warlike company of one of the tribes of the Jews went and cut the people off, because, as the text reads, they found in that place fat pastures and good, and the land was wide and quiet and peaceable, for they of Ham had dwelt there of old. From this peculiar phraseology, for they of Ham having dwelt there of old, we see at once that the meaning is, they had dwelt there from the beginning, or that they were the primitive inhabitants, as indeed was the fact, Canaan, their father, having first of all, after the flood, settled Canaan. As far back in time as the patriarch Abraham, we are able to show that the Hamites dwelt in Canaan. See the 23rd chapter of Genesis, where there is a circumstantial account of Abraham buying a burying place, on the occasion of the death of Sarah, his wife, from the children of Het. But who were the children of Het? We answer, they were the descendants of Canaan, one of the sons of Ham. To prove this, see 1 Chronicles chapter 1 verse 13, where it is said that Canaan begat Zidon, his firstborn, and Het. It was of this man's children that Abraham bought the burying place. This was 1872 years B.C., and but 476 years after the flood. Het, therefore, was the great-grandson of Noah, being the son of Canaan, who was the son of Ham, and Ham was the son of Noah, making this Het Noah's great-grandson. But there were other tribes and families, the offspring of Canaan, who dwelt in that country in the time of Abraham, as the Jebusite, Amorite, Girgahite, Hivite, the Arkite, and the Levite, as the Zidonians, Tyrians, and many others of the race of Ham. This is the reason why it is said, as we have quoted above from 1 Chronicles chapter 4 verse 40, that they of Ham dwelt in that country of old, that is, in the days or time of Abraham, and of necessity from a more ancient date, as Abraham found this people inhabiting the country at the time he came there first of all from Ur of Chaldea, beyond the river Euphrates in the east, which of necessity makes them, after the flood, the first or primitive race of Canaan. But if the people of that age, so near the time of the flood, were all of the same complexion, as abolitionists suppose, the climate not yet having had time to make the great changes since made, how was it, or by what means did they know in those ages that they of Ham had dwelt there of old? Surely this would have been impossible, unless they were in some way strongly marked and distinguished from the other two races of Noah, so that they were readily known wherever they were seen, and that distinction must have been their black complexion, as we are not authorized to suppose any other, nor this either. The names of the 4 sons of Ham, according to the first book of Chronicles chapter 1, and the Jewish Antiquities by Josephus, chapter 6, page 21, were Phut, Metzaraim, Cush, and Canaan, 4 in number. Canaan, it appears from these authorities, settled in the southern parts of Asia, along the Persian Gulf, and the eastern parts of the northern side of the Mediterranean, as well as all the back country, or mountainous regions of old Phoenicia, afterwards called Palestine, comprehending the country of Jerusalem, and quite down to the isthmus of Suez, a strip of country situate between the ends of the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, which divides Asia Minor from Africa. This was a mighty region of country, over which the descendants of Canaan spread themselves, more or less, immediately after the dispersion from the great tower. There can be no doubt, however, but there may have been among them many individuals of the other houses of the Hamathian race, as there was no great reason why there might not have been such instances, seeing they were all one people. But yet the bulk of the first settlers of those regions were of the family of Canaan. Cush, and his father Ham, with the mighty Nimrod, after the confusion of their languages at the Tower of Babel, traveled, doubtless by water, down the Euphrates to the Persian Gulf, as it is now called, the first name being unknown, and from thence, by water, coasted along the Arabian Sea, which is a branch or bay of the Indian Ocean, and onward till they came to the Strait of Babel Mandel, a narrow place of water where the Red Sea unites with the ocean, the southern side of which strait is Africa, and is near the region of the head of the Nile, where Cush and his fellows settled and laid the foundation of the Ethiopian Empire, which continued in some sense to be known on the page of history even to the time of Christ, when all traces of them as a people, in the form of a kingdom or government, was lost. Phut, or Put, as it is spelled in the Scriptures, also went to Africa. But as his region of colonization was even west of Egypt, in the interior of Africa, they must have gone the whole distance by land, across the isthmus of Suez, and laid the foundation of the Libyan Empire. Metzaraim, it seems, took the same course with his clan or family, passing over the isthmus and settled on the slimy flats of the Nile, where that river unites with the Mediterranean, following up the river on both sides, filling in the process of a few years the vast vale of that mighty river for hundreds of miles, with their multitudes, commencing in this way the famous Egyptian empire. Thus the sons of Ham settled themselves, after their famous attempt to build the tower, which they intended, under the administration of the ferocious Nimrod, as the nucleus of a kingdom of idolatry, and for another purpose, of which we shall speak in the proper place. But how long it was before these brothers, with their respective tribes, clans, or houses, found the countries we have spoken of, and settled there, and how much they suffered from fatigue, hunger, wild beasts, and the various incidents of which an enterprise and journeyings through untrodden wilds and unnavigated waters, after they left the plains of the Euphrates and the tower, who can tell? But that they did settle these countries, and were the first of mankind to do so after the flood, is true and authentic. Next, and in order to ascertain whether these people were black, we shall follow Metzarim, who settled Egypt along the Nile, and Canaan, who settled old Phoenicia, or the Holy Land, since so called. Should we be successful in establishing the fact, from circumstances in history and the Holy Scriptures, that they were Negroes, or black men, then we shall certainly make good our first position, namely, that Ham was created a Negro man, and that all his posterity are, and have been, from necessity, of the same character, as we have heard of no miracle which has rescued them from that complexion, though it was a miracle which made them so at first. Herodotus was a famous Grecian historian, who by the learned is denominated the father of history. This celebrated author was born nearly 500 years B.C., and traveled much in Africa, for the purpose of obtaining a knowledge of the nations, manners, and customs of that part of the world. This man says expressly that the Egyptians, with several nations contiguous in the interior of Africa, were black, having curled or woolly hair. See his works, chapter 57, page 88. On the authority of this statement of Herodotus, Volney, a celebrated French writer, remarks that the people of those countries, Egypt, Libya, and Ethiopia, were real Negroes of the same species, with all the nations of Africa. Is not this statement of the Grecian traveler to the point, proving that the people of Egypt and Africa, nearly 500 years B.C., were Negroes with black skin and woolly heads? And if thus, at that period, how is it to be shown that they were not always so? This statement of Herodotus, which respects the people, or descendants of Ham, is corroborated by a narrative recorded in Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 11, page 68, which relates to the descendants of Canaan, who were dwelling in that country in the time of Moses. This account of Josephus goes to establish the same point, namely, that the race of Ham was always black. When Moses, says Josephus, fled from Egypt on account of his having, in defense of a Hebrew, one of his own nation, killed an Egyptian, and had come into the country of Midian, having fled across the Isthmus of Suez and a part of the desert of Arabia, in order to avoid the highways, for fear of the pursuers sent out after him by the orders of Pharaoh, found a well of water, and, having drank of the same, retired a little way from it, and sat down beneath a shade to rest. Now, while resting, there came in sight a company of young women, 7 in number, all the daughters of one man, Jethro, or Ruel by name. These young women were shepherdesses, and had the care of their father's herds, who was a great man, even a priest of the neighborhood where he lived. Now when these girls had come from the way of the wilderness, near the foot of Mount Horeb, and had arrived at the well, drawn the water, and were about to refresh their flocks, there came also from another direction a number of men called troglodytes, who also had the care of flocks. These men, it appears, were so barbarous and unfeeling as to take away by force the water which the young women had drawn, compelling them to labor in vain. But Moses, from his resting place, had seen the behavior of these men, and heard the outcry of the girls, hastened to the spot, and, being a man of great muscular power and majesty of countenance, rebuked the savages, and drove them away, as they were overawed and frightened, when the young women advanced and watered their charge. Now the daughters of Jethro were so delighted with the beauty and gallant bearing of the stranger, that when they had taken their flock to the fold, they related to their father the whole affair, in such terms of rapture, that indeed the kind-hearted priest immediately to send out runners in the direction of the well, although it was then verging toward the twilight of the evening, in search of the man. In this hospitable undertaking they soon succeeded, bringing in Moses to the tents of Jethro, the shepherd priest. Here the young women renewed their admiration of their hero, while their kind father made him welcome to his dwelling for the night. But such were the elegance and manners of Moses, and his wisdom of conversation, that the good-hearted host soon invited the stranger to make his house his home, as long as it might please him. Moses, finding the place afforded him all the security he desired to screen him from the pursuit of his enemies, entered into a contract with this priest of Midian, and became a shepherd, instead of the heir apparent to the throne of Egypt, by virtue of being patronized by the daughter of Pharaoh from his birth. It does not appear that Jethro had any sons, all his children being daughters, from among whom Moses, in a short time, took a wife, dwelling there with his father-in-law many years. Concerning this Jethro, or Ruel, as Josephus calls him, the Midianite to whose family Moses became allied in marriage, Abul Pharafus, an Arabian writer, quoted by Adam Clarke in his commentary on the character of this very man, in the book of Exodus, says that the girl Saphuri, or as it is written in the scripture, Zipporah, was the black daughter of Ruel, or Jethro, which is all one, as he had several names. If she was a black woman, then were her sisters also black, as well as her father and mother, who were real Negroes, the descendants of Ham. Or Abul Pharahus would not have said that she was a black woman. But if this is not satisfactory, we are able to prove she was a black person by a higher authority, and will, if we do so, powerfully corroborate the statement and veracity of Pharahus, the Arabian historian, whom Clarke has honored by a reference to his work. On this subject, see the book of Numbers, chapter 12, verse 1, where the circumstance of Moses having married the daughter of Jethro is spoken of as follows. And Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman. Now, as the word Ethiopian, or Ethiop, is a Hebrew word, signifying that which is black, as well as the word Ham, we learn at once that Miriam and Aaron, the brother and sister of Moses, found fault with him for marrying a black woman, one of the cursed race. Or, As Dr. Clark has written it on this very subject, that woman, the Cushite, who, it appears, was recognized by Aaron and Miriam as a descendant of the family of Cush, one of the sons of Ham, the first Negro of the human race. Moses was well acquainted with the country to which the family of Cush removed after the confusion of the tower, and speaks of it in Genesis chapter 2, verse 13 and following. And the name of the third river is Gihon. The same is it that encompasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. Now, why did Moses call that country Ethiopia, through which the river Gihon flowed? It was because a black race of inhabitants first of all peopled it. For the word Ethiopia, in the Hebrew of Moses, as well as the words of Ham, Cush, etc., signified black, the country having no name prior to its settlement by the family of Cush, the son of Ham, and, of consequence, the name which distinguished the first settlers would become the name of their country. But notwithstanding Moses has called the country Ethiopia, yet it was also called in the earliest times Cushan, and the people Cushians, after Cush, its first king and settler, both of which words signify that which is black. Ethiopia, as a country, is a world of green foliage and flowers, furnishing no grounds for the word Ethiopia to become its name, on which account it remains that the first inhabitants must have occasioned its name by their own peculiar nationality of color.
End of section 4a. Section 4b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
That an Ethiopian was black is stated by Jeremiah chapter 13 verse 23 as follows. Can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spots? Which was the same as if he had said, Can a black man change his skin, or a leopard his spots? As the word Ethiopian was one of the words in the Hebrew for that which was black. From this statement of Jeremiah, as well as from all the other evidences, we learn that the whole race of Ham, the Egyptians, the Libyans, the Ethiopians, and the Canaanites, were all so many black nations. The prophet even makes use of this fact, the blackness of the Ethiopian skin, as an emblem of the depravity and wickedness of the Jews, which, he insinuates, they could not change, because they had become so accustomed to do evil, any more than the Ethiopian could change the blackness of his person. Thus we have, as we believe, made out that there was in the very outset of time, after the flood, a race of black people who were made thus, not by climate or any other accident or contingency, but by the arbitrary power of God to suit his own pleasure in carrying out his designs respecting the people of the globe. The genuine Cushite, says Richard Watson, was woolly-headed. Historical Dictionary, page 282. This being a fact, proves the races of the other Negro brothers to have been of the same character as a people, and yet, for a certain reason, of which we shall speak hereafter, from the same people straight-haired black men were produced. Possibly, by this time, it may be imagined that so much labor bestowed to prove that an Ethiopian is black is not called for, as all men know they are. To this we reply that the question is not whether an Ethiopian is black at the present time, but whether they were anciently so, as there are many who believe that the black nations of the earth have become thus by the force of circumstances, such as climate, food, manner of living, etc. Such persons hold that the people now called Africans were anciently the same as the people of Shem and Japheth, whatever their complexions were. But we think we have abundantly shown the entire contrary. If this were not true, it would be impossible to understand a very remarkable prophecy of Noah, and equally impossible to learn where to apply that prophecy, and whether it had been, or is yet to be, fulfilled, which relates to the descendants of Ham, of which, in its place, we shall give all due attention. If the 3 sons of Noah were all of one complexion, and their posterities the same for many ages, or till the climates had time to make some white, some red, and some black, it would be impossible to know the races apart, as some of the descendants of Shem may have been changed into Negroes, and some of the race of Ham may have been made into white or red men. And thus, by the operation of the climates, a state of irretrievable confusion been produced, as to the identities of the respective races. From this view, it is not difficult to see that the extraordinary prophecies of Noah, respecting the races of his 3 sons, is of necessity defeated, and rendered impossible to be traced, or investigated in relation to their being fulfilled, and thus the veracity of God thrown back into the mystery of his acts, which have never been revealed. Such is one of the horrible results of the climate argument, in relation to the complexions of the human race. It is, therefore, highly important to find out who the race and descendants of Ham are, so as to know where to apply the foreknowledge of God, as expressed by Noah, Genesis chapter 9, verses 25 through 27, in relation to that race as well as to the others. On this account we shall pursue the subject a little further, and but a little, lest we may weary the reader with too much of one thing. That the Egyptians were the aboriginal people of Egypt is maintained with considerable labor by Herodotus, as well as Josephus, who says that Menes was their first king, and the man who built Memphis, the first and eldest city of Egypt. He says that when this Menes, with his company, came to the vale of the Nile in Africa, that the whole country was one entire bog, except a place where Thebes was afterward built, which was higher ground. Of this there can be no doubt, when it is remembered that every year the Nile overflowed the whole valley of Egypt, which extended in length some hundreds of miles, and was on the average about 50 miles wide. Now, as this immense alluvial was thickly overgrown with trees, grass, and herbage, which had been accumulating from the subsiding of the flood, unchecked or removed, there is no reason why it should not have been, as Herodotus says it was, a continued bog, the waters of which had never been drained off by ditches and canals, as it afterward was by the first settlers and their posterity. Herodotus also says that the Egyptians maintained that they themselves were the most ancient people of the human race, and that from them even the Greeks borrowed their knowledge of the gods. See that author's work, Volume 1, Book 2, pages 173, 175, 184. Who was Menes, their first king, but Metzarim, the son of Ham, who indeed, according to Josephus, did first of all settle on the Nile in Africa, there being none before him, which would justify their holding themselves, as in after ages, to be the first of mankind in that country. Respecting the Egyptians, Herodotus says also that Hercules was one of their gods, who was second only to Pan, the Creator, himself, in their estimation, and that from the Egyptians the Greeks borrowed a knowledge of this god. Page 204, volume 1. This Hercules was, no doubt, the famous Nimrod, founder of the Tower of Babel, whom the Egyptians had deified, as Herodotus relates, and that his parents were Egyptians. All this the Grecian traveler learned of the Egyptians, as he knew nothing of the story of the Hebrew history as written by Moses, that work having been translated into the Grecian language not till 150 years or so after the time of Herodotus. This pretense of the Egyptians, about their being the first people of the human race, was but a pretense arising out of a vain desire to be thus esteemed, the very thing to which several others of the ancient nations have aspired, namely the Greeks, as well as the people of China, and the ancient nations of America. As to Nimrod, the hero of Babel, being the great type of all the Herculeses of the ancient nations, there can be no doubt. For the legends of every country whom have claimed him to be a god represent him as always being armed with a club of enormous size, with which he slew the monsters of the earth, dreadful serpents, wild beasts, etc. In this very character the Bible represents him. See Genesis chapter 10, verses 8 and 9, where it is written that he was a mighty hunter before the Lord, which the Jewish rabbis interpret of his slaying wild beasts, which at that time greatly infested the country of the Euphrates, where he lived, before he and Cush, his father, and Ham, his grandfather, went to Africa and founded Ethiopia. To find out the true origin of the god Hercules, Herodotus, the Greek, made a voyage from his own country, which was on the eastern side of the Mediterranean, near to Italy, west of Greece, to the great city of Tyre, which was on the extreme eastern end of the Mediterranean, the capital of Old Phoenicia, or Old Canaan. The reason why this man took so much pains on this subject was to see whether his countrymen were right in their claim of Hercules to be their own natural god, and not derived from some other people. When he had arrived there, he soon found in the city of Tyre a temple dedicated to Hercules. The next thing for him to learn was how long ago it had been built. He therefore inquired of the priests how old the temple was. They replied that it had stood there ever since the building of the city, which was more than 2,000 years. This would go back in time from the period when Herodotus went to Tyre, which was about 450 B.C., quite up to the era and birth of Nimrod, which was about 120 years after the flood. From this fact, Herodotus was convinced that Hercules was truly a Tyrian, or a Negro god, who was also the god of the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, and Libyans, as well as of ancient Babylon, of which empire Nimrod was the founder, although it passed into other hands in process of time. We have said above that Nimrod, the grandson of Ham, was a Negro, and after his death became a Negro god by deification, after the manner of the ancients. For Herodotus expressly says, Volume 1, Book 2, page 246, that the Colchines and Egyptians, who were all one with the Tyrians, Zidonians, Ethiopians, and Libyans, were black and had short curling hair. If such men were not Negroes of the true stamp, we know not who are, and also that they were the children of Ham, or they had no progenitors at all. Herodotus says that, when he was in Africa, some men of Cyrene told him that they had been as far into the interior as the temple of Jupiter Ammon, that they had conversed with Astarchus, the king of Ammonia, who told them that the Libyan race, dwelling still further within the interior and west of Ammonia, and far west of Egypt, were all blacks. This writer also says that the whole country south of Jupiter Ammon, or the sheep god, was inhabited by blacks. The reader will not forget that all this country of Libya was settled by Phut, the son of Ham, and was the remains of the Libyan Empire, making it indubitably certain that the ancestors of the race, ascending up to the first black man through every tribe and nation, were of the same kind of people. In support of the foregoing, or rather, in support of the doctrine of the three original complexions of the son of Noah, we give the following, which is a tradition of the ancient Marabouts, or Negro priests of Africa. This tradition says, after the death of the great king who came through the waters when the sea overflowed the world, that his 3 sons, one of whom was white, the other red, and the third black, agreed among themselves to divide the property which was left them by their father, in an equal and equitable manner. When they had assorted the goods, the cattle, the gold, silver, and precious stones, they sat down to smoke a friendly pipe, saying that next morning each one should take his own and depart where he pleased. But the white brother slept only a short time, when he arose, seized upon all that was most valuable, and disappeared. A little while after, the red brother awoke, having the same design, but finding that the white brother had gone, and with him all that was most valuable. He seized upon the residue, and fled also, leaving behind only a few ragged garments, some pipes, tobacco, millet seed, and rice. In the morning, when the sun was pretty well up, the black brother, having had his sleep to the full, arose also, and finding all was gone, he became sad and sullen, while he sat down to smoke one of the pipes. This curious fact, it seems, has somehow spread very far into the world, and been handed in a very extraordinary manner down through many ages. For the very Indians of America have a tradition of the same thing, namely, that the Great Spirit created 3 kinds of men, with 3 distinct complexions, who were the fathers of all the human race. This tradition was brought to light by the following circumstance. When the Floridas were at first erected into a territory of the United States, one of the earliest deeds of the governor, William P. Duval, was directed to the instruction and civilization of the natives. For this purpose he called a meeting of the chiefs, in which he informed them of the wish of their great father at Washington, that they should have schools and teachers among them, and that their children should be instructed like the children of white men. The chiefs listened with their customary silence and decorum to a long speech, setting forth the advantages that would accrue to them from this measure, and when he had concluded, they begged the interval of a day to deliberate on it. On the following day, a solemn convocation was held, at which one of the chiefs addressed the governor in the name of all the rest. "My brother," said he, "we have been thinking over the proposition of our great father at Washington, to send teachers and set up schools among us. We are very thankful for the interest he takes in our welfare, but, after much deliberation, we have concluded to decline his offer. What will do very well for white men will not do for red men. I know you white men say we all come from the same father and mother, but you are mistaken.
We have a tradition handed down from our forefathers, and we believe it, that the Great Spirit, when he undertook to make men, made a black man. It was his first attempt, and pretty well for a beginning. But he soon saw he had bungled, so he determined to try his hand again. He did so, and made the red man. He liked him much better than the black man, but still he was not exactly what he wanted. So he tried once more, and made the white man, and then he was satisfied. You see, therefore, that you were made last, and that is the reason I call you my youngest brother. Now, when the Great Spirit had made the 3 men, he called them together and showed them 3 boxes. The first box was filled with books and maps and papers. The second with bows and arrows, knives and tomahawks. The third with spades, axes, hoes, and hammers. These, my sons, said he, are the means by which you are to live. Choose among them according to your fancy. The white man, being the favorite, had the first choice. He passed by the box of working tools without notice, but when he came to the weapons of war and hunting, he stopped and looked hard at them. The red man trembled, for he had set his heart upon that box. The white man, however, after looking upon it for a moment, passed on, and chose the box of books and papers. The red man's turn came next, and you may be sure he seized with joy upon the bows and arrows and tomahawks. As to the black man, he had no choice left but to put up with the box of tools. From this it is clear that the Great Spirit intended the white man should learn to read and write, to understand all about the moon and stars, and to make everything, even rum and whiskey. That the red man should be a first-rate hunter and a mighty warrior, but he was not to learn anything from books, as the Great Spirit had not given him any. Nor was he to make whiskey nor rum, lest he should kill himself with drinking. As to the black man, as he had nothing but working tools, it was clear he was to work for the white and red man, which he has ever continued to do. But still further, in agreement with the opinion of there having been in the outset of time, after the flood, 3 different human complexions among men, we learn that there has been discovered within a few years, by a traveler, some very curious paintings in the subterranean chambers of the dead, beneath the ruins of one of the ancient cities of Egypt. These paintings were found executed on the walls of the royal sepulchres, and delineated 3 races of men, distinguished by their complexions, their forms, and the signs of their grades in society. As to their complexions, they were white, red, and black. The white men were placed in such attitudes as denoted them to have been legislators or lawgivers. The red men as warriors, with the instruments of war and slaughter in their hands. The black men as servants or slaves, with the tools of husbandry in their grasp. These paintings were so curiously and perfectly executed, that, at the time of their late discovery, they were as bright and vivid as if but newly painted. Herne's Historical Researches in Africa, Volume 2, page 90. Thus we have, as we believe, made out that the Negro race were known, as they are now known, to have been black, with woolly heads, too near the time of the flood to admit of the operation of climates to have done so strange a work as to have changed mankind from some other hue to that of black, and therefore shows that they were thus created, as before argued. We shall, therefore, close this section and pass to other matters, which concern the fortunes of the children of Ham. What God has done remains steadfast and true. Nature leaps not its bounds to products new, but always is the same without a change, in men or trees through nature's mighty range. What though a bear is white in Arctic snows, and black in warmer climes where blooms the rose? Yet 'tis a bear in nature, shape, and gait, and cannot be a fox at any rate. End of section 4. Section 5a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. The three sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, who were all born about 100 years before the flood, came and assisted their father in building the ark as soon as they were old enough. These three sons were, no doubt, produced, at least two of them, Ham and Japheth, with constitutions differing from each other, as much as they differed in appearance, with a strict reference to the changes the earth was to undergo by the effects of the universal deluge. The divine being knew that when the flood should come and destroy the earth by the violence and operations of the waters, that the climates would be greatly changed from what they had been from the creation. This effect was to be produced by the uncovering of vast regions of the subterraneous seas, which was done when the fountains of the great deep were broken up. See Genesis chapter 7, verse 11. For in proportion as the waters came up, the land went down, which would produce, when the waters should retire, on account of more of this element remaining exposed to the air than was the case before the flood, an unhealthy varying humidity over the whole earth. There can be no doubt but the original beauty and arrangement of the countries of the globe have been greatly deranged by the rending currents of the overwhelming waters, the falling in of entire regions of the original surface, occasioned by the quivering of the earth, as doubtless it was shaken by the divine power for that very purpose. By this means the coverings of the great deep were removed, and went down to the bottom of the seas. Prior to the flood, it is our belief that the whole surface of the earth was so united by land as not to be separated by water, except mere rivers, small lakes, and streams, when both men and animals could and did pass without interruption quite around it. Instead of 5 oceans, which now nearly swallow up the whole earth, 1/4 only excepted, there was everywhere beautiful lakes, great and small rivers, both salt and fresh, with brooks and fountains, so arranged as to beautify and adorn the whole, as well as accommodate every species of animal existence in the most happy and convenient manner, making it the abode of men and nations, where sickness and death, even after the fall, could scarcely enter, except by violence. 1/2 of the primitive earth's surface was water, and the other half land. But the two elements were so mingled and arranged as that the exaltations, by the action of the sun's rays, produced a happy and an equal humidity of rains and dews, thus securing an equilibrium of temperature, health, and the growth of all things suitable for food, within the Arctic and the Antarctic circles. But when the flood came, it tore by its currents, shook and dissolved the beautiful earth to a mass of entire chaos, as it was when it was first created, and before the water and the earthy matter were separated by the divine power primevally. Many regions of the ancient earth, where dwelt the first nations, between Adam and the flood, now lie buried beneath the weltering waves of seas and oceans. This change of the ancient surface from land to a disproportionate quantum of water produced, as already said, an entire alteration of the primitive climates, causing a corresponding revolution in the products of the earth, on which men and animals were to subsist, unfavorable to health and long life, thus aiding in the abridgment of the age of man from 5, 6, 7, 8, and even 900 years, down to the pitiful amount of 80 years and 10, or a little more, as it sometimes happens. On this very account, the change of the earth's first climates from a steady, even temperament, to those of a more changeable character, impregnated with fiery air in one region, and cold, damp fogs in another, the fumes of stagnant morasses and waters, with pestilential winds commingling and pouring their death-dealing influences over almost every country, God saw proper, in view of all this, to produce 2 new races of men, who were adapted from their formation, size, color, and constitutions to this new state of things which was to take place by means of the flood. If such was not the reason for the divine procedure in producing the 2 new races, then it is hidden from mortal research, and belongs to the unrevealed history of the councils of heaven, or, at any rate, it is hidden from the penetration of the writer. From the account in the book of Genesis, we find that the sons of Noah had taken them wives, but a little before the flood. As we learn, they had no children till after they had made the voyage of that shoreless ocean, and the ark had rested on the mountain Ararat in Armenia of Asia Minor. The wives they married, as to blood and complexion, were the same with all the Antediluvians, red or copper-colored women, as there were no others to marry. Japheth being a blue-eyed white man, and Ham a woolly-headed black-eyed black man, their children, of necessity, would be of a mixed character in some cases, and in others there would be the likeness sometimes of one parent, and sometimes the likeness of the other. Had the wife of Ham been as black and woolly-headed as he was himself, then their race would have been without any marked variation, always woolly-headed, both male and female, forever, as nature, without the intervention of a miracle, does not leap out of her courses in any of God's works. But as in the race of the white man, there are found black-eyed and black-headed individuals, with what is called a dark complexion. Even in white families, we believe that this is the result of the blood of Japheth's wife, who was copper-colored, being mixed with his, who was a blue-eyed white man. The same is the effect now, when the whites mix with the Indians, or the Arabs, Hindus, or the people of the East Indies. Some of the offspring have fair and white complexions, with light blue eyes and auburn hair, as well as often white and even red hair, while others are much darker, with jet-colored hair, and eyes of the same description. In process of time, the influence of the male blood of the white man will run out entirely the influence of the female blood as to complexion, if no further mixing takes place, there remaining no trace of it, except in the hair and the eyes, which is known to be true. The same rule operates in the case of the Negro man, when his blood is mixed with Indian blood. The power of the male overcomes and runs out the female, in relation to her color, causing the offspring to become thoroughly Negro, if there is no further mixing as to complexion,
while the hair and contour of the face will continue to be in imitation of the mother in many instances, but in many more it will be like the father. This is also known to be true. This, in our opinion, was the way the marriage of Ham with the antediluvian girl operated, and thus in the first ages, and as is now the case, there was produced the woolly-headed and the straight-haired Negro, such as were some of the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, the Libyans, and the Canaanites, with the Carthaginians, and many of the Africans at the present time, but all pure Negroes. From this fact, there can scarcely be a doubt that the early nations took advantage of this trait of nature's operations by mixing the blood of such males and females, as had not the woolly head, together on account of their being far more comely to look upon, avoiding wholly, or generally, the Negroes of the other description, which was perfectly natural and even commendable. In this way there was produced, and ever has been, two races of black or Negro men. The straight-haired Negro has ever been found to be more intellectual, enterprising, and comely to look upon than the other race, who, from earliest time, have been made slaves of. The woolly heads have always, as a people, been less inclined to improvement, either physically or mentally. By this means, it is seen that the two races had early a mighty barrier placed between them, so that when a woolly head married with a straight-haired black person, it was held as great a disgrace for the straight-haired one as it is now, when the whites amalgamate with the blacks. This race of Negroes are found to have heads shaped more after the Caucasian or European model, which was derived from the blood of Ham's antediluvian wife, while the other race of Negroes, having from affinity of looks, feelings, propensities, and moral abilities, clave to each other in marriage or sexual union, they have therefore propagated and perfected a progeny like themselves, wholly inferior to all the other people of the human race, who were never the authors of anything great on the earth, no, not even as imitators of others, except now and then an individual. With this view, we see how it has happened that when an Egyptian mummy is found, who represents the leading class of those ages in that country, they have almost always straight hair, which circumstance has puzzled physiologists and the antiquary not a little. This fact, however, changes not their character as to their origin, for they are truly the descendants of Ham, as are the other sort of Negroes, but simply accounts for acts done by the race, which seem above themselves, if they were nothing more nor better, intellectually, than the woolly heads are at the present day. Neither does it change their condition, in relation to the purposes of the divine providence respecting them, as they are referred to by direct prophecy, in a very particular manner, as we shall soon be compelled to show. Thus, we have made a few remarks on the subject of the wives of Ham and Japheth, because we have often heard the inquiry made, who did Ham marry for a wife, if he was the first and only black person on the earth when he took him a wife, and brought her through the flood in the ark? Thus we have passed through, in a brief manner, several interesting topics. But we are now compelled to approach another subject, which, to many minds at the present day, is a stumbling block of no small magnitude. And this is the awful curse of the holy and righteous Noah, the patriarchal prophet of God, the only person who was found to be righteous of all the antediluvian race living in his time. See Genesis chapter 7, verse 1. Noah was born but 178 years after the death of Adam, whose father was the patriarch Lamech,
born 182 years before Adam's death, there being but one intermediate patriarch between Noah and Adam. Of necessity, therefore, how intimate must the mind of Noah have been with all that appertained to the knowledge of God and his providences, from the beginning till his own time, and how capable he must have been of instructing his own house in true knowledge, as well as the arts, after the flood, as he lived 350 years after that event. It was from the lips of this man that the everlasting God chose to announce the curse or malediction of servitude and slavery upon Ham and his race, as it is written, Genesis chapter 9, verses 25, 26, and 27. The reason of this terrible malediction of Noah upon his son Ham should be carefully sought after, or we may be led to accuse ere we may be aware of it. Such a proceeding as being captious and unjust, which would be a lamentable circumstance to discover in the character of a man, who is named in Scripture as one among 5 of the holiest of the prophets, namely, Daniel, Job, Moses, Samuel, and Noah. See Ezekiel chapter 14, verse 14, and Jeremiah chapter 15, verse 1. And the holiest man upon the earth, just prior to the flood. It appears from Scripture that immediately after the subsiding of the waters of the deluge, and the ark had grounded on a small flat or space of land between the fingers of Mount Ararat, which fingers or points commence to divide at an altitude of about 3 miles above the common level of the earth, at the base of the mountain, we say it appears that Noah, as soon as the country had become drained of the waters, descended from the great ship of the flood down the mountain to the more level grounds of the country. On the side he went down, the mountain slopes off from the flat above named, in a gradual manner, till lost in the country beyond, while on all the other sides it is a horrible series of ledges, perpendicular cliffs, and benches of everlasting stones and rocks, going up from the base of the mountains to the extreme points of the fingers, above spoken of, to the prodigious height of 5.5 miles, where they are covered with unmelted snows of all ages since the flood. End of section 5a. Section 5b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15 cubits and upwards did the waters of that deluge rise, even above the extreme points of the fingers of this mountain. See Genesis chapter 7, verses 19 and 20. How dreadful was this! What a horrible abyss! Where the winds and the lightning and thunder went down in the deep, where ocean waves sleep, and rent the vast deluge asunder. Here rested alone old Neptune's salt throne, on the face of the watery star, around which in glee the fish of the sea played joyous in circles afar. His horses stood near in their pride without fear, o'er the deluge's wide waters to roam, where at his nod they went forth with the god, and pawed with their feet the white foam. For a particular description of Mount Ararat and the vast plains which lie at its base in a semicircular form, extending as far as the eye can reach, as well as an account of the tradition of the natives, who are Mahometans, respecting the great ship of the mountain, see Sir Robert Kerr Porter's Travels in that country, Ancient Tartary, Persia, and Chaldea. This vessel, the great ship of the mountain, or the Ark of Noah,
according to Dr. Arbuthnot's computation, was equal in its tonnage to a fleet of 81 ships of 1,000 tons each, and 62 tons over, which was sufficient to carry all the scriptures state it did, and considerable to spare. From this lofty mountain range, Noah descended with his family, which, besides himself, consisted of only 7 persons, who, as soon as he had found a place that suited him, settled there, and in a short time became a husbandman, or, in other words, a farmer. The place he selected was, doubtless, in the great vale which stretches out southeasterly from the foot of the mountain, where the ark grounded, some 20 miles, presenting to the eye an ocean of green foliage, which had but newly grown, after the receding of the waters, and presented to the voyagers a rapturous sight, who, for a year, had been shut up in the ark from the light of the sun, and for another year, no doubt, or even more, had remained on the mountain for the earth to dry. Their descent, therefore, down to the green earth was a joyous journey of some 8 or 10 miles only. It was from some cleft of this mountain, which was in latitude 35 degrees north, that the dove found the green olive leaf. She plucked and brought to a window of the ark, when she had been sent out the second time. It was on that mountain where all the animals, saved in the ark, were let loose, to roam in the forests, except such as were domesticated. There was heard the loud roaring of the lion, reverberating among the ledges of Mount Ararat, the bleat of the timid deer, the goat, and the sheep. From this place, behemoth, the unicorn, or rhinoceros, the elephant, the camel, the giraffe, the wild ass, the fleet and beautiful horse, were turned loose, with all the hosts of the ark, each rejoicing, according to their natures, in their recovered liberties. It was from this range of mountain grandeur that the shrill scream of the great eagle of the antediluvian world was heard, as he with his mate circled the dizzy heights of the tallest of the Armenian hills. Here were the notes of the first birds, after the flood caroled forth, who were the parents of all the feathered race of the globe, except the fowls of the waters. But lest we digress too far in our imaginings, we will return again to Noah and his family, who had become agriculturalists, as we have before said. Among other pursuits of husbandry, Noah planted on his land a vineyard, the seeds of which he brought, no doubt, together with all other seeds of use to man, from beyond the flood. It is very probable that this first settlement of the patriarch was made near the headwaters of the Euphrates, as that river has its origin in the Ararat range of mountains, and runs in a southeasterly direction, emptying into the Persian Gulf by several mouths, which gulf is but a bay of the Eastern or Indian Ocean. There, at the headwaters of that river, in a warm and genial clime, which compares with about the middle of North Carolina, surrounded by the beautiful scenery of the country, having the awful heights of Ararat in full view, the home of the ark, the last relic of the maritime architecture of the first ages of the earth at rest in its glory, it was here that Noah set up his tents and began his labors, assisted by his sons and their wives. At this place, from necessity, the sons must have remained at least 50 years, till the children born in the respective families were grown up, and others born of these, and grown also, marrying with their own respective families, as did the children of Adam at the beginning. It cannot be supposed for a moment that Noah would allow the 3 distinct complexions, or races of his family, to mingle or amalgamate. For he knew it was God who had produced for a wise purpose these very characters. Amalgamation, therefore, would certainly have destroyed what God so evidently had ordained and caused to exist. The amazing fact of the existence of the three complexions of his own sons by the same mother was to Noah a sufficient reason, even without a divine revelation on the subject, that these were to be kept sacredly asunder, and pure from each other's blood forever. That this view was the subject was held as binding upon these families for many ages, we have no doubts, each dreading to break over a barrier, which the Creator had evidently placed between them. Amalgamation, therefore, during the 350 years of Noah's life after the flood, it is not likely often happened among them. But from the extreme fruitfulness of these families, there were produced by the time 50 years had gone by, great multitudes of men, women, and children, spreading out in all directions around the patriarch Noah, their common father, who, in cultivating the ground and fighting the wild beasts, which by this time had filled the wilderness, presented a great company of gigantic forest adventurers. These adventurers, in pursuing the game of the wilds, in all directions, for the sake of their flesh for food, and their skins for clothing, would naturally fall in with other tracts of arable lands, streams, lakes, brooks, and rivers, along the banks of which wonderful discoveries of flowery vales and mountains would be made. Broad savannas abounding with all kinds of beasts and fowls, the waters with fishes, and the wilderness with berries, fruits, roots, and esculent herbs. Nuts of all trees, spices, gums, aromatics, and balms, frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon, and odors, wild honey, grapes, and flowery regions, with perpetual verdure, could but captivate the hearts of these pioneers of the wilds of the Euphrates and Tigris. The news of such discoveries being continually reported through the settlements, excited the formation of new companies, who, planting other neighborhoods in all directions, soon, to the delighted eyes of Noah and his sons, occupied a large district, with multitudes of white, red, and black inhabitants, who were pushing forward the respective interests of their clans or families, with all the zeal of a mighty host of new country adventurers, dressed, both men and women as well as children, in the shaggy skins of such animals as they could overcome and destroy. But lest we should wander too far on account of the exuberance of the subject, we will return to the chief matter in hand, and this is the case of Ham and his people. In order to do this, we shall find it necessary to return again to the dwelling of Noah and his plantation, at the time when, as yet, his sons and their families had not gone from thence, in quest of new places of settlement. In doing this, we will not forget the vineyard which Noah planted, first of all, after the resting of the ark, and his removal out of it, down the mountain of Ararat, from which, in its season, he gathered the grapes, and pressing out the juice of the same, drank, and became inebriated, or inclined to sleep, as we disallow of his being wickedly drunk at all. That he was thus affected is not much to be wondered at, as Noah was, at the time of this occurrence, more than 600 years old, when the weakness of old age must have began to unstring the iron nerves of antediluvian origin, such as characterized all the people before the flood. Now, during the effect of the wine, which doubtless was in its unfermented condition, like the new juice of apples, Noah fell asleep, as any old man would have done, after drinking so invigorating a draught. This took place in his tent, when, during the sleep, from some involuntary motion of his limbs, his robe, mantle, or garment, which it appears was but loosely cast about him, became deranged and fell from his person, while in a recumbent and unconscious condition, there alone in his repose. Why, or on what account, Ham came to intrude on the sacredness of his father's rest is not known, but so it was. At this juncture, the two other sons of Noah, Japheth and Shem, were not far off. For, when Ham had been within the tent, and had seen the condition of his father, he was noticed by them to rush out in a state of very great excitement, yelling and exploding with laughter. But as soon as the fit had somewhat abated, Shem and Japheth made inquiry respecting the cause of so much mirth and uproar, when they were seized with a fearful consternation of mind, and, finding a garment of sufficient size, they extended it between their persons, and went backward into the tent, when they spread it over their father, and retired in silence. See Genesis chapter 9, verse 23. The delicate and thoughtful manner in which the two brothers treated their father, on this distressing occasion, is sufficient evidence of their views of the awful conduct of Ham, showing that they considered what he had done was a crime of the deepest dye, a transaction, if perpetrated at the present time, would mark the actor as a character of the basest and lowest kind. But if the two brothers, Shem and Japheth, were shocked at the behavior of Ham, what were the feelings of his father when he came to know the fact? From what followed, we learn that the patriarch was deeply grieved on account of the reckless impiety of Ham, as well as offended on his own personal behalf. For, on calling this son before him, Noah said, by the spirit of prophecy, words too terrible to fall from a parent's lips, without a reason entirely resistless. The words which he pronounced, and was moved thereto by the third person of the Trinity, the Holy Ghost, contained in them a curse, a dreadful curse, which not only covered the person and fortunes of Ham, but that of his whole posterity also, to the very end of time, for aught that appears to the contrary. For an account of this appalling anathema, see Genesis chapter 9, verses 24 through 27, as follows. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, or Ham. A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan, or Ham, shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan, or Ham, shall be his servant. But lest the reader should become perplexed respecting the application of this anathema, on account of the text above referred to being, in the English, cursed Canaan, instead of cursed Ham, as it should have been translated, we state that the Arabic copy of the book of Genesis, which is a language of equal authority with the Hebrew, and originally the very same, reads, Cursed Ham, the father of Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. In this sense it has ever been understood by all commentators in every age on the sacred writings. Bishop Newton thus understood the passage, who also refers the reader to the Arabic Bible for the true reading, as does Adam Clarke. Newton maintains, page 19, at considerable length, that the curse of Noah upon Ham had a general and an interminable application to the whole Hamite race, in placing them under a peculiar liability of being enslaved by the races of the two other brothers. Were not the above opinion the truth on that point, it would be a difficult matter to view the divine procedure in that case otherwise than unjust. For why should Canaan, who was the youngest son of Ham, be selected from among the four to be cursed, and laid under a peculiar liability to be enslaved in his posterity, more than the other three brothers, for the act of their father? But when that scripture is read and understood, as the Arabic records and understands it, the subject becomes plain, simple, and straight before us. Ham is the man who is denounced with his posterity, who were to become the slaves of the posterities of the two other races, and among themselves. For the text says, they should be the servants of servants, as well as the servants of the hired servants of the other races, as is the fact in all countries, and has ever been thus. It is not our opinion that for this one act of Ham, that dreadful curse fell upon him and his race. It was not for that one act alone, but on account of his whole character and nature, which one act was, however, in awful keeping with his previous life, that the curse of slavery was entailed on his race. That the character of Ham's life, up to the time when he committed that unchaste, unfilial, and unholy deed, had been but a continued scene of sin and outrage, is strongly intimated in the words made use of by Noah, when he denounced him and said, "Cursed Ham," not "Cursed be Ham," as the English translators have rendered it, supplying the word be, as if he had not been thus prior to that time. The word be is not in the original, nor is it needed in the English translation. The words "cursed Ham," therefore, signify in the Hebrew that he had always been a bad person, even from childhood. For let it not be forgotten that Ham, at the very time he did that act, was more than 100 years old. All the powers of his mind were as matured then as they ever could be. The deed, therefore, was but a trait of the gigantic Negro's general life and character. Had Ham, on discovering the condition of his patriarchal father in his sleep, retired abashed and sorrowful, and had kept the thing to himself, or had related what had taken place with downcast eyes and real mortification, it would have been the evidence of the good intentions and pious state of his heart and temperament of mind, as well as, in a degree, would have argued well in relation to his former character. The curse, therefore, against Ham and his race, was not sent out on the account of that one sin only, but as the deed was heinous, and withal was in unison with his whole life, character, and constitutional make prior to that deed, the curse, which had slumbered long, was let loose upon him and his posterity, as a general thing, placing them under the ban of slavery, on account of his and their foreseen characters. Noah did not and could not, as a holy and good man, have pronounced that curse in a vindictive and furious manner upon Ham. No, this he did not do. It was very far from being thus. When the great patriarch was moved upon by the Holy Ghost to speak as he did on that occasion, we have no doubt but he did it with real pain and sorrow of heart. And yet it must be done, as it was dictated by the influence of the Eternal's mandate. Might we be allowed to imagine the state of Noah's feelings on that occasion, and also to give words to those feelings, they would be as follows. O Ham, my son, it is not for this one deed alone which you have just committed that I have, by God's command, thus condemned you and your race. But the Lord has shown me that all your descendants will, more or less, be like you, their father. On which account it is determined by the Creator that you and your people are to occupy the lowest condition of all the families among mankind, and even be enslaved as brute beasts, going down in the scale of human society, beyond and below the ordinary exigencies of mortal existence, arising out of war, revolutions, and conflicts. For you will and must be, both in times of peace and war, a despised, a degraded, and an oppressed race. God, therefore, foreseeing the end from the beginning, saw good to direct the mind of Noah, who was a prophet, to declare to the world what should come to pass concerning all his sons, as well as Ham, in the most specific and particular manner. By this procedure, God has set up, as it were, waymarks and data, by which, in after ages, men should come to see, know, and believe in the veracity of his word, as spoken by his prophets, on account of the fulfillment of the same in every iota thereof, not only in relation to the destinies of Noah's 3 sons, but in all things else. End of section 5b. Section 5c of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the subject of a child's treating its parents with intended disrespect, see the opinion of God himself, Deuteronomy chapter 27, verse 16, who in that place says, Cursed be he that sitteth light by his father or his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. This sin, the treating a father or mother disrespectfully, was, by the law of Moses, punished with death. See Deuteronomy chapter 21, verses 18 through 21. Consequently, according to this law, Ham was morally worthy of death. But lest the reader may suspect that this terrible character of Ham is almost, if not entirely imaginary, we shall, as promised some pages above, give the history of that deed of his from the pen of Josephus. See Jewish Antiquities, chapter 6, book 1, page 22, as follows. Quote, When after the deluge the earth was settled in its former condition, Noah set about its cultivation, and when he had planted it with vines, and when the fruit was ripe, and he had gathered the grapes in the season, and the wine was ready for use, he offered a sacrifice, and feasted, and being inebriated, fell asleep, and lay naked in an unseemly manner. When Ham, his youngest son, saw this, he came laughing, and showed him to his brothers. Close quote. From this evidence, the fact of Ham having treated his father with great disrespect and wicked levity is fairly made out, and therefore deserves the character we have described as his, and the punishment awarded to him and his race, both judicial and as a result of his and their natures. But, says one, we have always held that this curse of Noah, as it is called, upon the Negro race, was a kind of unmeaning rhapsody of the father of Ham, and long ago became obsolete and perfectly nugatory. To unhinge, therefore, a notion so fraught with lightness and falsehood, we exhibit the following, from the pen of inspiration, and having a strong relation in kind and character, so far as it relates to the curses of God, or denunciations of the highest, which he has seen fit to publish in the annals of truth, the Holy Scriptures. We bring them to view as parallels to the case of the denunciation of Ham, believing as fully in their perfect accomplishment as we do in that of the curse of Noah upon Ham and his race. The first case of the kind which occurs on the sacred page is found Genesis chapter 3 verse 14, and reads as follows, "And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life." This curse on the serpent, which was uttered more than 1600 years before the curse of Noah upon Ham and his race, has lost nothing of its force and true meaning, though vastly more ancient and prolix in its interpretation, as commonly understood. A second case, in the character of a curse, is found in the same chapter as above, at the 17th verse, respecting the ground, which, on account of Adam's sin, in hearkening to his wife's counsel, was cursed, so that it is supposed to have been far less prolific, from the time of that sin to the flood, and from the flood to this day, than it would otherwise have been, had it not been thus cursed by the Supreme Being. The exact form or words of this curse are as follows: "Cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life." Has this curse failed of being continually fulfilled in all ages, though vastly more ancient than the curse of Noah upon his son Ham? And were all equally judicial? No man discredits the complete accomplishment of the patriarch Jacob's predictions respecting the fortunes of his 12 sons in their posterities. See Genesis chapter 49, from the 3rd to the 27th verse inclusive, where the wonderful and specific history of that prophet's foresight is related. Add to the above the terrible curses of God, by the mouth of Moses, upon the whole Hebrew or Jewish tribes, if they forsook the law, which in process of time they did, and how awfully and perfectly those curses were fulfilled, all men know. For a history of those curses, or judicial acts of God, see the entire chapter, the 28th of Deuteronomy. Now, with all this before our eyes and impressed upon our belief, are we to undervalue the same kind of inspiration because it is found to affect a subject on which some men have made up their minds not to believe, namely, the curse of Noah, or God's judicial act upon Ham, and his foresight of the slavery of that race, as shown to Noah, and say it was never thus intended? The appointment of this race of men to servitude and slavery was a judicial act of God, or, in other words, was a divine judgment. There are 3 evidences of this, which are as follows. First, the fact of their being created or produced in a lower order of intellectuality than either of the other races, as we shall prove in due order, their forms, natures, or passions agreeing therewith, is evidence of the preordination of their fate as slaves on the earth, as none but God could have done or determined this thing. Second, the announcement of God by the mouth of Noah, relative to the whole race of Ham, pointing out in so many words, in the clearest and most specific manner, that they were adjudged to slavery, as we have already shown from the book of Genesis, agreeing with the first witness, as above, namely, that they were foreordained and appointed to the condition they hold among men by the divine mind, solely on account of the foreseen character they would sustain as a race, who, therefore, were thus judiciously put beneath the supervision of the other races. Third, the great and everywhere pervading fact of their degraded condition, both now and in all time, more or less, is the very climax witness that, in the above conclusion, we are not mistaken, namely, that the Negro race, as a people, are judicially given over to a state or peculiar liability of being enslaved by the other races. Why the Supreme Being saw fit to create or to produce such a race thus low in the scale of human existence, and at the same time foreseeing their character and consequent condition on the earth, is more than can be known by any human research, and of necessity is therefore none of our business. It might as well be inquired why God made the world at all, and peopled it by the 2 first of our race, seeing he foresaw all they would do in opposition to his will and benevolent designs. Such inquiries are probably beyond our depth of investigation, while facts are not thus hidden from us, and one of the great facts of God's jurisprudence among men appears to be the judicial appointment of the black race to slavery. Here it is proper for us to state that many persons, with all abolitionists, believe that what Noah said on that occasion was merely prophetic and not judicial. If prophetic merely, then it would follow that the slavery of the Negro race was by Noah foretold, the same as the other wicked acts of men were foretold by the prophets, but not, therefore, sanctioned by the Holy Spirit. This view of theirs, however, will not bear thus to be softened down, on account of the fearful word cursed, which raises it above the ordinary foresight of the prophets, respecting the wicked acts of men, and makes it a direct decree. It is written in the Scriptures, "Cursed is every one that hangeth on a tree," Galatians chapter 3, verse 13, and "Cursed is every one who loveth not the Lord Jesus Christ." Are not these recorded as judicial, and, on account of the word cursed, amount to far more than a mere prophecy? So also, as it relates to the announcement of Noah, the word cursed, being the governing idea relating to Negro slavery, makes it a judicial decree which involves more than a mere prophecy, placing its fulfillment beyond the fortuitous or contingent acts of men. The whole 3 verses of Noah's curse on the race of Ham is delivered in the imperative mood, making their accomplishment sure, above and beyond all contingencies. That a day of final judgment is to come is not more strongly and decidedly set down by the inspired writer than is the doom of the Negro race in the particular of servitude, and will not be more certainly fulfilled than has been and is now fulfilling the word of the Lord by Noah. On the subject of judicial curses, see Deuteronomy, the 27th and 28th chapters, in which there are no less than 16 such decrees and curses, all of which, however, were conditionally suspended over the heads of the 12 tribes. If they would obey the law, then blessings should be their portion. But if they transgressed in the particulars mentioned in those 16 verses above alluded to, then they were cursed, and judiciously so. Some of those curses are as follows. See the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th verses of the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy land, the increase of thy kin, and the flocks of thy sheep. Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out. Now who will deny but the above curses were judicially pronounced, though conditionally? But in the curse of Noah, which was by the authority of the same God, there was no condition at all. It was a direct curse, without remedy, palliation, or chance of escape. How is it possible, therefore, for anyone to maintain that the curse of Noah on the race of Ham was not a bona fide judicial decree, not a mere prophecy, the fulfillment of which should happen contingently, but a decree which should be fulfilled, irrespective of contingencies, in an arbitrary and executive manner? Thus we believe that sufficient evidence appears from the Scriptures of the judicial appointment of that people to servitude. In view of this belief, and of that fact, the inquiry naturally arises here whether it is a sin to enslave a Negro. To this we are compelled, even against our sympathies and preconceived opinions arising out of our education, to answer no, it is no sin in principle. The manner in which it may be done may be sinful, as it is in our power to abuse any and all the privileges put in our hands by the divine being. We are driven to the above conclusion by sheer logical violence, and as follows. If God appointed the race of Ham judicially to slavery, and it were a heinous sin to enslave one or all the race, how then is the appointment of God to go into effect? The reader can but see, as well as feel, the dilemma. The judicial acts of God do never involve the actual commission of sin any more than his works, or acts of mercy and benevolence. It is the way we use such acts, as they relate to men, that sin arises, and not out of the acts of God themselves, as the primary and moving principle of sin. If the actor, in his doings in this life, is aware that he is an instrument in the hands of the divine providence of fulfilling or carrying into effect a divine judgment, he is only to be careful how and in what spirit he does the thing, lest he should be found acting as of himself and independent of God, making the execution of the divine will his own vindictive, arbitrary, or thoughtless work. Such a course is sin. The destruction of the old Canaanites by the Jews was a judicial act of God, who straitly commanded them, by the ministration of Moses, see Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 2, that they should not spare them, nor show mercy or pity toward them. And yet they were not to be wantonly cruel or murderous, as if they were acting entirely from mere fury and love of butchery. That dreadful affair, the exterminating decree of God against the Negroes of old Canaan, was not by the will of man, but of God. The instruments, therefore, were not to sin in its execution by deeds of useless cruelty and ferocity. If they did, then such acts were sinful. God does never sanction sin, nor call for the commission of moral evil to forward any of his purposes. Wherefore, we come to the conclusion that it is not sinful to enslave the Negro race, providing it is done in a tender, fatherly, and thoughtful manner, having the fear of God before our eyes, in a transaction of the kind, doing no violence to the bodies or minds of such persons as slaves or servants, beyond proper and necessary correction. This is as easily accomplished as is the government of a family, in the ordinary sense of the word, or the good men of old could not have done it, as they most assuredly did, upon which we shall treat in due order. It is the abuses of the institution of Negro slavery, which have recently, by the divine providence, aroused the sympathies of men, but not the principle itself, as God cannot resist his own determinations. There is no man except infidels, and those who are tinctured with principles of the infidel character, who for a moment doubts the judicial decision of God in relation to murderers, as announced to Noah and all mankind through him. This act of God is found on the page of the divine record, in the same chapter with the act respecting the Negro race, namely the 9th, at the 5th and 6th verses, as follows. And surely your blood of your lives will I require at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of a man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood by murder, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. This judicial act was announced, not to the ears of the half-civilized and barbarous Jews, as some men speak when the law of Moses was given, but to the wise and enlightened house of Noah, about 800 years before the law of Moses. It was, therefore, the abjuration of God, at the head of time, to all the nations who might arise on the earth to the end of the world, respecting murderers. This passage is allowed by all to be judicial, but not the other by many, though by the same authority and equally specifically noted down, and without any condition. This judicial act of God is responded to in the 10 Commandments, where it is written, Thou shalt not kill, or in other words, Thou shalt not murder, not meaning, as many contend, that a murderer must not be killed, not even by a public execution. So also is the act of God, in relation to the judicial condemnation of the race of Ham, equally responded to in the Ten Commandment, or Law of Moses, where it is written, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's manservant, or slave, nor his maidservant, or female slave," as it is in the original. If the servants, or slaves, alluded to in that commandment, which is the 10th and last, were not therein recognized as property, how could a slave be a subject of covetousness, as well as an ox or an ass, creatures no one denies but were property, which are classed together in that command, and referred to in the same light equally as being property, and as objects that might be coveted as such. Thus far we have treated on the curse of Noah against Ham, or, in other words, upon the judicial act of God in relation to that people. Our next endeavor will, therefore, be to ascertain whether this judgment was acted upon, recognized or sanctioned, by the next dispensation following that of the patriarchs, namely, the law of Moses and his successors, the prophets, kings, nobles, and elders of the Jewish government, as was all the other judicial acts of God prior to the law. Thus Ham, the sooty monarch of his race, adjudged of heaven to fill a servant's place, sits regal on his throne in frowning ire, the king of slaves, their patriarch and sire, whose state of servitude can never cease, till the end of time shall bring the grand release. End of section 5.
Section 6a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6.
As remarked at the close of the foregoing section, it will be our endeavor in the following to ascertain whether, in the law of Moses, the judicial act of God against the race of Ham, as announced by Noah, was endorsed and acted upon accordingly by the Hebrews. To do this, it will not be necessary to prove, in this section, that the inhabitants of Canaan, whom the Jews were to destroy, were of the genealogy of Ham, including the whole 7 nations of that country, and were the direct descendants of this man through Canaan, a son of his, as all this has been done in the 4th section of the work, and elsewhere. On this account, our labor is therefore straight before us, namely, to ascertain whether, in the law of Moses, the curse of Noah against Ham and his people is actually recognized, endorsed, and acted upon as judicial in relation to their enslavement, in the strict and literal sense of the word. In a certain chapter of the book of Leviticus, namely the 25th, are found sundry directions embodied in the law of Sinai, respecting servants of various kinds. Here it is found written that any Hebrew having bought, not hired, a Hebrew servant, should not be oppressed or ruled over with vigor, as they would rule over or oppress a bondman not derived from the Hebrew stock. From the 35th to the 46th verse, inclusive, of the above-named chapter, it is written as follows, except the words included in brackets, which are inserted to carry out and to distinguish the true meaning and to prevent confusion. And if thy brother, that is a Hebrew, one of the 12 tribes, be waxen poor and fall into decay with thee, or in thy midst, then thou shalt relieve him, yea, though he be a stranger, that is, far from his own tribe, or a sojourner, that is, one who had come from another tribe, that he may live with thee, take thou no usury of him, or increase, but fear thy God in this thing, that thy brother, that is, a Hebrew, or of the Hebrew blood, not a Negro, may live with thee. Thou shalt not give him, that is, a Hebrew brother, one of the tribes, thy money upon usury, nor lend him thy victuals for increase. And if thy brother, that is, not a Hamite, that dwelleth by thee, be waxen poor, and he be sold unto thee, that is, on thy account, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as a hired servant, and as a sojourner, that is, a Hebrew brother, one of the tribes. He shall be with thee, and serve thee unto the year of Jubilee, and then shall he depart from thee, that is, if he desire to do so, both he and his children with him, if he has any, and shall return unto his own family, or tribe, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him, or such an one, with rigor, as you may over a bondslave, but shall fear thy God in this particular. From the above, it is clear that by the term brother, no other character is specified as being entitled to the above-named privileges, as paupers, of whom no usury was to be taken for money or victuals, but a regular Hebrew, or one of the 12 tribes. This is made clear by the qualifying words of the account, which says, For they are my servants, which I brought out of the land of Egypt. Now God brought no Canaanites or Negroes out of Egypt. They were wholly of the 12 tribes of the Hebrews. Thus we see that Moses marked out in the law the difference there was between bondservants, hired servants, and servants of the Hebrew tribes, who might be sold on account of their poverty. But in the law there are other strangers alluded to, who were neither of any of the 12 tribes, nor of the Canaanite race, of whom the Hebrews might take usury of money or victuals, Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 20, but could not legally make bondmen of them. These were the race of Shem, and not of the 12-tribe community, who were dwelling in surrounding countries. Of such there were many in the time of Moses, as well as during the whole existence of the Jewish people, as a kingdom or government, who, in the law, are never called heathen, as were all the Negro race. There were the descendants of Lot, Abraham's half-brother. There were the children of Keturah, born to Abraham long before the birth of Isaac, who, when they were grown up and married, were sent eastward with their inheritances. See Genesis chapter 25, from the 1st to the 6th verse inclusive. By this first marriage, Abraham had no less than 6 sons, who, according to the history of them given in the above trait in the book of Genesis, were the fathers of multitudes, all of whom settled eastward of Chaldea, and took place before God commanded Abraham to leave his father's house in Haran, in old Chaldea, east of the river Euphrates, in order to go to the country of Canaan, far to the southwest. We come to this conclusion, respecting Abraham, from the necessity of the case. For Abraham was, at the death of Sarah, 137 years old, as he was 10 years older than his wife, who died at the age of 127. Genesis chapter 23, verse 1. Of necessity, therefore, Abraham's wife Keturah was his first wife, who he had married in his youth, and was dead when he took Sarah, and came to Canaan, on which account his great age, that of 137 years, he could not have been the father of the above-named 6 sons after the death of Sarah, as the order of the history in Genesis chapter 25 seems to intimate, which is a mistake of the Hebrew copyists and compilers of the ancient scriptures. Then there was Ishmael, the son of Hagar, the Egyptian bondservant of Sarah, born to Abraham, of whom came many nations, now known, as in ancient times, as Arabs or Ishmaelites. These were also the descendants of Esau, the brother of Jacob, who were known as the Idumeans. There were the descendants of Laban, the Syrian, a near relation of Abraham, all of whom, together with those above named, amounted to millions in the time of the giving of the law, and during the nationality of the Jews, who were the strangers alluded to, of whom the Hebrews might take usury, or interest, for lent victuals, or lent money, as it is superficially stated in Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 20, but not of their brethren, which appellation, brother, always meant a member of the great confederacy of the 12 tribes, and nobody else. That this was the case respecting the term strangers, we have the favoring opinion of Adam Clarke in his remarks on the 2 Chronicles chapter 15, verse 9. The text reads as follows, "And he," that is Asa, "gathered all Judah and Benjamin, and the strangers with them, out of Ephraim, Manasseh, and Simeon." From this it is clear that members of the 12 tribes were called strangers, if dwelling at a distance from Judea, or the capital, who were not to be charged with usury on any account, while other strangers should be. Of their brethren, therefore, they could not take usury, but of all strangers they might, whether black, white, or red. But of no stranger did the law of Moses allow bondmen or bondmaids to be made, except of the Negro or Hamite race, for to that people alone did the curse of servitude refer, which fact was as well known to Moses as to God and all the Hebrew tribes, as well as to the people of Ham themselves, with all other nations. That the law of Moses did not allow of any stranger being oppressed in the matter of slavery, who were not of the race of Ham, is shown, Exodus chapter 22, verse 21, where it is written, "Thou shalt neither vex a stranger, nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt." And yet, for the very purpose of oppressing and vexing the Negro Canaanites, the Jews were sent into the land of Canaan, by which it is most evident that the term stranger in the law did not apply to that people, the Canaanites, in the palliative or merciful sense. But how is this, says one? The text just now quoted out of Exodus chapter 22, verse 21, straightly says that no stranger should be oppressed nor vexed. And yet, from Leviticus chapter 25, verse 45, it appears that strangers might be sold and bought for slaves or bondmen. Is not this a plain contradiction? One text forbidding the oppression of a stranger, and another allowing it, and both passages written in the same law, and apparently about the same thing? The following is the solution, or, as it appears to the mind of the writer, there is no solution at all to these seemingly contradictory scriptures. When Moses, in the law, and at the 25th division or chapter of the part called Leviticus, had made an end of his remarks and directions about various kinds of servants, with other matters, introduced a new subject, see verse 44, namely, that of unqualified slavery, or of bondservants, which he commences as follows: Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. In this passage it is clear that the law of Moses peremptorily directed that all their perpetual slaves, or bondservants, should be procured from among the heathen Negro race, the very people to whom the curse of Noah referred, and are always referred to as heathens, whether Canaanites, Egyptians, Libyans, or Ethiopians, all of whom are referred to as heathen, in the most emphatic sense of the word, in the law. The terms Gentile and heathen, as used in the scriptures, seems always to be of synonymous import, but in the law of Moses it would appear that the word heathen designated solely the people of Canaan and the other branches of the Negro race. The term Gentile is not found in any of the books of the law of Moses, properly so called, for the book of Genesis is not to be numbered as any part of the law or code of that legislator. The law does not properly commence until the book of Exodus, and runs through the remaining 4, commonly called the books of Moses. On account of the absence of the word or term Gentile in the books of the law, properly so called, for the book of Genesis is but a narrative or history of the first ages of the earth, and no part of the law, we conclude that the word heathen, as used in the law by Moses, referred solely to the Canaanites and to their race, the blacks or Negroes in general. We are the more confirmed in this opinion because Moses himself calls the people of Japheth, who were white men, Gentiles. See Genesis chapter 10, verse 5. In that chapter, namely the 10th, Moses has given an account of 3 races of men, the sons of Noah, and what they were called as nations. In this account, which is the oldest of all history, at the 5th verse of the chapter above named, the descendants of Japheth are called Gentiles, in distinction from the other 2 races, those of Shem and Ham. In after ages, however, the terms Gentile and heathen seem to have become synonyms, as referring to all the people of the globe except the Jews. But in the law, the word Gentile does not occur. The word heathen, therefore, as used by Moses, referred exclusively, at that time, to the Negro race, and to no other people. This opinion cannot be refuted. The term heathen, therefore, as used in the law, referred entirely to the race of Ham, who had been judicially condemned to a condition of servitude more than 800 years before the giving of the law by the mouth of Noah, the medium of the Holy Ghost. The law was given from Mount Sinai, which was southward from Canaan. Now Moses said in the law that when they, that is the Jews, should come into that country, that of the heathen round about them, they should make bondmen or slaves of the people in those regions. And as there were no other people inhabiting old Canaan but the Negroes of the race of Ham, it is certain that by the term heathen no other people were alluded to. In the time of St. Paul, the term Gentile, as in the days of Noah, see Genesis chapter 10, verse 5, referred to the nations of the white race, as it is written by that apostle in several of his letters to the churches, that he was the apostle of the Gentiles. Can it be shown that Paul ever preached to a Negro people at all? If not, then it follows that the word Gentile still referred to white men in his time, as to Greeks, Romans, Gauls, Italians, Spaniards, and other nations of the north, but never to the Negro race. The strangers, therefore, to whom Moses alluded in Leviticus chapter 25, verse 45, were the people of Ham in all countries, whether Canaan, Egypt, Ethiopia, Libya, or any other country or place inhabited by Negroes. This distinction is made still more clear by St. Luke, chapter 21, verse 24, where the power which was finally to destroy Jerusalem is called the Gentiles, who, it is well known, were the Romans, an empire of white men. This is further proven from the statement of that apostle in Acts chapter 28, verse 28, who, while at Rome, was a prisoner. In that passage, it is said that, as though Jews rejected the gospel, that he should turn to the Gentiles, and that they would receive it. Paul was then in the very heart of the Roman or Gentile states, and therefore, of necessity, proves that the term signified no other race but that of the whites. This verse, therefore, the 45th of the 25th of Leviticus, must be considered as the context or guide in relation to the word stranger on this subject. Consequently, in verse the 46th, the one which follows the text above quoted, is qualified by the first. If so, then the word stranger there used refers not to any of the Shemite or Japhetic races, but only to the heathen race of Ham. With this view, all is made right. The stranger of Exodus chapter 22 verse 21, signifying all people not of the Negro race, while the stranger of Leviticus chapter 25 verse 45 refers to all Negroes or people of Ham, though not strictly Canaanites, as doubtless there were among the Canaanites always, more or less, people, families, and even whole tribes of the other families of Ham's lineage, such as Egyptians, Libyans, and Ethiopians, who might properly be denominated strangers in Canaan, or heathens of those descents from other countries than those of Canaan. Thus, we have reconciled the two contradicting passages, as we believe, in the estimation of all candid men. Having thus cleared up a difficulty in the law of Moses, which has misled many a fierce abolition writer, and probably others, we pass to the main subject, that of ascertaining whether the law of Moses did endorse and inculcate the doctrine of the curse of Noah upon the children of Ham, which we affirm was the fact. The proof of this direct and unequivocal, furnished from the law of that great legislator of the Jews, Moses, who was the immediate agent of Jehovah himself to that people. See Leviticus chapter 25, from the 44th to the 46th verse inclusive, which reads as follows: Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about. Of them shall ye buy, not hire, bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers, that is, the children of Negroes, foreign to Canaan, who might be dwelling among the Canaanites, that do, or may sojourn with you, of them shall ye buy, children, of their families that are with you, which they beget, or might beget, in your land, that is, Canaan, after the Jews should possess it. And they shall be your possession, and ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them as a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. Was this buying the children of the heathen Canaanites and using them as bondmen and bondmaids, or, in other words, as slaves, nothing, after all, but a privilege granted by Moses to the Hebrews of hiring them, as is pretended by abolitionists, in order to get rid of the force of those passages of the law in support of the enslaving of the Negro race. But men as wise as any of these, even Clark and Benson, in their renowned commentaries of the Scriptures, have not gainsaid their meaning in this particular. These champions of knowledge, though English abolitionists, pass entirely over these extraordinary passages without one solitary remark. This strange omission is, in our opinion, as much as if they had said that the fact of the endorsement of the law of Moses upon the curse of Noah, in relation to the people of Ham, is here incontrovertibly made out, on which account they are not bold enough, though abolitionists, to contradict that decision of heaven. How is it that Adam Clark, who was the most learned man in Christendom, and a man who has criticized, wisely and profoundly, on almost every verse of the Holy Scriptures, and particularly on those involving the most difficult subjects, should have thus passed silently over this remarkable trait in the book of the law? Had he considered that portion of the holy text above his comprehension, or beyond the reach of human understanding, and as containing matter too obscure for the lights of science and criticism to penetrate, he would have said as much, but this he has not done. Other commentators, however, have not thus withheld their opinions on these passages, although the doctrine contained in them is exceedingly repulsive to the minds of many. Among such as have ventured an opinion is Dr. John Gill, a Baptist commentator on the Holy Scriptures, of great learning, who wrote before the times of abolitionism. This divine has boldly asserted, as every unprejudiced reader would do, that the Hebrews, in those 3 famous verses of the law, were allowed to have real bondmen or slaves. The following are his words on the 46th verse of the 25th chapter of Leviticus, which reads, "And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you." Such servants, quote, "they might leave at their death to be inherited as they did their estates and lands. For such servants are," says Gill, "esteemed by the Jews to be like immovable property, as fields, vineyards, etc., to inherit them for a possession as their property, like anything else that was bequeathed to them, as Negroes now are in our plantations abroad. They were to be their bondmen forever, and not to be released at the year of Jubilee." Close quote. The above is a true comment, for in every age the Jews, as well as the more ancient Hebrews, their ancestors, have reckoned their bond slaves as property, and thus every commentator, in every age and language, upon the Holy Scriptures, have determined, except of late, as in the persons of all abolitionists.
End of section 6a. Section 6b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Respecting the opinions and speculations of some of these men, who are the leaders of the party and agitators of the subject of Negro emancipation in America, we give the following as their views of the meaning of the law of Moses as regards bond slaves. See a series of pamphlets entitled The Bible Against Slavery, 1838. This writer dashes boldly into the matter, and at once settles the subject forever. Of this work, see a note, page 8, 4th edition, which reads as follows, quote, "The Bible record of actions is no comment on their moral character. It vouches for them as mere facts, not as virtues. It records without rebuke Noah's drunkenness, Lot's incest, and the lies of Jacob and his mother, not only single acts, but usages, such as polygamy and concubinage. All these are entered on the divine record without censure. Is that silent entry God's endorsement? Because the Bible, in its catalogue of human actions, does not stamp on every crime its name and number and write, 'This is a crime.' Does that wash out its guilt and bleach it into a virtue?" Close quote. The writer of the note above alluded to is combating the belief which has always been entertained from the reading of the passages in the 25th of Leviticus, as above quoted, that the Hebrews might, if they would, enslave the people of old Canaan, and endeavors to give them another meaning. He informs the reader, in that note, that the statements of Moses on the subject of slavery, as they related to the race of Ham, were nothing but a record of crimes written against his countrymen for thus enslaving the Canaanites. And this is the opinion of all abolitionists. He allows, it is true, that Moses did not blame the Hebrews for enslaving the Canaanites and the strangers of the Hamite race dwelling among them, but that he made an entry in the book of the law of that dreadful sin. But that entry was not an approval, it was only a record of the crime.
The above is a most singular opinion, and has as much of the dust of sophistry in its composition as any written remarks we have ever met with. To perceive this, we have only to recollect that when that permissive trait of the law of Moses was given, was more than 40 years before the Jews got possession of the country of Canaan. How, therefore, could the remarks of Moses, which are found in Leviticus chapter 25, verses 44 through 46, be a record of the crime of slavery, when the thing alluded to, prospectively, had not as yet been done by 40 years or more? After the giving of the law from Mount Sinai, it was more than 40 years before the Hebrews, under the conduct of Joshua, went through the river Jordan into the promised land. Those famous passages, therefore, are not a record of what had been done already, but of what might be done when they should come to possess the country of old Canaan. Avoid this conclusion, he that can. But further, we shall show the marks of a reckless hand, as detailed in the pamphlet above alluded to, where the Scriptures are shown up
as affording no reproof for certain wicked actions of certain wicked men, as held by abolitionists, such as Noah in his drunkenness, Lot in his incest, and the lies of Jacob and his mother, as well as the polygamy of the patriarchs, all of which are entered as a mere record without censure, says this writer. But such is not the fact, for the Scriptures say that no drunkard can inherit the kingdom of heaven, 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verses 9 and 10, nor incestuous person or fornicator. In Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 20, it is said that if a son was a drunkard, he should be stoned to death. This is a reproof of those crimes with a vengeance. We could multiply, even from the Old Testament, reproofs for sins of the kinds above named. As to polygamy, the Scriptures do nowhere say that a man might have more than one wife, neither in the Old nor the New Testament. By the Savior, it is strictly or impliedly forbidden. Matthew chapter 19, verses 5 through 8. And was it not the Savior, Jesus Christ, who gave the law from Sinai to Moses and the Jews? Is it likely, therefore, that Christ in the law would allow polygamy by a direct precept, when he has said in the verses above quoted that from the beginning it was not so? It is true, however, that Moses in the law did suppose, Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 15, the case of a man having 2 wives, and has there prescribed certain regulations respecting the children of such wives, but does not, in so many words, anywhere say that his people might have more wives than one at a time, nor had Moses himself ever but one wife. It is true also that he gave a power to the Jews to put away a wife by divorce who did not please them. But even this allowance was done out of mercy to the woman, for on this very subject Jesus Christ said that Moses allowed it to be done on account of the hardness of their hearts, or cruelty to their wives. But from the beginning it was not true that a man might have a plurality of wives. On this subject, the Savior founds his argument against polygamy, namely, that God, or himself, who was God, in the beginning made them male and female, and married them to each other, adding that as God had put them together by marriage, that no man could, legally or morally, put them asunder, except for but one cause only. Are we, therefore, to imagine that the author of both codes of law, the Gospel and the Pentateuch, would thus contradict his own eternal views of morality? Accordingly, there is found no such admission in the law of Moses, but exactly the contrary. It is true, however, that polygamy was practiced to a great extent during all the ages of the Jewish history. But the writer of these pages is not prepared to say that the law of God allowed it, or that the Scriptures, even of the Old Testament, have not reproved it, but otherwise. For it is written by Nehemiah, chapter 13, verse 26, that Solomon, who had many wives, sinned against God and his own soul by doing so. This passage we consider a direct censure of the practice, as well as the remarks of the Savior in Matthew chapter 19, verse 5, who said that it was not so from the beginning, and consequently could not have been allowed in the old law. See Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 17, where it is written that when the people of the Hebrews should come to possess the country of Canaan, and they should desire a king, one from among their brethren of the 12 tribes, he was not to multiply wives. 2 is a multiplication of 1. More wives than 1, therefore, was forbidden by the law of Moses. And although that good trait of the law was never so much violated in that respect by all the Jews under heaven in those ages, yet this does not make it out that the Scriptures allowed polygamy, or did not reprove the practice as a sin. But the author of the note above alluded to appears willing to have it pass that the Scriptures do not reprove sin, especially in the Old Testament, even though the sins were drunkenness, polygamy, incest, and lying, but merely speaks of them as a simple entry or record of such deeds and acts. This mighty stretch of opinion is introduced in order that the reader may be led to believe that when Moses, in the law, has said that the Hebrews should buy their bondmen of the heathen, has only made a record of that great crime in this particular. To carry out and to impress this belief, the author of that series of pamphlets and of the note in question does not hesitate to call Noah a drunkard, and Lot an incestuous person, 2 men among 5 of the most holy named on the pages of the divine oracles. But as it relates to these 2 men, Noah and Lot, we maintain that they were not sinners in the alleged transactions. Noah, as we have said before, was an aged man, being over 600 years old when he drank the wine spoken of by Moses, Genesis chapter 9, verse 21. Its effects, therefore, were undoubtedly wholly unforeseen by him, as by that time the iron nerves of his youth and maturer years were beginning to be reduced by weakness and the disabilities of age. A very little wine, therefore, might have disposed him to sleep, a condition far enough from a debauch or an intended reckless inebriation. If so, then he was no sinner in that affair, nor does the Scriptures intimate any such thing. Had Noah been wickedly intoxicated, is it likely that the Holy Ghost would have communed with and inspired him respecting the fortunes of mankind, who were to descend from his 3 sons, whose every word on that occasion heaven had seen fit to fulfill? Never. Neither was Lot a sinner in the affair of his daughters, for the Scriptures plainly state, Genesis chapter 19, verses 33 through 35, that when his daughters approached him in an improper way, he perceived it not when they lay down with him, nor when they arose. There was no sin, therefore, in that transaction on the part of Lot, as his mind did not consent to the deed, nor his perceptions take cognizance of the act. As to his drinking too much on that occasion, there can be no doubt that his daughters contrived some way to deceive him, by mixing wine with his food, or drink of water, till he became senseless. As to the case of Jacob, in the matter of his lying to his father, when he said that he was the man Esau, this was far enough from being a good act, but was actually a wicked one. But was not this sin reproved during the night, in which he slept on the mountain, at which time he was converted to God by the operation of the Holy Ghost, when he had the dream of the celestial ladder, and when he awoke and said, God is in this place, and I knew it not. Genesis chapter 28, verse 16. Surely, this account is something more than a mere silent entry of the sin of lying, as it is a tacit record at least of the reproof. For how could it be pardoned except reproved and repented of? And besides, do not the divine oracles everywhere reprove all liars, and in the New Testament threaten them with hell fire? Thus, briefly have we endeavored to rescue the character of the Bible, and the characters of two good and holy men, Noah and Lot, from the aspersions of a lawless pen, which pen, for no other purpose in the world, than by any means to get it to be believed that Moses did not, in the law, allow of direct slavery, has been willing thus to write, and to mystify the minds of readers, attempting to show that Moses, in all that he has said on the subject of slavery, has merely made a record of the crime without reproof, though, as it happened, the crime was not perpetrated till some 40 years or more after the record was made, as above remarked.
But we pass from this to another particular opinion of the author of The Bible Against Slavery. See number 6 of this series of pamphlets, year 1838, page 17 and onward to the end of the chapter, where the word buy, as used by Moses in relation to the Hebrews making slaves of the Canaanites by purchase, is shown by that writer, according to his mode of reasoning, to mean, after all, nothing but to hire instead of buy. Vast pains are taken by the writer of that work to show that because the word buy is sometimes used in the scripture phraseology in application to some things which could not be sold, as wisdom, etc., that therefore the word buy, as used by Moses, when he said the Hebrews might buy the children of the heathen Negroes for slaves, did not mean purchase, but rather signified a reciprocal contract, entered into between the parents of such children and adult persons thus bought, and was, therefore, but a conditional bargain after all, which, if not fulfilled on the part of the buyer, rendered the bargain null and void. Could this position be fairly sustained, the fact of real slavery, as supposed to have been practiced among the Hebrews by the authority of their law, would cease to exist. But this Moses does not state the case. In relation to bondmen, there was no condition, except that if a master should in anger smite out a tooth or an eye of his servant, then he might go free for his tooth or his eye's sake. But there was no other condition by which he could go free, in the eye of that law, or be absolved from the condition of a slave or legal property. If they were but once bought, they became perpetual slaves, to be inherited by the heirs of those who bought them, and of necessity liable to be sold again, whenever the owner should please to do so. This is the full, complete, and unambiguous meaning of the 46th verse of the 25th of Leviticus, and all the parallel places in the book of the law. Thus reads the passage, "And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever." The words inherit and possession are here used in the same property sense, in no wise differing from their use, when spoken in the promise of God to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and the Hebrews, respecting the possession of the land of Canaan, which was to be their real inheritance and possession forever, as soon as the time should come when they should enter upon it by conquest. This was all in futurity when promised, as it respected the land of the Canaanites, as also was the promise of the bodies of the inhabitants for slaves. One was equally as much a promise as was the other, of such as should not be slain in the subjection of the country. There was no difference. Now, to carry out this notion of the above-mentioned pamphlets on the idea of the word buy, or possession, being no more than the word hire or contract, then the promised possession of the country of Canaan would, after all, amount to nothing more than to rent it, while the fee simple would have still remained in the hands of the Canaanites, who, instead of being slaves, and the possession of the Hebrews, would in reality have been the lords of the Hebrews. The promise of the country of Canaan to the progeny of Abraham and Isaac is multiplied in the Old Scriptures almost without end, in the words inheritance, possession, etc. Were those words making out those promises used in a delusive or uncertain sense, as if the possession of that country by the Hebrews depended on the acquiescence of the Canaanites? But if not, then are the same words as used by Moses in the law, giving the person of the Canaanites to be an inheritance and a possession of the same force and meaning that they are when used in relation to the land, notwithstanding the dodging of abolition writers about the words buy and sell. If the sense of this word buy, in its most ordinary meaning, is turned aside in its application to the case in hand, then in a moment a multitude of the scripture history of transactions between buyers and sellers are rendered uncertain and doubtful. To give a few cases in prosecution of the idea, as follows. The sons of Jacob went to Egypt to buy corn for their families. Genesis chapter 42, verse 4. Jacob bought a field of the Shechemites in the land of Canaan, long before the time of Moses, for 100 pieces of money. Genesis chapter 33, verses 18 and 19. There also was the case of Joseph, who was sold to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. Genesis chapter 37, verse 28, who was again sold to Potiphar in Egypt. Genesis chapter 39, verse 1. In the process of time, this Joseph bought all the land of Egypt from the Egyptians for the king on account of the famine. Genesis chapter 47, verse 20. In all these cases, the usual terms of buy and sell, as commonly applied in traffic, are resorted to, although one of these cases was the sale of the body and person of a man, namely Joseph, or the thing bought, the same as any other goods or chattels. During this famine, Joseph not only bought all the land of Egypt, but he also bought the Egyptians themselves, men, women, and children, for corn. Respecting the case of Egyptians, we will give the whole account, that the reader may judge whether Joseph did actually buy the Egyptians as a man would buy anything else. See Genesis chapter 47, from the 15th to the 26th verse inclusive. And when money failed in all the land of Egypt, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, Give us corn, for why should we die in thy presence, for the money faileth? And Joseph said, Give your cattle, and I will give you food for your cattle, if money fail. Was not this a goods and chattels bargain? And they brought their cattle unto Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the asses, and he bought with bread all the cattle that year. But to this account Josephus adds that with the cattle Joseph bought all their slaves. From this fact it appears that the Egyptians had slaves, and that they sold them to Joseph, who did not refuse to buy them, which, had it been a sin to do so, as abolitionists contend, he would not have done it, famine or no famine. But the story is not yet finished, for when the year was at an end, and their bread was gone, for which they had given their cattle and slaves, they came unto Joseph and said, We will not hide it, how that our money is spent. Also thou hast our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of our Lord, but our bodies and our lands. Wherefore shall we die before thine eyes, both we and our lands? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants, that is, slaves, unto Pharaoh. And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt, for the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them, so that the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he removed them to cities, from one end of the borders of Egypt even to the other end thereof, having a right to do this in virtue of his purchase of their bodies. Surely this was a bona fide contract, equally so with any other bargain, where the money is paid for the thing bought. And why should not this have been so? As there is no doubt but the king's money, during the 7 years of plenty, had bought, by the management of Joseph, all the grain the Egyptians had to spare, which he laid up in the granaries of the country. End of chapter 6b. Section 6c of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This grain, therefore, was the property of the king, and could not be parted with without an equivalent, and that equivalent was had in money, cattle, slaves, land, and finally the bodies of the Egyptians themselves, by which means they became even the slaves of Pharaoh. But out of that condition, the generosity of their king, at the suggestion of his chief minister, Joseph the Hebrew, delivered them by making them an offer. This offer was that they should receive seed at his hand, and should sow the land with that seed, and should forever thereafter give to Pharaoh 1/5 of the increase as a price of their redemption. That this was a generous offer, and one which they might think themselves happy to have made to them, is shown by the remarks of Joseph on the occasion, which were as follows. Genesis chapter 47, verse 23. Then Joseph said unto the people, Behold, I have bought you this day, and your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed, and ye shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the increase that you shall give the 5th unto Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own for the seed of the field, and for your food, and for your household, and for food for your little ones. Was this a reciprocal agreement between Pharaoh and the people? Never. It was a case of the most perfect dictation on the part of the owner of the people, in which, for a return of the money that had been laid out for grain during the 7 years' famine, Pharaoh said, I will have 1/5 of the increase of the land forever, which in all time before was not the case, as an equivalent for my money and its interest. But what said the Egyptians to this mandate? Did they higgle at it, as men do in making bargains, when the parties are independent of each other? No, they did not, as there was no alternative, but replied, as the most abject suppliants, Thou hast saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of our Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants. Here, the people were set free from absolute slavery and exalted to the character of vassals or renters of the land, which was not their condition prior to the famine, the revenues of the government having been collected in some other way. If it were a true solution of the matter that the word buy signified in ancient times and in the Hebrew language, the law of Moses, etc., no more than to hire, excluding a third person in such a transaction, then it would follow that the corn which the sons of Jacob bought in Egypt was only hired. The parcel of land bought by Jacob of the Shechemites for a certain price in silver was only hired. The cave bought by Abraham of the children of Heth for a place of burial, for so much money by weight, was only hired. When Joseph was sold by his brethren to the Midianites, who bought him for 20 pieces of silver, it was nothing, after all, but hiring him out to those merchants. Were this the true sense of the scriptural word buy, then indeed, as the abolitionists contend in their writings, all the bondmen of the Negro race of old Canaan were but so many hired men and hired maids to the Hebrews. As to the word buy in all languages, no matter how it is spoken or how it sounds, the true and highest meaning of the word signifies to purchase anything human beings traffic in. No matter what the article is, as the power of custom is able to make anything an article of trade which is tangible, a human being, an ox, or a piece of land. After this, its first, highest, and radical meaning, there are a number of other matters to which the word buy can be applied, and are called its accommodated or secondary uses or meanings. For instance, a person's education may cost much money, and yet, as education is not a tangible thing, it cannot be sold. And still, it may be said that education was bought, even with money. But this is not strictly and literally true, after all, as all the money in the world cannot buy a man an education. It is to be obtained only by intellectual exertions and individual study. In a case like this, therefore, the words buy and bought are used only in their secondary, figurative, or accommodated uses. In this way it is said in Scripture that men should buy wisdom and not to sell it. That is, do not make an unwise or a foolish use of wisdom, or cast it not away. In relation to the means of man's salvation, it is said that we are bought with a price, but not with money. And yet we are actually bought from immediate death and eternal non-existence, in the loins of Adam when he fell, by the blood of the promised Messiah, prospectively shed for the race of man before the world was made. Or we should never have had any existence at all, Adam and Eve alone excepted. The practice of the Jews in paying to the priesthood of their worship redemption money for their souls, see Numbers chapter 18 verse 15 and chapter 3 verses 45 and 51, was in some sense, no doubt, a typical thing, alluding to the need every man has of a Redeemer's blood to save his soul, and was also given in support of the worship of the altar, where Jehovah was adored. Now, what though money was paid in this and the other cases, as mentioned above, yet there was no transaction of the trafficking character, as is the fact when men buy and sell articles of tangible natures, the words buy, bought, and sell being used here only in their secondary, accommodated, or emblematical senses, and applied to moral and abstract subjects, and not to things tangible. According to the law of Moses, just referred to, the firstborn of all the Hebrews was to be redeemed with money, which went to support the priesthood. Out of this fact, or from this fact, abolitionists, in their writings, will have it that if the word buy, as used in Leviticus 25th chapter, related to the purchase of bondmen from among the heathen Canaanites, by which they became property, that it ought to have the same meaning in the case of the redemption of the firstborn among the Hebrews, because they were redeemed with money, and were, therefore, as much bought as were the bondmen alluded to in Leviticus, and, of necessity, were equally an article of property. But all this reasoning of theirs is but nonsense of the poorest description, a mere shuffling of mixed up and confused ideas. This is apparent when we come to know who it was that were required thus to redeem the firstborn children at the hand of the priest. It was the parents who were required to do this, who could not, and did not thereby increase their right to their own children. Neither could the priest seize and sell such children as were not thus redeemed. It was a sin of omission to be punished by the divine hand, and not by man, if the money was not paid at the altar for the soul's typical redemption. Because the parents were required thus to redeem their children, in reference to God and the blood of the to-be-crucified Messiah, who was to come, therein acknowledging that they were bought prospectively by the anticipated death of Christ, could in no possible way make bought slaves of such children, nor increase the natural or moral right the parents had to their offspring as Hebrews. Therefore, a parity of reasoning, as argued by abolitionists, cannot apply to the argument as it respects the actual purchase of slaves, or to the word buy, as if this word could be tortured into the word redeem, as used in relation to the firstborn among the Hebrews. For arguments of this description, see The Bible Against Slavery, number 6, year 1838, page 18 and onward. It is asserted by abolitionists that between the buyer and the person bought, as spoken of, Leviticus chapter 25, whether it related to Hebrew servants or to bond servants, bought of the heathen Canaanites, that there was a mutual stipulating between the parties, the buyer and the person bought. But this is not true, as no Hebrew person who was sold for debt, for theft, or for any other legal reason, had a word to say on the subject as dictating the sale. For it was the law which sold the man or the woman, and not themselves. It was the law that did this, as it would sell, by means of an auctioneer, any article of property nowadays at auction. There was no other way to sell a delinquent debtor or a criminal. How, therefore, could the delinquent stipulate at all in the matter? There is a case, however, stated in this same chapter, the 25th of Leviticus, occupying from the 47th to the 55th verse inclusive, where it is shown that a poor Hebrew might sell himself to his rich neighbor, in which no doubt there was, of necessity, and also of propriety, a stipulating of terms on the part of the man selling himself and the man who might buy him. This case we cannot see differed any way from a man hiring himself out till such a time as his wages should pay the debt, or to the end of his life, if he would, as have many in all ages. But if by any means he could redeem himself, or if his relations could redeem him, then they or he might do so, even though the time agreed on was not yet expired. But what has this case to do, or indeed any case of the Hebrew servitude, with the case of Canaanitish bondmen? We answer, nothing at all, in any possible way, so far as the law has anything to say about it. In relation to servants of the Hebrew character in the law of Moses, there were many mitigating circumstances. But as to the Negro or Canaanite bondman, there was none, as it related to compensation in the light of wages, or of promised freedom, except the eye and tooth case. Not even the Jubilees could reach their condition, as their state of servitude was to be forever, from generation to generation. They were to be the everlasting possession or property of the Hebrews, their masters, to be disposed of by will, by sales, by gifts, or in any such way. There is, in the law of Moses, a very great distinction made between the stranger servant, the bought Hebrew servant, the hired Hebrew servant, and the bond servant of the Canaanites, as was proper. For all the other kinds of servants were, in some way, of the Hebrew or Abrahamic lineage, descended through various channels from the blood of Shem, as before shown, who were not to be oppressed as slaves and ruled over with rigor in that particular, as were the bondservants of the Canaanitish or Negro race. But, says one who may be opposed to the views of the writer of this book, did not the great Jubilee of the Jews, which took place every 50th year, set all slaves free? And does not the law positively refer to the case of bondmen of the Canaanitish description, who were slaves among the Hebrews? To this we answer, that the great Jubilee had nothing to do with slaves or their liberties, in any way whatever. Our reasons for this belief we shall give as soon as we have read the law on the subject of the great Jubilee and its immunities. See Leviticus chapter 25, verses 8 through 10 and 13, as follows. And thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years unto thee, 7 times 7 years, and the space of 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto thee 49 years. Then shalt thou cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. In the day of atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. And ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land, unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his family. In the year of this jubilee ye shall return every man to his possession. That this great jubilee did not refer to the case of slaves or bond-servants, we learn from the fact that slaves had no possessions in the country at all, and as the Hebrews, at the time the law was given, were instructed, in the very Decalogue itself, to destroy and dispossess all the Canaanites of their country, when they should begin to enter upon it, by war and conquest, how, therefore, could the Jubilee, in its phraseology, have had the least allusion to that people in their favor? The supposition is wholly untenable. But to the Hebrews, one and all, who should sell or lose their family possession of land, the Jubilee should be their great emancipator and restorer of their rights. This, and nothing but this, was the liberty proclaimed to all the inhabitants, as reads the 10th verse above quoted, which is qualified or explained in the 13th, and relates only to land, and the impoverished Hebrews who were to return every man to his possession. But the Canaanites, in the view of the law, had no possession in the land of Canaan at all, nor families in the eyes of the law. How, therefore, can it be supposed that the immunities of the greater Jubilee could reach the case of any other race than the Hebrews themselves? Overturn this conclusion, he that can. Thus, as we believe, the passage on which abolitionists rely so securely for the freedom of Canaanitish bondsmen in the law, every great Jubilee, is fairly taken out of their hands, and that by absolute logical demonstration. In relation to this matter, abolitionists have cast great dust of sophistry into the great arcanum of public opinion and belief, arguing and contending that the institutions of Moses made no difference between the condition of Hebrew servants and the Negro bondmen of the Canaanitish description, and have striven to cover the latter with the immunities and privileges of the former, as if there really was no difference intended in that law. The rigor, so often alluded to in the law of Moses, which might be exercised upon bondservants of the Canaanitish or heathen race, but not on servants of the Hebrews, we do not understand to have consisted of personal abuse or torture, either by hunger, stripes, mutilations, or improper exposures of life or limb. For the law forbade this, where it is written, that if a master knocked out a tooth or an eye of his servant, he should go free on those accounts, as is stated in Exodus chapter 21, verses 26 and 27. And yet it is written in the same chapter, namely the 21st, at the 20th and 22nd verses, that if a man smite his manservant or his maidservant with a rod, that he, or she, die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he, or she, continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he was his money. From this text, it is almost impossible to deny that the law did but little in defense of the personal and physical happiness of bondservants among the Hebrews. There is no way to avoid this conclusion, as the texts to this point, either direct or indirect, are numerous. But no such treatment is allowed of in the law toward Hebrew servants, as it is strictly forbidden to oppress them, or to rule over them with rigor in any way, because they were brethren to their masters, and not to be treated as hired men. The bondman was unknown in the law. He had no civil rights, no voice in community, could not be a witness in courts of law or religion, could not implead the master in cases of abuse or disagreement, but was wholly at the will of his owner. But such was not the case with the Hebrew servants, as their condition of servitude did not disenfranchise them as citizens, in any degree whatever, as they were not to be oppressed as bondservants might be. This, as above, was the rigor which was not, and could not, be brought to bear upon any other class of servants among the Hebrews, but the Hamite race alone, according to the law of Moses and the curse of Noah. As to any national privilege, of which a bondservant might partake among the Hebrews, there was but one, and this was in the matter of religion. A bondservant being circumcised might eat of the Passover, the sign of the common salvation of man. But in other respects, this circumstance did not benefit the slaves any more than their embracing Christianity, in the days of the apostles benefited them, as to their temporal condition, upon which we shall treat in due time before we close these pages. In relation to this point, see Exodus chapter 12, verses 44 and 45. But every man's servant that is bought with money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. That is, he might eat of the Passover, and that was all that was in his favor, except rest on the Sabbath day, the same as the cattle. As to the Hebrews trafficking in the sale and purchase of slaves, it is contended by abolitionists that they did not, and that no sale of the kind can be found in the Scriptures. On this account, therefore, they assume that such transactions were abhorrent to the genius of the law and religion of Moses. But to refute this notion, we have only to refer to Exodus chapter 21, verses 7 through 11, where, in a certain case, which the reader can examine for himself, it is said that a man who might buy a maidservant of a Hebrew father, if she did not please him, the purchaser, then he might let her be redeemed, to get his money again which she had cost him. But to sell her unto a strange nation he shall have no power. Now, from the very prohibition itself, we infer that the practice of the Hebrews selling the poor of their own people to other nations was in vogue at the time of the giving of the law, and even while they were yet in Egypt. But in the new law given from Sinai, this was forbidden. If this was not the case, would God, by the hand of Moses, have instituted laws against practices and abuses, which did not and could never exist? Therefore, as God foreknew that as soon as the Hebrews should get possession of the country of Canaan, they would deal in the purchase and sale of the Canaanites, according to the law he was then giving them by the hand of Moses, he straitly forbade them to indulge in this thing towards their brethren, the Hebrews, saying that they should not sell each other to a strange nation, as they might the Canaanites, while he left no such mandate on record respecting the people of Ham, who were then the aborigines of old Canaan, whither for war and conquest the 12 tribes were bound. Moses and the tribes were yet in the desert when the law was given, which said, on the subject of servants, by way of anticipation, that when they should come into the promised land, and should have servants of their own blood, and should deal in selling them among themselves, as it appears they did from Exodus chapter 21, verse 7, that they should make a distinction between Hebrew servants and servants of the Canaanitish description. The former they might deal in among themselves only in the way the law directed, but the latter they might sell to whom they would, to strange nations and all. There should, in this respect, be no prohibition, as there was and should be in the other, the Hebrew servants. End of section 6C. Section 6D of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The selling of bondmen by and among the Hebrews appears from another clause in the law of Moses, and is of similar import with the one just now cited. It prohibited their dealing in slaves or servants of their own blood in the same way they might deal in slaves of the Negro character. See Leviticus chapter 25, verse 42, as follows. For they, that is the Hebrews, are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. they shall not be sold as bondmen, or as absolute slaves. By this mode of phraseology, what else can be understood than that while the Hebrews were forbidden to sell their own blood as bondmen out of the country, they might, however, buy and sell heathen Negro men for bondmen, and thus traffic in them as an article of trade or commerce. Surely, the practice is tacitly, if not emphatically, admitted in the clause just above quoted out of the law of God. But to make the fact still more clear, namely, that the Jews did actually deal in slaves of the Negro race, see the book of Joel, 3rd chapter, where it is shown that because the Tyrians, Zidonians, and people of Palestine, who were of the same race with those just named, being all Hamites of old Canaan, had abused the Hebrews while captives among them at a certain time, by ridicule, and by selling their little ones at drinking houses for wine, and at houses of ill fame for the purpose of riot and lewdness, that they should themselves be sold by the Jews in their turn, as a recompense, or as a judgment on their own heads, for having done so great a deed of wickedness. But, says one, if it was wicked for the people of Tyre and Sidonia to sell the little children of the Jews, why was it not just as wicked for the Jews to sell the Zidonians and the people of Canaan? To solve this question, you must ask the determining counsels and judgments of God, which, on this subject, are all set down in the great record of his doings towards that race of men, namely, the Scriptures, and are his judicial acts concerning them. The passages in the book of Joel, above alluded to, read as follows. For behold, in those days, and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations, and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, or the field of battle, and will plead with them there, for my people and my heritage Israel, whom they, that is, the Tyrians and Zidonians, have scattered among the nations, and parted my land. And they have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for an harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coast of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense yet swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head, because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried them into your temples, my goodly pleasant things. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye sold unto the Grecians, a great way to the west, that ye might remove them far from their border. Behold, I will raise them out of the place, whither ye have sold them, and will return your recompense, or doings, upon your own heads. And I will sell your sons and your daughters into the hands of the children of Judah, and they shall sell them to the Sabaeans, a people far off. For the Lord hath spoken it. Here, it is certainly stated that the Jews might, and actually should, sell the people of Palestine, who were of the race of Ham, the heathen Negroes of old Canaan, which was fulfilled as follows. The Jews had been made in great numbers prisoners of war, and carried away into captivity by the Tyrians prior to the time of Joel the prophet, and were sold to the Grecians, who dwelt about the western end of the Mediterranean, now known as Spain and Italy, far west of Judea. but were released by Alexander the Great, who was a Greek, and by his successors when they returned again to Judea. But when this great warrior had made a conquest of Tyre, which the reader will not forget was a Canaanitish city and kingdom, he reduced all the lower orders of the people to a state of slavery, men, women, and children, amounting to 30,000 at one time, who were sold on the spot to whosoever would buy them. And besides this, when Artaxerxes Olchus destroyed Zidon, another city of old Canaan, and had reduced the captives to be sold as slaves, the Jews, as Joel had foretold, were present, and bought as many as they could, and sold them again to the Sabaeans, a people dwelling far to the east of old Phoenicia or Palestine, in Arabia deserts, bordering on the Sea of Arabia, which is an arm or bay of the Indian Ocean, a distance of full 600 miles from Zidonia, their native country, among which people they are slaves to this day, as also in both Indies, Hindostan, and in all Asia. Here we see the Jews, by the direct providence of God, in the fulfillment of the prophecy of Joel, as well as in accordance with the law of Moses and the curse of Noah, speculating in the purchase and sale of vast droves of the Negroes of Tyre and Zidon, as is often done nowadays with the same race of people in the United States and parts of Europe, notwithstanding the recent agreement among the powers of Christendom, making it piracy to do so. So careful is the divine veracity of its own honor. Is this account, as above given, from the Holy Scriptures, respecting the buying and selling of the progeny of Ham by the Jews, to be looked upon as a mere silent entry made by the prophet Joel of the wicked deeds and acts of those Jews, as abolitionists would say it was, when both prophecy and providence, as well as the direct mandate of God on the subject, are all seen engaged together to accomplish it, and it was accomplished? But, says one, what was the mandate of God on the subject above alluded to? It was this: God said by the mouth of Joel, one of his prophets, that the Jews should absolutely sell the blacks of old Tyre to the Sabaeans, or red men, and they did it accordingly as God had determined they should. Who, after reading and considering these cases, as presented on the pages above, will still object, and say that in the Scriptures there is no account found where a Hebrew, Jew, or Israelite sold again the slave that he had bought? But in pursuit of the same subject, namely, that the Jews did traffic in slaves, we are able to prove that Solomon, the wisest king who ever sat on a throne, the great and good monarch of the 12 tribes, actually carried on a regular trade in slaves from countries very far from Judea, where he resided, as well also as in Canaan, or the Holy Land. In proof of this, see Antiquities of the Jews by Josephus, Book 8, Chapter 7, page 293, as follows. King Solomon had many ships that lay upon the Sea of Tarsus, or the Red Sea. These he commanded to carry out all sorts of merchandise unto the remotest nations, by the sale of which silver and gold were brought to the king, and a great quantity of ivory, apes, and Ethiopians. And they finished their voyage, going and returning, in 3 years' time. Josephus is not alone in this, for the rabbis say the same thing, that is, that the ships of Solomon went to Africa, and as he possessed many thousands of black slaves of the Canaanitish character, what, in his mind, could therefore arise as an objection to his adding to the number of the same race of men, though procured from a distant country, or the places of their nativity? 2 Chronicles chapter 9, verse 21. In the wars the Jews had with the Ethiopians and Libyans from Africa, as in the case of Asa, one of the kings of Judah, about 900 years BC, see 2 Chronicles chapter 14. In that war, Zerah, the black king of Ethiopia, had 1,000,000 men, with whom he invaded Judea, and was wholly defeated by Asa, for God fought the battle. All the prisoners of this incomprehensible host were taken and held as slaves, which was the usage of war in those times. But if the word Ethiopian, as used by Josephus, to the mind of any reader, should not exactly prove that Negroes or black men were alluded to by him, we will state that the American Folio edition of Josephus says Negroes instead of Ethiopians, which, in reality, are but two words meaning the same thing, making it clear beyond all controversy that Solomon did trade in Negroes bought in foreign countries, from those who had them to sell, or Josephus is no authority. But the authenticity of Josephus cannot be doubted in relation to the voyages spoken of by that historian, for the account is corroborated by the scriptures. See 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 22, where those voyages are specifically described. And besides this traffic of his from foreign countries, the land of Ophir, etc., Solomon made slaves of tens of thousands of the blacks of old Canaan, while building the temple, his own house, and Tadmor in the desert, the store cities, and Hamath, the upper and lower Bethoron, fenced cities with walls, gates, and bars, as well as Belath, all great and magnificent works of immense cost and labor, the ruins of which are seen at the present day, especially those of Tadmor in the desert. Solomon was not ignorant of the judicial act of God, as made known by the mouth of Noah, respecting the descendants of Ham, nor of the law of Moses, which endorsed that judicial enactment by the ministry of angels, respecting the people of the blacks, in their exposedness to, and fitness for, slavery. He was not ignorant of Joshua's opinion on the same subject, as expressed when that renowned warrior told the Gibeonites, who were one of the tribes of the race of Ham in Canaan, that they were cursed, and never to be freed from being bondmen or slaves. That King Solomon had slaves in abundance is written by his own hand, which writing is still extant, and that he bought them is also stated by him, and that from the slaves thus bought, or otherwise procured in the Negro countries, he raised others, as do the owners of slaves at the present time. For the proof of the above, see Ecclesiastes chapter 2, verse 7, as follows. I got me servants and maidens, and had servants born in my house. Now, Solomon was a preacher or a minister of religion, as well as a king, as he calls himself thus in chapter 1, verse 1 of Ecclesiastes. And if such a man had slaves of the Negro race, as to enslave any other people was not tolerated by their law, why is it that ministers of religion at the present time may not also have them if they desire it? The possession of property was never abrogated to the Jews by the edicts of the gospel, and as slaves were esteemed property by them in every age of their existence. The abrogating power of the new dispensation, therefore, had no more to do with the slave question then nor now, than it had with any property or any other subject not embraced in the ritual of the Jewish religion. This is the very reason why St. Paul, nor any of the writers of the New Testament, no, not even Christ himself, did not meddle with that subject, otherwise than to admonish or command that masters of slaves should treat them with kindness. In the above scripture it is seen that Solomon speaks of his possessions of cattle and slaves, all in one verse, in no way varying either the sense or the phraseology, making no distinction, but amalgamates them together as an item in the amount of his prodigious wealth. But not only Solomon procured slaves from Africa, but all the kings of the East, the Chaldeans, the Medes, Persians, Assyrians, Arabians, etc., which is intimated in the 19th and 20th chapters of Isaiah as follows. In that day shall there be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. In this verse, their state of slavery is more than intimated, which they were to endure among the Assyrians as slaves. But in the 20th chapter, verses 3 and 4, the fact of their being enslaved by those Eastern powers is plainly stated as follows. And the Lord said, Like as my servant Isaiah hath walked naked and barefoot 3 years for a sign and a wonder upon Egypt and upon Ethiopia, so shall the king of Assyria lead away the Egyptians prisoners, and the Ethiopians captives, young and old, naked and barefoot, even with their buttocks uncovered, to the shame of Egypt. Thus we see that in all ages, Africa has been the great breeding house of slaves for all mankind. For to this day, all Asia is full of Negro slaves, the descendants of the slaves of those first ages, procured from old Canaan and Africa. For an account of the almost countless number of Canaanitish bondmen employed in the works of Solomon, see Book of Joshua, chapter 9, verse 23, and 2 Chronicles, chapter 2, verses 17 and 18. See also 1 Kings, chapter 9, verses 20 through 22, for an account of the bond service levied by Solomon upon the Amorites, Hivites, Perizzites, Hittites, and Jebusites, who were all of the black race of the Canaanites, the sons of Ham. According to Josephus, Book 8, page 21, Solomon took the tribute due to him from a certain district of Old Canaan, situate between Libanus and the city Ametha, in slaves, so many a year. These were the blacks of that country. It appears, therefore, that Solomon considered it right to enslave and oppress in this respect the race of Ham wherever he could find them, whether in Old Canaan, Africa, or anywhere else, except he was in league or compact by treaty, as appears to have been the case, between him and Hiram, the king of Tyre, at that particular time, and in that district over which he then reigned. Now, for all this, we do not find that Solomon was reproved, as he was for some other acts of his life. There arises, therefore, from this fact, namely, that of his not being reproved for enslaving the Negro race, a strong evidence that the Jews, their kings, priests, prophets, elders, patriarchs, rulers, and people, held it to be right, and in perfect harmony with the law of Moses, to enslave that race wherever they existed, except in cases of compacts or treaties, as in the case of Tyre and the king of Egypt, with whom Solomon had leagues of amity for the time being.
End of section 6D. Section 6E of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
No nation of the globe has equaled the Jews in the enslaving of the Negro nations, except the Negroes themselves. For even Moses assisted in reducing one of the fiercest of the nations who opposed him and the Hebrews in their progress toward the land of Canaan to personal and literal slavery. These were the Amalekites, dwelling on the wilderness side of Canaan toward Egypt on the south. This was done after the famous battle fought between the Hebrews and the Amalekites, over which Moses presided, when Hur and Aaron supported his arms as he held out toward the contending armies from the top of the mountain the fatal spear. See Exodus chapter 17, verse 12. The prisoners then taken in that conflict were reduced to personal slavery, and that under the eye and approval of Moses, which, had it been wrong or a sin, would then and there have been rebuked, as God allowed of no heinous or public crime in the camp of the Hebrews to go unpunished and reproved on the spot. But how is it proved that Moses did this, seeing the Bible does not mention the circumstance? It is proven by Josephus. See his Jewish Antiquities, Book 3, Chapter 2, page 85, who there says that the victory then won was the occasion of their, that is, the Hebrews, prosperity, not only for the present, but for future ages also. For they not only made slaves of the bodies of their enemies, but effectually damped their minds, and after the battle the Hebrews became terrible to all that dwelt round about them. Even the temple of God had its slaves of the Negro and Canaanitish race, who were called the Nethinims, or slaves of the temple, says Dr. Clark, who were the descendants of the Gibeonites, condemned to that condition by Joshua. See 1 Chronicles chapter 9, verse 2. That the Jews made bond slaves of such of the Canaanites as they took in war is shown, 1 Chronicles chapter 5, from the 18th to the 22nd verse inclusive, where the history of a great battle is related that took place between the Israelites and a people of old Canaan called Hongarites, of whom they made 100,000 prisoners. These prisoners, says Clark in his comment on the place, were made slaves of, and not slain in the war. From 1 Kings chapter 2, verses 39 and 40, it appears that private citizens of the city of David had slaves of the black or Negro race, who were Canaanites. The place reads as follows: And it came to pass at the end of 3 years, in the time of King David, that 2 servants of one Shimei ran away out of Judea unto Achish, son of Maacah, king of Gath. And they told Shimei, saying, Behold, thy servants be in Gath. And Shimei arose and saddled his ass, and went to Gath, to Achish, to seek his servants from Gath. That these two servants were of the Negro race is shown by their running away to Gath, as Gath was inhabited by Philistines, a branch of the house or race of Metzarim, a son of Ham, and founder of the first settlement of Lower Egypt. These Philistines, it appears, had not as yet, though in the days of David, been cut off by the wars of the Jews. It was, therefore, natural for the two slaves of the wealthy Shimei to fly for protection to a people of their own color and nation. Had those servants been of the Hebrew blood, and entitled to their freedom at the Jubilee, which happened at the end of every 6 years, they never would have fled from their own people and country to a Negro heathen people. If these servants of Shimei had not been slaves, in the property sense of the word, but merely hired men, as abolitionists contend all servants were, then were they free men, and had no need of running away out of the country from their owner. Neither could Shimei have demanded and took them away from Gath, as he did, had they not been slaves. For at this time there was no war between the Jews and the people of Gath. They were, therefore, slaves and of the race of Ham, in the proper sense of the word. There is no subject upon which the Scriptures have spoken that is more circumstantial and plain than that of individual slavery in relation to the descendants of the blood of Ham. First of all, and more than 400 years before the giving of the law by Moses, at the very time when God made a covenant with Abraham respecting the promised Messiah, the sign of which was circumcision, we find the buying of slaves, even by Abraham, incidentally alluded to. See Genesis chapter 17, verses 13 and 23, as follows. He that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with money, must needs be circumcised. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, slaves and all, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the self-same day, as God had said to him. In Exodus chapter 12, verse 44, the buying of slaves is also incidentally mentioned as follows. But every manservant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall ye eat thereof, that is, of the Passover. But that such servants as were bought with money, as above spoken of, were not so many hired men, as abolitionists seem to believe, appears from the next verse, the 45th, following the above quotation, which reads thus, A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. From this statement it is clear, therefore, that a bond-slave was not considered a hired man. Is not this decisive respecting the difference between the two characters? At the same time, when God made this covenant with Abraham, he was dwelling at a place called Bethel, Genesis chapter 13, verse 3, which was in the very midst of the Canaanite country, of whom, therefore, could he have bought his bondmen, except of the black people of Canaan, who at that time possessed the country as the original inhabitants. It is likely also that many of his slaves were brought with him from Egypt on his return from that country, to which he and Lot had fled some years before, on account of a great famine in the country of Canaan. Genesis chapter 10, verse 12. As at the time he was rich in silver, gold, cattle, and slaves. In these countries, Egypt and Canaan, there were at this time no other people but the aboriginal Negroes. The people, afterward known as Ishmaelites or Arabs, did not then exist, nor had the white nations of men penetrated those countries from the north, where they first settled after the flood. The servants or slaves of Abraham, therefore, were of the Negro race, and them only. Abraham was not ignorant of the fiat of Noah in relation to that people, nor of their naturally low cast of mind, on which account he felt for them, and bought as many as he could out of pity, as under his protection they were much more happy than in a state of freedom. From Genesis chapter 26 verses 13 and 14, we learn that Isaac, the son of Abraham, had a vast host of slaves at the time he dwelt in Gerar among the Philistines, who were, as before said, a branch of the family of Egypt. The account is as follows. And the man, that is Isaac, waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great. For he had possessions of flocks, and possessions of herds, and great store of servants, and the Philistines envied him. In this trait of the patriarchal history, respecting their wealth, it seems that their slave property is mentioned, and mixed up with the inventory, the same as is the account of flocks and herds, making no difference between them. From the reasoning of Adam Clarke on the meaning of the word servant, it appears that the term slave is the highest possible idea the word conveys, while the word servant is but a secondary, an accommodated, or lower application and meaning of the term. See his comment on the first chapter of the Romans, page 36, where he insists that to be the servant of Jesus Christ was, as St. Paul has said, to be his slave or property, and that he had no right to himself or any of the powers of soul or body, all belonging to his master, Jesus Christ. This, therefore, establishes that the term bondservant, as used everywhere in the Bible, signifies a bond slave and not a hired servant, or a servant of any other kind, but slave in the true property sense of the word. And who is the man that can gainsay the criticisms of Dr. Adam Clarke on the ancient languages, especially the Hebrew and Greek? Slavery and the possession of slaves in all patriarchal Jewish and Christian history, as given in the Bible, was as popular as was the possession of property of any other kind. That the great store of servants possessed by Isaac, the son of Abraham, when he lived in Gerar among the Philistines, south toward Egypt, and not a great way from the place where, in after ages, the temple was built, were slaves of the Negro race, is shown from the fact that the people of Canaan, Egypt, Philistia, etc., were blacks at that time. The servants or slaves, therefore, which Isaac had, must have been of that race. At that time, there were no Ishmaelites, no Edomites, no Moabites, no Ammonites, no descendants of Abraham, Lot, Jacob, or Esau, of any account. All these families, at the time of Jacob's flourishing, were but young, like himself, and, of necessity, were at that time but few in number. Even in his own family there were but 2 sons, Jacob and Esau. From this it follows, therefore, that the slaves he had were somehow procured from among the people where he sojourned, and got his great wealth. This, to the writer, appears as absolute demonstration. Of the same race were the servants who were given to Abraham by King Abimelech of Gerar, long before the birth of Isaac. See Genesis chapter 20, verse 14, where there is an account of the great fear that king fell into on account of his love to Sarai, Abraham's wife. But God showed him in a dream that he must not touch her, or himself with all his house should die. Now when Abimelech had seen God in this dream, and had been directed what to do, it is written in the chapter above quoted, that he made great presents to Abraham of sheep, oxen, men, and women servants, besides 1,000 pieces of silver. Now if the servants who were given by Abimelech to Abraham, together with the sheep and oxen, were not property slaves, how could he have done it? Or how could the righteous man Abraham have received them, and thus take away their liberty, if they had any, except he considered it right to enslave them? But Abimelech did thus give them, together with the herds, and Abraham did thus receive them. Had these servants, thus transferred, no relation to leave, no affinities of kindred, from whom they were parted by the inexorable Abimelech and Abraham, in whose ears the loud and heart-rending cries of sons, grandmothers, and babes sounded as sweet music? No doubt but they had, just as much as is often the case among the Negro families of the South, in America and elsewhere, when they are sold or transferred. And yet Abraham took them, that righteous man of God and a holy prophet. What would the abolitionists have said if they had been there? O ye powers, how they would have spouted forth words of mighty eloquence, stamped with their feet and banged about with their fists, looked red in the face, stretched up their length in altitude, frowned, grinned, and shook their heads, as they do nowadays, when holding forth abolitionism, and particularly when paid for it by the year, some $600 or $800. Respecting the servants of Abraham, especially those that were bought with his money, they were of the same race, for the same reason as above, there being no other people at the time in old Canaan, but the blacks of the country. For Abraham was a foreigner, a Chaldean from beyond the Euphrates, east. But after the lapse of some 400 or 500 years, going down to the time of Moses, and the wars of Canaan, when the descendants of the blood of Abraham, besides the Jews, had become innumerable, abolitionists, in order to make sport of the opinion that the Jews, when they had got possession of Canaan, made slaves of the people, instead of hiring them, ask, with a leer, how they did it. They wish to know if they took an armed band, with ropes and shackles, so as to tie them when they were caught, and thus compel them to slavery. But of this query there is no need, for Moses, long before they had possession of Canaan, pointed out how this was to be done, especially in times of peace. For the Jews were not always at war with the Canaanites. See Leviticus chapter 25, verse 45, where the mode of getting slaves is alluded to, as follows. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them ye shall buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat, or may beget, in your land, and they shall be your possession. Here the difficulty vanishes, and with it the imagined armed band, ropes and shackles of abolitionism, as there could be no need of tying children, whom they might buy of such Canaanitish families as would be willing to sell them. It is well known that the Negroes of all ages have been in the practice of selling their own children when pressed by want, as they now do nearly all over Africa, who also enslave myriads of their own people by force, as we shall show in the course of the work. As to the race inland in Canaan, they were never entirely exterminated by the Jews, as there were always remnants of tribes left in the land, who continued during the whole Jewish history, from Moses until they were destroyed by the Romans, a lapse of more than 1,500 years. There was always, therefore, abundant opportunity for the Jews to purchase children of the people of that caste for slaves, as Moses had told them in the law should be their privilege. Having, as proposed in the commencement of this section, shown that the law of Moses did endorse and sanction the enslaving of the race of Ham as denounced by Noah, and that the Hebrews, through the whole Jewish history, acted toward them on that principle, we pass to other matters respecting the race. One of those matters will consist of an inquiry whether God created the race of Ham equal with the descendants of the other sons of Noah, in point of native intellectuality, and especially with those of Japheth, the white race. From Noah's lips went forth the dire account, which echoed on the top of Sinai's mount, that God judicially decreed by name the race of Ham for slaves, the lambent flame, gave out a voice all holy, not a flaw, and there endorsed the same in Hebrew law. Now let no erring man deride the stroke, for judgment is God's strange and fearful work. Isaiah chapter 28, verse 26. End of section 6. Chapter 7 of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. In this division of the work, we shall examine a passage of Scripture upon which abolitionists build their theory of the Negro's natural and mental equality with white men. This passage of Holy Writ, upon which hangs the claimed excellence of that race, is written in the book of Acts, chapter 17, verse 26, as follows. God hath made of one blood all nations of men, to dwell on all the face of the earth, and hath determined the times afore appointed, and the bounds of their habitations. The arguments drawn from the Scripture by abolitionists run thus. In the veins of Adam, the first man and great father of all mankind, the blood of the Negro race, as well as the blood of the other races, flowed free and full, on which account his equality with all other people is clearly made out, as they believe. But to this opinion we reply that there was never any Negro blood in the veins of Adam, nor blood which produced the black or African race naturally. Whoever believes there was, will find it necessary to prove that there were black men in the very family of Adam, and that they continued on down the course of time, as part and parcel of the antediluvian population till the flood, which it is not possible to prove. Should we allow that Cain's mark, which was set upon him by the divine power, was that of a black skin, this would not prove that it was derived from Adam's veins, but from a curse rather. The mark, however, as held by the Jews, was not any affection of the skin of Cain, but an affection of the nerves, by which means he became a paralytic or trembler, since he was called Nod, the vagabond or the trembler, which also gave the same name to the country whither he fled, from the face of his father's family. If that mark was a black skin, yet this could not affect the children of Cain, unless, together with that mark, his nature and constitution was also changed, so that his race could partake with him of that curse. But were we to allow this, so as to make out the being of Negroes before the flood, yet they could not be the progenitors of the present Negroes of the earth, as all Cain's race, with all the other races, were lost in the flood. On this account, we are the more confirmed in the belief that the first Negro of the earth was Ham, a son of Noah, and that Cain and his people were no more Negroes or black men than Adam was. If, then, the blood of Adam did not produce a variegated multitude of human beings in relation to their complexions, differing as widely from each other as do black and white, then the blood of the white and the black man did not flow in the veins of Adam, as such, or in this variegated condition, so as to produce, by natural generation, black, white, and red, with all the hues of the human race intermixedly, like cattle or the fowls of the air. Adam's blood, as the text reads, was but one blood only, not many bloods. This one blood could produce of itself naturally, but one general character of human beings. This, we think, is an incontrovertible position, proved true in the experience of all ages by the progenies of the different races which now exist. This was certainly the opinion of St. Luke, who was a physician, and of course a learned man, a philosopher who wrote the famous passage above alluded to, as well as the whole book in which that passage is found. For he calls the blood of Adam in that scripture one blood, and no more. Of this one blood, God made the two other bloods, as we have shown on the first pages of this work. Into these two new bloods, God infused, or created, two secreting principles. One, depositing between the outer and secondary skin of the body of one of these men a white mucus, causing the skin of that man to be white, and between the outer and inner skin of the other a black mucus, causing that man to be black. That such is the fact now is well known to physiologists, who admit that these mucuses cause the differences in the colors of all the human complexions. Did all these mucuses float between the inner and outer skin of Adam? If so, then he was a very mottled-looking object indeed, being red, black, and white confusedly mixed together. The creation, or infusing of this secreting principle into the blood of Japheth and Ham, was miraculous, and no more difficult for the performance of the divine hand than was the creation of the mucus, which gave the red color to Adam's skin at first. That a variety of nations has been made out of that one first blood is the very thing the writer, St. Luke, means when he says that God made of one blood all nations, etc. He does not say that all nations, all colors and kinds of people existed primarily in that first blood of Adam, but that out of or from that blood the other bloods have been produced. From that scripture, therefore, as we deem, the equality of the Negro race with the white race is not made out, as the color, formation, woolly hair, thick skull, pointed posteriors, large foot, pouting lips, wide and flatted nose, low forehead, hollow and compressed temples, narrow monkey-shaped waist, wide chest, angular-shaped legs, were not and could not have been the direct and natural propagation of Adam's blood. But, says one, if it was God who made this change in the blood of Adam, when he formed those two sons, Japheth and Ham, so that, contrary to nature, Noah and his wife became the parents of two races of men entirely diverse from themselves, how is it that the Negro man is not equally honorable with the white man, seeing it was God who was the author of this curious miracle? It is made out that he is not equal, not only from the everywhere staring fact of the actual difference there is between the white and black races, but also from the ability of the Creator to make of one blood as many nations of men as he would, some to honor and some to dishonor, exercising his power arbitrarily, as does the potter over the same lump of clay. Romans chapter 9, verses 20 and 21. Thus has God seen fit to do in creation of the two races of men, the Negroes and the whites. One is degraded by natural tendencies, with a curse or a judicial decree to announce it, and the other with a blessing equally judicial, both being dictated by the Holy Ghost from the lips of Noah. As to the intrinsic superiority of a white complexion over that of black, there is no question, for by the common consent of all ages among men, and even of God himself in heaven, there has been bestowed on white the most honorable distinction. White has become the emblem of moral purity and truth, not only on earth, but in eternity also, as it is said of the saints, that they shall walk with the Lamb in white, not in black. Revelation chapter 3, verses 4 and 5. And be clothed in white raiment. When Christ, the Lamb that was slain, appeared to John, the beloved disciple, on the Isle of Patmos, it was in the splendor of white. See Revelation chapter 1, verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow. The same is said by Daniel, to whom this same glorious being appeared some 500 years before his appearance to St. John. See Book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 9, as follows. I beheld till the thrones of earth were cast down, and the Ancient of Days, God Almighty, did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool, being excessively white. In this same character, as to appearance, he was seen on the top of a high mountain when transfigured, as stated by Matthew, chapter 17, verse 2, where it is said that his face shone as the sun, and that his raiment was as white as the light. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 11, the very throne of God in heaven is said to be white, as follows. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away. The Savior of mankind, though born of a Jewish copper-colored woman, was nevertheless a white man. This complexion, which characterized the body of God incarnate, was such as pleased him, or he would not thus have appeared. The proof that he was a white man is derived from a letter written by a Roman senator from Judea in the time of Augustus Caesar to Rome. In that letter, which is now extant, the man Jesus Christ is said to have been a man of surpassing beauty, having a bright, fair complexion, with hair of the color of a ripe filbert, which is inclining to the yellow or golden color. His eyes were of the hazel or blue cast, his forehead high, smooth, and broad, his stature tall and exceedingly graceful. Every motion and attitude bore the stamp of perfection, over all of which there was an indescribable sweetness, as well as of resistless command. If the hair of his head was light-colored, and his eyes of a bluish hazel, then he must have been of a white complexion, as no copper-colored Jew, Arab, or Indian ever have such hair or such eyes. This being true, it adds another proof that, in the estimation of the Creator, the white complexion, such as is possessed by the race of Japheth, is more valuable than black or red, or the Son of God would not have chosen a body thus complexioned to make his appearance as the second Adam, or the Lord from heaven. Are not these instances sufficient to establish the point that white has obtained the most honorable distinction, both in heaven and on earth, over that of black? Could this be so, were there not intrinsically something more valuable and pleasing to the divine being in the fulgence of whiteness than is in its opposite, which is black? White is the sign of life and being, for previous to the existence of all created things over the whole face, as well as throughout the whole space of boundless, shoreless, fathomless, interminable eternity, there was relatively nothing but one ocean of the blackness of darkness. Light, which is white, was therefore the first sign of created being, and is a fit similitude of the uncreated God, of whom it is said that God is light. John chapter 1 verse 5. Black, in all ages, has been the sign of every hateful thing. If a man is uncommonly wicked, he is said to be a black-hearted wretch, as a traitor, a liar, a thief, a murderer, etc. Sackcloth of hair, so often alluded to in the Scriptures, was a cloth that was black, and was referred to as the sign of mourning, judgment, and death. Hell itself, which is situated somewhere in the vast womb of eternal night, outside and beyond the whole universe of God, so far off from the pale of creation, and the space occupied now by the great family of suns and worlds, which may yet be taken up by succeeding creations to all eternity, is spoken of as being the blackness of darkness. Jude verse 13. In 2 Peter, the same place, hell, is again referred to as being a place of darkness, where the angels, who kept not their first estate, are bound in chains of darkness, and are reserved to punishment. To the opinion of the superiority of white over black, the Negroes themselves subscribe in the fact of their always and everywhere insisting that they ought to be called colored people, and not a black people, as they esteem it extremely degrading to be called Negroes or black people. But, says one, this kind of involuntary confession of the blacks, respecting the disagreeableness of their color, arises out of their being in countries where all power, influence, wealth, rule, government, etc., are in the hands of the whites. But turn the tables and step over to Africa, if you please, where you will find the Negro man in his native glory, walking abroad in his primeval independence, having not a dream in the visions of his soul that a black skin is not a handsome and becoming complexion. We will step over to Africa, as the thing is easily done, and see whether it is really so, by making inquiries of travelers, who have made themselves familiar with their manners and customs, their loves and antipathies. As being pertinent to this subject, we shall make a few extracts from Damberger's Travels in Africa. This man is a good witness, as he was many years in the interior of that country, having ran away from a Dutch military garrison at the Cape of Good Hope, and fled into the interior, hiding himself among the Kaffirs, of whom he learned the language of the Negro nations. From thence, after a long time, he traveled by piecemeal, alone, and always nearly naked, the whole length of Africa, full 4,000 miles, commencing at the Cape, and coming out at Morocco, near Santa Cruz, being 16 years in performing the journey, passing over 60 degrees of the globe, keeping along on a western side of the continent, at no great distance from the sea. This journey of Damberger was commenced in 1781, over 60 years ago, and ended in 1797. This work may be seen in the State Library at Albany, New York. During this journey, Damberger fell in with a tribe, or nation, by themselves called Matamans, with whose chief he remained some days to rest. This Negro king was a powerful man as to bone and muscle, but went about entirely naked, as did all his people, except a slender covering of the waist. A little distance from the residence of this chief, there was a son of his, whither Damberger was desired to accompany the king on a visit. This son had 2 little daughters, one about 9, and the other 7 years old, who, on beholding the white man as he drew near with their grandfather, came running to meet him. But instead of remaining to be caressed by their grandfather, they immediately left him, and clung to the white man, though a stranger, leaping and playing about, and crying out with great glee and satisfaction, "Ye no colo! Ye no colo!" That is, white man, pretty white man. See Damberger's Travels, Volume 1, page 175. This was the voice of nature speaking with the tongues of these children, in approval of the white man's complexion over their own, the same as they would have done on finding a pretty flower, a tree laden with berries, or anything that is pleasing to their sight. The same kind of preference of many of the tribes among whom he wandered was shown to Damberger, as well by the men as the women, who would gather round him, calling him handsome because he was white. Some would, in the most unreserved manner, lift his garments which he wore about his waist, and examine the sign of his sex with cries of approval, desiring a union of his blood with theirs. Volume 1, page 99 and 128. By one of the tribes this man fell in with, who were called Kinonians, he was scrutinized more closely than common, in relation to the idea above alluded to, and being highly approved of, on account of his great beauty and whiteness of complexion, they were strongly minded to detain him against his will, for the improvement of their race by amalgamation. On this account, he made his escape by stealth, being assisted by a young negress of the tribe. Volume 2, page 103. Thus Damberger was received wherever he went among the black nations of Africa. To the eye of civilization, this poor runaway from the garrison of the Cape must have been a frightful-looking being, as he was nearly naked, his skin sunburnt and scaly, his hair and beard grown to a most hideous length, poor and emaciated in person. And yet, with all these disadvantages, the Negroes, men and women, and even the children, were delighted with his beauty. When, for the first time, a child of the white race sees a Negro man, it is always frightened by the horrible apparition. Even to a man, or any person of adult years, the first sight of a black human being gives them a shock, or a feeling of the most singular character, mixed up of pity, disgust, and wonder, not experienced by Negroes on seeing a white human being for the first time. This admiration of the blacks, bestowed upon the white nations and individuals, is the involuntary voice and approval of nature, which speaks always the truth, far enough removed from the influence of circumstances. When the famous traveler Mungo Park was in Africa, and having occasion to ascertain, in a certain place, the altitude of the sun, it was noticed that a powerful young Negro man, as to size, a prince, as they say he was, but naked, paid very close attention to the arrangement of the instrument, the quadrant in particular, and saw that they were doing something about the sun, when he cried out in evident distress of mind, "Black man, nothing!" Lawrence's Lectures, page 420. Here, probably for the first time in his life, a thought respecting his race, being black and degraded, arose in his mind, occasioned by the comparison of himself and people with the white men then before him, who appeared even able to measure that flaming globe of seeming fire, the sun, which had glared for ages along the highway of the heavens, and the thought alarmed him, so that in his native tongue he exclaimed, "Black man, nothing!" Another evidence in support of the belief that a white skin is preferred by the Negro race is afforded in the fact that, among the kings and petty chiefs of the Africans, a female who may chance not to be as black as common is more highly prized as a beauty, and considered an acquisition of immense importance. In every part of the world, it is a matter of boasting with Negro men and women if they can show that they have white blood mixed with theirs, or if they can get themselves united in consanguinity with the white race. This is the same also among the Indians. It is a very rare thing, if it ever happens at all, for a Negro man or woman to boast of the purity of their African blood, or of the intensity of the blackness of their bodies, or woolliness of their hair, while the contrary is the fact, as they are rejoiced at any departure in their progeny from the baleful hue, whether among white nations or in the wilds of Africa. Were it not for this trait in the character of their being, namely, their dissatisfaction with their formation and complexion, there would be still greater reason to judge them as unwanting in natural intellectuality. There is another position which the pleaders of Negro equality and excellence urge with great impetuosity, from which they infer that the God of the human race never intended their enslavement. This position arises out of the circumstance that the Creator, having given to man in Adam the control, rule, and government over all the animal creation in their subjugation, making thereby all nations and all races of men lords alike in this particular, as is seen to have been the case, Genesis chapter 1 verse 26 and chapter 9 verse 2. The first was said when God was about to make man, as in the first quotation. The second was said, as in the last quotation, after the flood, to Noah and his family. As to the amount of the first scripture, it can have no application to the Negroes' case at all, in making them lords in that particular, equal with white men, over the animals of the earth, as during all the ages of the antediluvian world, there was not a Negro on the earth, except Ham, the son of Noah. As to the amount of the second scripture, in relation to the Negro race, we do not in the least deny their equal lordship with white men over all the animals of the globe, but we deny that their equality can be made out of premises so small. Because God has given to the race of Ham some equal privilege with the race of Japheth, is he, therefore, in all respects his equal? Though the Negro race have an equal right to the elements of nature, as have all animals, yet this cannot and does not elevate the standard of their capacities. The same God who gave to man, both black and white alike, the equal natural lordship of animals, has also, of his own good pleasure, placed the Negro race within the control of his superior, which is as certainly said in so many words by Noah, as that it is said that God in the beginning made the heavens and the earth. The position is too far-fetched, too circuitous and winding to bear the straightforward light of truth, as all experience and observation in all ages prove their inequality and mental inferiority with white men, even themselves being judges, as they never have claimed so high a standing as a people that we are aware of. Having thus passed through the inquiry respecting the original equality of the Negro race with the rest of mankind, as claimed for them by abolitionists, on the ground of the one blood argument, derived from the book of Acts, and the fact of the Negro's equal lordship over animals, we pass to an examination in some degree of their general as well as particular and personal character, during which it will be more and more appear that they are not, have never been, and can never be the equals of white men in almost all the mental powers and capacities of human nature, and that they were thus produced by the divine hand. As o'er their limbs a cloud of darkness lowers, so hangs a mental gloom upon their powers. The ray divine gives not so fair a flame, nor shows as much the glory of God's name, as on the white man's brow, his soul, his face, is seen to shine, so pleased creative grace. Yet who is he that boasts? For can the clay have glorying thoughts, or proud words to say? End of section 7. Section 8a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8. As a justification of the severity of God against the race of Ham, we shall now give some account of their character, who, as will appear, are, and have always been, the faithful disciples and imitators of their lascivious and degraded father. It is not to be doubted that Ham, notwithstanding the goodness of his two brothers, Shem and Japheth, and his righteous patriarch father, was as wicked as any of the antediluvians who were destroyed in the flood. But for the sake of the divine providence, carrying into effect his plan of inhabiting the hot regions of the earth after the flood, with a suitable race of men, who, in their constitutions and animal appetites, should be fitted to the climate, etc., as before argued, this progenitor of all the Africans was taken in and preserved in the ark, with the rest of Noah's family. A vivid as well as a frightful trait of the character of this whole people, the races of Metzarim, Cush, Phut, and Canaan, the 4 sons of Ham, is shown in the actions of the Sodomites in the days of Lot, the half-brother of Abraham. The Sodomites were the same people with the Canaanites, living along the great vale of the river Jordan, which bounded the land of Canaan on the east toward Syria. The occasion on which their peculiar character and general behavior was manifested is familiar to every reader of the Scriptures. See Genesis chapter 19, written by the hand of Moses, in substance as follows. On a certain day, as the sun was going down, there came toward the city of Sodom 2 young men, who, as Josephus says, were very beautiful and tall. They appeared as if weary, but manifested no inclination to enter the gates of the place, or any house wherein to rest. But Lot, who lived there, happened just then to be reclining on a seat at the gate, which was near to his dwelling within, saw the strangers, and immediately rising up, invited them to accompany him to his house, and to tarry with him till morning, of which they accepted, though apparently in a reluctant manner. Now as soon as it was dark, the men of that part of the city assailed the dwelling of Lot, demanding that the 2 strangers should be brought out into the street, that they might know them, as they said. This peculiar term, to know them, was fraught with a meaning, of which hell and all its inhabitants would have been ashamed had they heard it. To the demand, however, Lot objected with great vehemence, saying, I pray you, do not so wickedly. On hearing this, they became enraged at Lot, when they said they would deal worse with him than with the strangers, because he had, as they pretended, set himself up as a judge among them. Here they made a rush, crying out, Stand back, intending to seize Lot and drag him into the street, where they meant to abuse him, in the same way they intended to abuse the 2 young men. But on the instant when their rage had gone up in the scale of fury to its highest altitude, and when their fingers were nerved with the deep energies of satanic violence, ready to grasp their victims, the 2 young men, the strangers who stood just within, put forth their hands, and pulled Lot into the house, when they shut the door. But as the Sodomites pressed on to break down the door of Lot's house, behold, they were shrouded in a deep, thick darkness, so that they groped about miserably, not knowing where they were, or what they should do, for they had been struck in the midst of their fury by an invisible power, with blindness. In this horrid condition they spent the night, seeing nothing till morning, when their eyes were opened, and they saw the heavens teeming with glaring meteors of flame, which chased each other, as in sport, while others seemed to stand still, looking down on the devoted region below, as if they were endowed with thoughts, and were watching the progress of Lot's escape to the mountains, beyond the plain. When this was accomplished, and Lot and his family were safe, they began the work of wrath, as if the lightnings of the elements from the 4 winds of heaven kept holiday, and yet were obedient to the beck of an awful hand, which, far up in the gloomy concave, was seen in flaming red, pointing them to their courses. Then fell a tempest of fire, mingled with burning brimstone, from the Lord, out of heaven, destroying not only the great vale of Sodom, but 5 cities, with hamlets and villages innumerable. So violent and fierce was the fire, that it devoured the very ground in all that region, as it was composed much of a bituminous strats, to a great depth, in which the Jordan flowed and formed the Dead Sea. Thus disappeared, at one buffet of the Almighty hand, many 10,000s of the lewd race of Ham, in a way the most horrible to think of. There must have been some extraordinary reason for severity so amazing, as it was far more dreadful in its application than either the curse of Noah, the exterminating decree against the Canaanites in the law of Moses, or their doom to perpetual slavery. Lewdness of the most hideous description was the crime of which they were guilty, blended with idolatry in their adoration of the gods, who were carved out of wood, painted, and otherwise made, so as to represent the wild passions of lascivious desires in both male and female forms. This was the character of all the Hamethian race in Old Canaan, Egypt, and everywhere, but more especially in Sodom, who seem to have outdone all competitors, for they gave themselves entirely over, without the least reserve, even going after strange flesh, which signified dumb beasts, see St. Jude, verse 7, as well as man after man. For many particulars of the practices of the Negro nations of these ages, see the 18th and 20th chapters of Leviticus, where it is shown that they outraged all order and decency of human society, making no difference between sisters, mothers, neighbors, wives, men, and animals in their amours and sexual commerce. Should the reader desire to know the truth on this subject, he will do well to examine the scriptures above alluded to, where the crimes of these nations are set down in horrible array. To show this, we will make a brief quotation from the 18th chapter of Leviticus, verses 22 through 24, as follows. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is abomination. Neither shalt thou lie with any beast, to defile thyself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast, to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile not yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. Now, what nations did God cast out of Canaan? The answer is, he cast out 7 mighty Negro nations, who were more powerful and greater in numbers than were the Jews, all of whom, as said by Moses, were guilty of all the appalling deeds, set down in order in the 2 chapters above referred to. That such practices did prevail among the people of Ham is stated not only by Moses in his time, but Herodotus, the most ancient of the Greek historians, says the same thing respecting the Negroes of his age. The statements of this author are to be relied on, says Adam Clarke in his commentary on one of the same chapters we have referred the reader to as above, namely the 20th chapter of Leviticus, verse 16. Herodotus says that he saw, when he was in Egypt, with his own eyes, an Egyptian woman accompanying with a he-goat, in the very streets of the city she lived in. The time when Herodotus traveled in Egypt and in other parts of Africa was some 450 years B.C., and more than 1,000 from the time of Moses, which proves the incurable proneness of that people, the Negro race, to the most extraordinary and shameful abuses of human nature. Dr. Clarke says, in the comment on Exodus chapter 22, verse 19, that it is certain, from an account in Sonini's Travels in Egypt, that lying with dumb beasts is practiced even now, as well as in the time of Moses. The goat in the New Testament, see Matthew chapter 25, verse 33, is used as a symbol of all sinners. On this symbol, says Clark, quote, "The goat is naturally quarrelsome, lascivious, and excessively ill-scented, and was considered a fit symbol of all riotous, profane, and impure men." Close quote. How very similar, according to the above, were these two characters, the goat and the Negro. They were alike in passions, in propensities, and in their smell, both disagreeable to excess. Gale, the traveler, says the same thing of the Egyptians, who gives a description of a case of the kind which he saw transacted between a he-goat and an Egyptian woman. Bochart gives many examples of this character in his work. Says Adam Clarke, Volume 2, Moses, Joshua, and the Jews have been accused of excessive cruelty, while prosecuting their wars against the Canaanites, in the destruction not only of men, but helpless women and children. But let such persons as are offended on account of the rigor of the Jews against the Canaanites become acquainted with the true character of those nations, as well the women as the men, and they will not hesitate to justify God, who commanded their entire extermination, and those who execute those commands. Were there a district of country within the pale of Christendom inhabited by blacks, or any other people who were guilty of such things as Moses, Herodotus, Gale, Bochart, and many others say they were, there would be an immediate rush of mankind, of all orders, infidel and Christian, to cut them off, and to obliterate every vestige of a people, so polluted in their propensities and deeds, from the face of the earth. The prophet Ezekiel's account of the Negroes of Egypt and Canaan, chapter 16, verses 26 and 27, corroborates all that is said above, where he speaks of them as being great of flesh, whose mischievous manners had corrupted the women of the Jews to such a degree that many of them had made themselves images of men, in imitation of the Egyptian images, and committed fornication with them, literally. The meaning of the words great of flesh, as used by the prophet Ezekiel in reference to the Egyptian Negroes, is said by an ancient writer, says Adam Clarke in his comment on that place in Ezekiel, in Latin, bene vasti longa mensura incognita nervi, and applied strictly to the Negro nations on that particular, as also it does at the present time. In chapter 23 of that prophet, verses 8, 20, 21, and 27, it is stated that all the lewd abominations practiced by the Jews in his time, which was about 600 years B.C., were brought from Egypt, and learned of the Egyptians, whose flesh, says Ezekiel, verse 20, was as the flesh of asses, and their issue as the issue of horses. So gross, fierce, and brutal were they in their love of disorderly practices. But what do the scriptures mean in the above phraseology respecting the Egyptians, namely that their flesh was as the flesh of asses? Simply as follows, that between the sexual members of the Negro man and the brute called an ass, there was but little difference as to elongation and magnitude. If the passage is not thus understood, then it will follow that the Egyptian Negroes, and consequently the whole Negro race, are not human, for the prophet plainly says that their flesh was as the flesh of asses, and asses are not human. To allow them, therefore, a place among the species called man, we are compelled to admit that interpretation. This very singular account respecting the peculiar formation of the black race, as given by that prophet, is corroborated by Herodotus the Greek, who says, chapters 48 and 49, pages 85 and 87, that the images of the sexual sign of the male of the human race, as carried about the streets of Egypt, in the precincts of their temples, on certain festival days, were generally a cubit in length. Now the ancient cubit was from 18 to 21 inches, and why this imitation was carried about on the days of their religious celebrations, Herodotus says he was not at liberty to relate. This was said by Herodotus out of fear, perhaps, of the priests of those temples. Were we to venture an opinion respecting what he would have said, had he been at liberty, it would have been that they worshipped, by the aid of that strange image, the procreative principle, by which means all animal life is produced, the instrument of which, from analogous reasoning, according to Egyptian theology, might properly, therefore, be adored, a god well suited to the worship of sodomites. As it respects the crime of Ham, the youngest son of Noah, Genesis chapter 9, verses 22 through 24, it is believed by some, and not without reason, that it did not consist alone in the seeing his father's nakedness as a man, but rather in the abuse and actual violation of his own mother. This opinion is strengthened by a passage found in Leviticus chapter 18, verse 8, as follows: "The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness." On account of this passage, it has been believed that the crime of Ham did not consist alone of seeing his father in an improper manner, but rather of his own mother, the wife of Noah, and of violating her. If this was so, how much more horrible, therefore, appears the character of Ham, and how much more deserving the curse, which was laid upon him and his race, of whom it was foreseen that they would be like this, their lewd ancestor. All Egypt, the Sodomites, the Canaanite nations, with all the Negro heathen countries, practiced these outrages upon good order, as stated by Moses. See Leviticus chapter 18, verse 3, and chapter 20, verse 23. Without shame or remorse, as if indeed they considered themselves as being no better than the cattle of the fields. For these things, as foreseen, they were adjudged judicially, together with Ham, as an inferior race of men, and could never be elevated on account of their natures. The baleful fire of unchaste amour rages through the Negro's blood more fiercely than the blood of any other people, inflaming their imaginations with corresponding images and ideas, on which account they are a people who are suspected of being but little acquainted with the virtue of chastity, and of regarding very little the marriage oath. In all the southern regions it is thus. Promiscuous intercourse of the sexes everywhere prevails among the blacks. This state of things is attested to by abolitionists themselves, in relation to the Negroes of the southern states. For the proof of this, see The Bible Against Slavery, number 6, 1838, page 63, in a note as follows, quote, "To the female character among the black population, we cannot allude but with feelings of bitterest shame. A similar condition of moral pollution and utter disregard of a pure and virtuous reputation is to be found only without the pale of Christendom. Close quote. The same is said by the Reverend James A. Thorne, as recorded in the pamphlet above alluded to, in a note, page 3, and was part of a set speech delivered in New York, May 1834, as follows, quote, I would not have you fail to understand, says Mr. Thorne, that this is a general evil. What I now say, I say from deliberate conviction of its truth, that the whole states are Sodoms, and almost every family is a brothel. I refer to the inmates of the kitchens, not to the whites. Close quote. But all this is told and published to the world by abolitionists, with the view of having it understood that this awful and ruinous propensity of the Negroes, as well as the practice, is wholly owing to the institutions of slavery. This, however, is not true, for they have always thus been. From the very days of Ham, their father, down through their whole history, whether in a civilized or savage state, whether in the wilds of Africa, the islands of the sea, whether enslaved or free, it was always so with them. That one passion conquers all, and will conquer every mortal endeavor to elevate the race much above their present level. There is but one power that can help them, and this is the power which rescued the man of Capernaum from the dominion of an unclean devil. Luke chapter 4, verse 33. That alone can change this trait of the black man's character. But although we admit, as in the above sentence, that there is a redeeming power, which, if sought unto by the Negro man, can and will heal him of that infirmity, yet, as we are informed, this very sin infects even the sanctuary of religion in the South among the Negroes. For a proof of this, see a paper entitled The Colored American, published in New York by Charles Ray, No. 9, Spruce Street. The date of this paper is March 7th, 1840. This paper is devoted to abolition purposes, in which is the following account of the travels of a certain minister of the gospel, by the name of S. Hose, through the southern country. This man, on arriving to the city of New Orleans, visited, one evening, a Negro religious meeting, over which a white preacher presided. The congregation consisted of some 800 colored persons. Many of them seemed to be intelligent in their appearance. Their decorum in the church, and attention to the sermon, was worthy of all imitation. They sung with great devotion and melody. Their piety, the minister said, was generally uniform and consistent, but with one exception. And what was that exception, think ye? It was promiscuous intercourse between the sexes, which the pastor said was their formidable sin, and of which they were guilty to an alarming degree, and was common throughout all that country among the blacks. In this fact is seen how powerful an influence lewdness exerts over the degraded and low-minded spirits of the African race, yielding themselves up to mere sensuality and devilishness, to the exclusion of all true virtue and elevation of the soul. In their real character, though reared up under the influence of the holy religion of Christ, we see, as in the case above named, no difference between them and the people of Egypt, lewdness being predominant in their characters, and an indifference to the regulations of virtuous principles. we consider that such things committed by the members of Christian societies are, if possible, far worse than the same acts performed by the Egyptians, who were under the influence of a religion which favored and encouraged the gratification of sense in this particular. But it is all one, for it was the lewd propensities of that race of mankind which moved their ancestors, in the days of Ham and Nimrod, to invent and institute the rites of paganism, which favored and even insisted that the gratification of that one passion was a cardinal virtue and pleasing to the gods. Wherefore, in both cases, whether under the supervision of the pagan or the Christian religion, the character of the race appears to be the same. Their nature predominates, and that alone. Herodotus says that the women of Egypt would approach the images of the male character of their own manufacturing in the open streets, while multitudes were looking on and capering to the sound of music, mixed with deep yells of revelry, while these rites of Bacchus were being accomplished. Were we to give a literal account of these images, and the automaton machinery by which the obscene-shaped god was made to imitate life and motion, it would not fail to offend. We therefore desist, fearing that we have already said too much. And yet the truth should not be hidden on matters of this description more than on others, and especially when the manners and religions of the ancients of mankind are concerned. In such cases, if timidity is allowed to conquer truth, how is truth to be known? Even the scriptures do not hesitate to state facts of the worst description, relative to the Negro race, and in language of the most honest character. We therefore feel that duty, in relation to the truth, respecting the aim of this work, must and ought to prevail. Moreover, if a writer is not allowed plainly to state facts, in the best manner he can, on subjects of this kind, which relate to the history of the human race in the early times of the globe, and respecting the religion of those ages, how is virtue and vice to be contrasted? How is the religion of God incarnate to be exhibited, as being infinitely better in its influences upon our race, except by comparison and the exhibition of facts? Jezebel, the worst woman ever heard of in the annals of mankind, the wife of Ahab, one of the kings of Israel, not of Judea, was a Negro woman, the daughter of Ethbal, king of Zidonia. The Zidonians were of the same race with the Tyrians, so often spoken of in the scriptures as being the inhabitants of Tyre and Zidon. Sidonius was one of the sons of Canaan, who was the son of Ham, and, according to Josephus, built the city Sidonius, or Zidon, which was thus named after and in honor of its founder. The city was adjacent to the kingdom of Israel, of which Ethbal, the father of Jezebel and wife of Ahab, was king, and proves Jezebel to have been a negress, because her father was a king of a Negro people, descended from Ham by the lineage of Canaan, and Canaan's son Sidonius. That this Ethbal, the father of Jezebel, was king of Sidon at the time Ahab was king of Israel, is shown from 1 Kings chapter 16, verse 31, which reads as follows: And it came to pass, as if it had been a light thing for him, that is Ahab, to walk in the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, that he took to wife Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbal, king of Zidon, and went and served Baal, and worshipped him. Baal was one of the gods of the Negro Canaanites, but what his shape was is not known. Jezebel, being a heathen of the worst description, and a woman of great impudence and boldness of character, as well as exceedingly beautiful, as a negress, captivated the vitiated imagination of Ahab by her wiles and fascinations, and became queen of the kingdom of Israel. Having achieved this, and united the house of her father with the renowned race of the Jews, she became anxious that her gods and religion should be honored by the king, her husband, and his people, thinking thereby to increase the glory of her father's house and kingdom, which had been shorn down and eclipsed of its ancient extent and greatness by the wars and victories of the Jews during many 100 years, as well as to extend the fame of her lascivious and darling religion. In order to accomplish this, she had temples built with the consent of the king, her husband, in which were celebrated the intoxicating rites of prostitution by the ministry of a great multitude of pagan priests of her own country. As connected with the celebration of the rites of the Zidonian religion, she caused certain images to be manufactured in the form of Priapuses, which were fabled monsters, bred in the brains of an idolatrous priesthood, having the human shape from the waist upward. Below the waist there was the form of a bull or a he-goat, with other members, the shame of heathenism. By wiles of this description, she seduced Ahab the king, and with him vast multitudes of the subjects of his kingdom, the Israelites, to the worship of the Zidonian Venus, sometimes called in the scriptures Astarte. She persuaded her husband to build a house or a great temple in the forest, where she had an image made of a standing tree, fashioned after the likeness above described, a Priapus, as the Jewish rabbi relate. This image was consecrated by her ministers as the tutelar divinity, or guardian of the woods and vineyards. That idol was like one that was made and worshipped by another woman of those times, who was of the same principles with Jezebel. This woman's name was Ma'akah, who was the queen mother of Asa, one of the kings of Judah, who reigned but a little time before Ahab was king of Israel. She was doubtless an acquaintance of Jezebel, being an adult woman when Jezebel was but young, or before she was married to Ahab. End of chapter 8a. Chapter 8b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Respecting this image made by Ma'akah, the mother of Asa, Rabbi Solomon, a Jewish commentator on the writings of the Old Testament, says the idol or image of Queen Ma'akah was a horrible statue, made in a state of entire nakedness, with the sign of the masculine sex of great proportions, which she admired daily in the sight of all men, as a religious rite, like the Egyptian women, to her public shame, at which the people laughed and wondered. See 1 Kings chapter 15, verses 11 through 13 on this subject, as follows. And Asa did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, as did David. He took away the Sodomites out of the land, and removed all the idols his father had made. And he also removed Ma'akah, his mother, even her he removed from being queen, because she had made an idol in a grove. And Asa destroyed the idol, and burnt it by the brook Kidron. Adam Clarke, in commenting on this passage, as above, says that the image spoken of there was a priapus, a creature half man and half bull, or half he-goat, or some other dumb beast, and that it was worshipped with lewd rites, which agrees with the statements of Rabbi Solomon in the essence of the thing, though the language of Clarke is not so bold on the subject as is the communication of Rabbi Solomon. It is evident from the scriptures and ancient history that the whole land of Old Canaan and the Negro countries elsewhere, such as Egypt, Libya, Ethiopia, and all Africa besides, were filled with the signs, paintings, and pictures of lewdness, as well as with sculptured and molten images of both male and female human beings, and of monsters, half human and half animal, especially among the nations of Canaan. By such means, the grosser passions of human nature were continually excited to disorder, violence, and confusion. Out of this influence arose all kinds of extravagant behavior, tending to the corruption of the manners of mankind. That such was the fact in Canaan is shown from Numbers chapter 33 verses 51 and 52, where Moses is charged by the divine power as follows: "Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye are passed over Jordan into the land of Canaan, then ye shall drive out all of the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places." From this scripture there can be no doubt but the images, as well as the pictures there alluded to, were all of a piece, having been so fashioned as to exhibit signs of the most obscene description, placed in their houses by the wayside, and even in their religious temples or houses of worship, presenting everywhere before the eyes of the people, male and female, young and old, the objects of their adoration and delight. Such a state of things was entirely resistless in their influence, especially on the Negro population, and but barely overcome by the severities and high inducements of a spiritual and more refined, reasonable, and mental religion, which was that of the Jews. It was the impure and seducing rites, as well as the pictures and images of the pagan worship of all the Negro countries in Africa, as well as the remnants of the Canaanitish tribes, who yet remained in the land of Judea, or Old Palestine, which so often misled the people of the 12 tribes from the truth and the right ways of the Hebrew religion. And although at the time we are now speaking of, it was over 1,300 years from the date of the curse of Noah, yet we find the abandoned race of Ham holding on their way of wickedness, their original character, everywhere combating the virtuous and self-denying religion of Moses. The Negro nations of those ages appear to have acted as bad as they could, and to have injured mankind in morals all that was possible, as if they were indeed revenged themselves on God, because of the curse of Noah, as Nimrod, the grandson of Ham, threatened to do, because he drowned the world, as Josephus says, Book 1, Chapter 4, page 19, and was particularly acted out by Jezebel and her great multitude of Negro priests and votaries in the midst of the Jewish tribes. But this Jezebel finally came to a fearful end. For when Jehu came to the throne of Israel, and immediately after the death of Ahab, he caused her to be cast headlong from a window of an upper room of the palace, out of which she but a moment before had looked, having tired her head and painted her face to disguise her negro complexion, and if possible thereby to seduce the new king Jehu. But in this she failed. In that horrid fall she was so bruised and broken that she lay as one that was dead, when the furious Jehu rode over her with his war horse, stamping her down on the pavements, where she expired, wallowing in her own blood. Immediately, as it had been foretold by Elijah the prophet 15 years before, 1 Kings chapter 21 verse 23, the dogs came and devoured her, all but her feet and palms of her hands, and her head. See 2 Kings chapter 9 verse 35. On this subject, respecting the parts of her body which the dogs refused to eat, the Jewish rabbi have made, says Adam Clarke, some very singular remarks, from which we gather a few particulars relative to the private character of this queen of prostitutes, as follows. The reason, say these Jewish rabbi, the dogs left the parts of her body spoken of above, was because in their festal dances in the house of her gods, which was built in a grove, she used to get down on all fours in imitation of a beast, and in this attitude would caper and leap about, being disrobed, while the multitude of her priests and the worshippers looked on. During such performances, she would move her head from one side to the other, in a gay and wanton manner, for a purpose not proper to describe. She was no doubt, says Adam Clarke, guilty of the foulest actions, almost too bad to be believed. The temple of Baal, in the grove which Ahab built for his negro queen, was occupied by no less than 450 priests, and the temple, another vast building, but not in the woods, was occupied by 400 more, amounting in all to 850 lusty negro ministers of the whorish religion of the Zidonians, the people of Jezebel. This great multitude of priestly dignitaries were all put to the sword at the suggestion of the prophet Elijah, under the authority of Ahab, as the law of Moses required respecting idolaters, at the time of the noted debate on theology between Elijah and the Baalites, which God himself answered by fire to end the dispute. See 1 Kings chapter 18 verse 38. That those priests of Baal were black men is shown not only from their having been of the same people with Jezebel, but also from the appellation given them by the Jews, who called them in derision Kemarim, from Kamar, the black priests of Baal. See Clarke's comment on 2 Kings chapter 23 verse 5. That those priests of Baal, called by the Targums Kamar, or the black priests, were not thus called on account of their wearing black vestments, as Dr. Clarke has supposed, but because they were actually of black complexions, as it is well known that in all ages among pagan nations of the old world, the priests officiating at their altars of sacrifice were always dressed in white, in imitation, no doubt, of the priests of the Hebrews, which was a sign of purity, dignity, and holiness. It follows, therefore, that the Jews called them black priests of Baal because they were black, and for no other reason. In this chapter just quoted, if the reader desire it, he can find the names of several of the negro gods of those ages, and also in 1 Kings chapter 11 verses 5 and 7, whose horrid worship infested the whole of mankind. As it was from this people a knowledge of idolatry was derived to the whole Greek and Roman world, as well as in the most early times immediately after the flood, to the myriads of the Indies, and to the Jews and other nations of the earth. Sukkot benot, a Hebrew phrase, meaning tents of prostitutes, was the name of one of the Negro gods long before the time of Christ, which name signified the temple of the daughters, or of the young virgins, at whose temple they were inducted into the rites and mysteries practiced in the worship of these obscenely formed images, by the prostitution of their persons. Herodotus gives the following account of the Sukkot benot rites. Every young woman of the country, where the image was adored, was obliged, while yet a virgin, to visit the temple once, where she was to be humbled by the first man who should choose to fancy her. From these accounts it does appear that the black nations of those ages waged a universal and a perpetual war upon chastity, seeming to have been determined to expel from the face of the earth all ideas of such a thing. To effect this, they bent all the powers of civil and religious influence against it, making the possession thereof a crime to be punished with death, inasmuch as they who refused or neglected to be thus humbled at the temple and in the presence of the idol were counted guilty of heresy, and were held as infidels and condemners of the gods. Herodotus further says that in his own time, BC 450, there was a city in Numidia, which was on the upper regions of the Nile in Africa, that was called Sycavania, a name signifying prostitution, to which the young women were compelled to resort by law to earn their marriage dower. This custom, says Herodotus, was brought from Phoenicia, which was the country of old Canaan, peopled, as we have often said before, from the very beginning after the flood, by Negro nations. Josephus, in his Antiquities of the Jews, speaks of the madness of the Egyptians after women, in the place where he relates the story of Abraham's going down to Egypt with his wife Sarai. Genesis chapter 12, verses 10 and 20. By this it is seen that in those ancient ages, strangers of other nations and distant parts of the earth considered it a dangerous thing to travel in Egypt in company with women. So notorious were they in this particular, even among themselves, that when the rich and noble lost by death any female relative who had been reputed as handsome and pleasing to look upon, when living, they dare not send the body to the embalmers until they had been dead several days, lest their persons should become the objects of violation. See Clarke's comment on Genesis chapter 50, verse 2. Is there anything which can be imagined by the human mind more awful and repulsive than the above trait, of far more than brutal depravity? When Herodotus traveled in Africa, among the various tribes of Egypt, Libya, and Ethiopia, he says that he found the Negro inhabitants living like animals with respect to chastity. The following are his words on the subject. Quote, "Among all these nations whom I have specified, the communication between the sexes is like that of the beasts, open and unrestrained." Close quote. Was this induced by slavery, as abolitionists say it is in America? That those nations of whom he speaks were really the Negroes of Africa, Herodotus says they were all of the same complexion with the Ethiopians, being extremely black and curly-headed. At their marriages, it is a custom everywhere among them says the same author, for all the guests to enjoy the bride the first night, who bring accordingly suitable presents, by which means they commence their family capacity, or housekeeping. In one tribe he found it a custom for the wives to make use of a certain mark or sign on their limbs, to denote the number of times they had favored other gallants than the lawful one after marriage, the husband valuing them according to the number of these tokens, as they were the evidences of their wives' popular personal charms. This is a dreadful picture of the Negro race in that one particular, and were it not for the restraints of the Christian religion and the salutary laws enacted under its influence in America and other countries in Christendom, they, as a people, if left to themselves, would be guilty of the same things as anciently, for their natures are ever the same. Another tribe, of whom this Grecian author speaks, who lived in the same unrestrained manner in Africa, assembled every 3 moons in a grand conclave, when all the children born during that term of time were examined as to their looks, countenances, and shapes, and the men they most resembled were obliged to father and take care of them, there being no other way to ascertain the parents of their children. Herodotus, pages 170, 235, 236, and 237. It is intimated by Livy, Volume 1, Book 21, page 369, that the Carthaginian generals were guilty of the practice of sodomy, and that even Hannibal, who in his youth was very handsome for a black man, participated in the same horrible custom. It is said, respecting the Negroes of the West India Islands, who are all of African descent, that they consider any restraint laid on their promiscuous sexual intercourse a hardship of the most grievous and oppressive nature, seeming to center all their happiness in enjoyments of that description. From this fact, it seems that from the time of Herodotus, which is more than 2,000 years ago, the Negro race, whether in Africa or the West Indies, whether under the influence of unrestrained paganism or the healing balm of Christianity, are ever the same gross, brutal, fierce, sensual, and devilish characters, as a people, in reference to sexual commerce. Damberger's account of the Africans, who we have before quoted in this work, accords with all we have said above, from whom we take the following in addition. This man says that he fell in with a tribe who lived beyond the limits of the Kaffirs, who were called by themselves Muhotians. While with this tribe, as he and a Negro man, the son-in-law of the chief of the kraal, and with whom he then was remaining, were busy in gathering dry wood in the edge of a wilderness, the former made Damberger a proposal of sodomy. But as Damberger refused, the African nearly murdered him, being a much stronger man, and yet Damberger made his escape from the woolly-headed monster. While at this kraal, the old chief, the father-in-law of the Negro above spoken of, took Damberger, on a certain day, with him to another part of the same wilderness, where he was shown a heap of sand and earth several feet high. On opening this heap, as directed by the chief, he found the bodies of 5 white men who had been killed by stabbing. He soon learned of the old man that the 5 had belonged to the crew of a vessel which had been but recently wrecked on the coast of the Atlantic, and who had been carried inland by a party of blacks, belonging to the Muhotian tribe. This tribe had been set upon by a party of Contorians, in order to take the prisoners out of their hands, for the express purpose of practicing sodomy upon them, because they were white, and in the eyes of those miserable beings, exceedingly handsome. But in the affray, the white men were all killed, and buried there in the sand, rather than submit to be thus degraded in their own eyes. During this talk with the filthy old chief, Damberger told him about the abuse he had received from his son-in-law, because he would not submit to the same thing, at which the old child of darkness and paganism only laughed most heartily, as at an occurrence of the most trivial character. Volume 1, page 146. After this, as Damberger was prosecuting his dreadful journey over jagged mountains and dreary plains of sand and morasses, he fell into the hands of a tribe called Chionians, whose king was an absolute despot, having the power to appropriate to his own use whatever he pleased, and of whom his subjects dare not complain. Whenever he would, he took the wives and daughters of his people, who were very numerous, to his own couch, so that he had 800 women subject to his pleasure. The place of this district, or region of dwelling, was in the caves of certain mountains, called the Kong Mountains, and adjacent to the river Niger, not a great distance from the Atlantic, which empties into that ocean at Liberia, in north latitude 6 degrees. Volume 2, page 103. Rollin says that abominable lewdness, as stated by Trogus Pompeius, a Roman historian, was the great and predominant vice of all Africa. Volume 1, page 375. On a subject like this, or any other, touching the character of the natives of Africa, the Romans had the most unbounded opportunity to know them in those ages, because they had a great empire in that country, which they wrested out of the hands of the Carthaginians, who had conquered the country some 100 years before, who were also a black people from Phoenicia, of whom we shall have something to remark hereafter. The facts set forth in this section of the work are, after all, but little items in the ocean of evidence that might be adduced, proving that this people, the race of Ham, to be a people who, in all ages, have been more sensual and animal in their inclinations than are the races of either the red or white man, which fact is an evidence of no small magnitude, of their real and universal mental inferiority. This remark, we know, may be considered as severe, and yet we do not see how we can make any abatement, except to say that, happily, there have been, in all ages, individuals of the Negro race, both as it relates to talent of the medium scale, and amiableness of character, who should be accepted from the great mass of the countless myriads of the blacks as good men, and ornaments to society where they lived. Having thus far, in this section, taken some notice of the national and personal character of the Ethiopian race, we shall change the subject, in order to make some inquiries respecting their mental abilities, without aiming to disparage them in the least degree wrongfully, being desirous only to ascertain the truth respecting them. If the Supreme Being has seen fit to endow this race with a less quantum of intellectual faculties, and with less attractive powers and persons, in all respects, than he has the white race, what then? Are we, therefore, to undervalue them on this account? We think not, as all God's works are good and proper in their proper places, but not out of them. In this way, and in no other, shall we be able to appreciate the wonderful harmony of nature, by which is demonstrated both the power and wisdom of the Creator in ordering the affairs of the universe and the inhabitants of the globe. It is impossible to extract from substances more than is contained in the nature of such substances, or to elevate by its own weight water above its origin or fountainhead. So of the Negro race, though fondled and petted by abolitionists, yet this will amount to nothing, except an exhibition of the Negro's real natural imbecilities of mind, and the need he is in of help, as the great conservative powers by which the white race have elevated themselves are not given to the people of the race of Ham. But for not cultivating the one talent which was given them by the Creator, they are placed under the ban of a judicial decree, exactly suited to their moral characters on earth. As erst before the flood, when Satan reigned, the earth with violence and death was stained. The waters therefore came and swept away the whole blasphemous host of vile array. So in the land of Ham, old Canaan's coast, where sodomy and crime were black men's boast, the vengeful arm of God, the Jewish sword, drove them headlong out, both tribe and horde. End of chapter 8. Section 9a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The labor of the following pages, which shall occupy this section, will be to ascertain whether the Negro race, properly so distinguished, in an unamalgamated character, are naturally equal with the other races of men, the red and the white, in point of intellectual faculties. That they really are thus equal is vehemently contended for by all abolitionists of both Europe and America, some even holding them superior, while anti-abolitionists resist this opinion as a fallacy. An appeal to direct and also to circumstantial evidence in relation to the subject is the only way to decide it. Abolitionists are sure that the only reason of their present amazing inferiority arises wholly from the influence of the treatment of the white nations toward them. Remove this, say they, educate them, and give them a fair chance in the world, then it will soon be seen that, as a people, they are equally talented with the other races of the human family. But here, at the very outset of the inquiry, it is desirable to ascertain how it came to pass that it was not the Negro man who aspired to the paramount condition, now and always enjoyed by the white race. If the people of Ham were originally equal, as to mental faculties, with the other races, how came they in their present degraded condition? How has it happened that the Negro race has not attained in the world to the very same condition the white race now occupy, and the whites fallen into the condition of the blacks, seeing they are, as is contended, equal with each other? Or, if this is true, why are they not alike? There must be some great reason for this. It is asserted by abolitionists that the Negro race were, in the first ages after the flood, the authors of all the arts and sciences which obtained in ancient Egypt, and that from these arose, as from a germ, the present lights of mankind. If this were true, we ask how they, the authors, in their posterity, have lost that enviable position. How has it come to pass that the same power, which prompted them to so many and to so great improvements, has not been able to sustain itself. Could this be shown to have been a fact respecting the Negro race, it would prove an anomaly indeed, and yet would secure but little in their favor, on account of the horrid retrograde they have made in the world. But we affirm that they were not the authors of either arts or sciences, as understood in those times, which, according to history as well as the scriptures, were cultivated in ancient Africa. We sustain this affirmation by showing that the Egyptians and all other peoples of those ages received and carried with them a knowledge of the arts and sciences, as understood at that era of the world, from the house of Noah. That letters were known in the house of Noah is absolutely certain, deduced from many circumstances, and of necessity to all the people, or to heads of tribes and communities for the first few 100 years, immediately after the flood. One of these circumstances, or evidences, arises from the late discoveries made in the foundations of the ancient Tower of Babel, or Babel, as it is commonly called, as well as from the architectural works of the people of Shem and Japheth before the tower was built. Sir Robert Kerr Porter, under the patronage of the government of England, went to the country of ancient Persia, Tartary, Armenia, Chaldea, and Babylon, on the Euphrates, in the years 1820 and 1823, on a tour of antiquarian discovery. While on the Euphrates, he found, as reported in his work, the ancient site of the Temple of Belos, or Tower of Babel, the same spoken of by Moses in the book of Genesis, which was built by Nimrod, the grandson of Ham. At the spot where the tower stood, which was built only about 100 years after the flood, he found a vast heap of rubbish, forming a great mound, or elevation, overgrown with brambles. Being desirous of examining the interior of this mighty mound, he procured the aid of several of the people living there, to dig along its skirts, when there was found, at some little depth, the original brick, forming the upper stratas of the foundation of the structure. The bricks thus discovered were about 1 foot square by 3 inches thick, and were covered on both sides with arrow-headed characters, having in many respects a resemblance to the present Hebrew letters. They were not hieroglyphics, or the pictures of creatures or things, but were evidently letters, or signs of ideas, placed in due order, as letters are now arranged, running in parallel lines across the bricks. There were instances, however, where those characters were set in perpendicular lines, or at right angles with each other. That they were letters is as evident as that any of the ancient characters of the Hebrew, Greek, Persian, or Chinese languages are letters. On these bricks was written, no doubt, the history of the tower, and the reasons of its being erected, the story of the flood, the ark, and of the nations before the flood, the original creation, etc. It appears that the letters were formed on the insides of the molds in which the bricks were made, the characters being raised out above the general level of the face of the mold, so that when impressed on the clay before it was dried for burning, would cause facsimiles in the face of the brick, and thus be preserved from being broken when laid in great masses on top of each other. It may have been, however, that the letters were made by merely pressing down on each brick, as it came from a smooth mold, the type of a letter carved out of wood, and thus produce the same effect as if cast in a mold. Specimens of these letters may be seen in the work alluded to above, in great numbers, and are worthy of the attention of the curious. The work is in the state library. That letters were known before the flood appears also from the fact that music was taught and understood among the Antediluvians. See Genesis chapter 4, verse 21, where it is said that one Jubal, a descendant of the family of Cain, was the father or instructor of all such as handled the harp and the organ. If music was taught, then of necessity they must have had a knowledge of characters of a competent description, by the means of which they recorded their music, or the science could not have been alluded to, as it is by Moses. If musical characters were then in use, of which there can be no doubt, then of necessity letters were also in use, or the rules of such as taught music could not have been systematically accomplished. Music being thus understood by the Antediluvians, it is an evidence that they possessed a high condition of refinement, as a general knowledge of this accomplishment is considered the ne plus ultra of good breeding in refined society of every age. To carry out this belief, we are aided by Moses in another respect, who says, Genesis chapter 4, verse 22, that the people of that age, going back to the lifetime of Adam, had a knowledge of the manufacture of brass and iron, and that they were also agriculturalists, as well as shepherds and herdsmen. It is said by the Jewish rabbi that letters and writing were invented by Seth, the third son of Adam. Watson's Theological Dictionary, page 856. With the knowledge of such things, can it be possible that the Antediluvians were not a civilized, laboring, trading, agricultural, mechanical, commercial, and scientific race? However many tribes, nations, kingdoms, and governments they may have been divided into around the whole globe, yet a knowledge of such refinements is stated by Moses to have certainly been in their possession. Of all this, is it possible that Noah, being born 600 years before the flood, could have been ignorant, seeing he was a good man, and improved his mind, therefore, in every possible way? Could he have planned and built the ark without a knowledge of geometry, which also supposes the existence and use of arithmetical characters? Ham, Nimrod, and his co-adjusters must have had a knowledge of geometry as well as of letters, or they could not have projected, nor have built the tower, and the great cities, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar on the river Euphrates, as Moses said they did. Genesis chapter 10, verse 10. From whom did Abraham, who was born only 292 years after the flood, derive a knowledge of arithmetic and astronomy, if not from the house of Noah? That Abraham had this knowledge is stated by Josephus in his book of Jewish Antiquities. If Abraham had this knowledge, then it is clear that the Syrians, of which people Abraham was a member, also possessed it, who, with all the first nations immediately after the flood, derived it, as well as all other knowledge, from the house and members of the family of Noah, who brought it with them from beyond the flood in written characters. That Abraham was an educated man is evident from the character he sustained among his countrymen, the Chaldeans, or the ancient Syrians. And as the head and patriarch of the Hebrew or Jewish people, as well as from the business which he transacted with the Egyptians, Canaanites, and other countries of that age. If Abraham, then, was an educated man, and was versed in all the learning of that age, which was cultivated by the Chaldeans, who doubtless at that era and upward toward the age of the ending of the flood, was composed of both white and red men, till such times as they were separated to their respective regions, then were also the patriarchs who were before Abraham's time, such as Arphaxad, Selah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Serug, Nahor, and Terah, the father of Abraham, as well as Shem, who was Melchizedek, and the progenitor of all the patriarchs above named. From this state of the case, it is not hard to conceive that the Egyptian and Canaanite Negroes, who were the very first people of those countries, received all their knowledge of letters, of agriculture, of geometry, arithmetic, and astronomy from the great and common source, the house of Noah, and the succeeding patriarchs. The opinion, therefore, that the Phoenician Negroes were the inventors of letters is no authority. What though Cadmus, an Egyptian, as it is said, carried the knowledge of letters into Greece first of all, at a very remote age, which we shall not dispute, yet this does not prove that the Egyptians invented them, as Cadmus, with the rest of his countrymen, derived that knowledge from the common source, the family of Noah. Whether this Cadmus, who is celebrated as the author of letters among the ancient Greeks, and the succeeding ages of the world, was a Phoenician or an Egyptian Negro, is far from being certain. For we learn from Josephus's Jewish Antiquities, Book 8, that one of the sons of Ishmael, the son of Abraham, was named Cadmus, and was as likely to have been the Cadmus of ancient history, who carried letters into Greece, as any other man. As to architecture of the magnificent and exquisite descriptions, the Egyptians made but little advances till the age of Solomon, previous to which time their buildings were of the most common order, made of brick, both burnt and dried. Even the cities of the time of Joseph were of this description, useful and spacious, but not approaching to the magnificent. In all Africa, says the Universal Traveler, page 499, there does not now exist among the Negroes any architecture, above that of mere huts made of stakes driven in the ground, and plastered inside and out. Of this description are the best buildings, shaped like beehives, conically. The rest are mere dens made of mud and sticks, or holes in the ground. These are the descendants of the mighty Egyptians, the Libyans and Ethiopians, whose lofty temples once filled Africa, if we are to believe abolitionists. But it is all an error. They were the authors of the architectural works of those ages no further than as slaves and laborers. The pyramids, which were built of hewn stone, was not the work of the woolly heads of Egypt, but of the shepherd kings called Kutea, from Arabia and the Persian Gulf, north of Egypt, who held, by conquest, for more than 200 years, the kingdoms of Egypt, during which time they enslaved the whole mass of the aboriginal people, when the pyramids and many other great works were built by slaves, at the dictation of the Hyksos, or shepherd kings. Watson. This was done prior to the time of Joseph's being sold into Egypt. The Hyksos kings were of the Abrahamic race, being descendants of his sons by Keturah, see Genesis chapter 25, who, settling eastward from Chaldea, where Abraham lived before he went to Canaan, expelled the children of Ham, or the Cushites, from the country, who, first of all, after the fall of the tower, settled there, on which account the country was alluded to by Moses, Genesis chapter 2 verse 13, by the name of Ethiopia, through which the Gihon flowed. This people, being thus expelled, went to Africa, and founded another kingdom, which also was called Ethiopia. Now on this account the Hyksos race were called Cushite shepherds, namely, because they had conquered and dwelt in the country of the expelled Cushite race, who were of the house of Ham. These were the people who conquered Egypt at so early a period, and built the great works of that country above named. The Cushites, as stated by Richard Watson in his Historical Dictionary, page 282, were driven out of their Asiatic possessions along the Gulf of Persia and along the northern side of the Red Sea by the Ishmaelites and the Midianites, both of the lineage of Abraham. The descendants of Abraham were always prone to rearing vast herds of cattle, by which means, in a great measure, they acquired wealth and power. Such were the shepherd kings, who, for a time, tyrannized over Egypt, as above shown. It was for this very reason that all shepherds were an abomination to the Egyptians in the days of Joseph, the Hebrew, as stated Genesis chapter 46, verse 34, for they remembered the cruelties of the red-skinned shepherd kings. From all points, therefore, it is evident that the original Negroes of the Nile, the swarthy, woolly heads of the race of Ham, did not profit by a knowledge of letters or any other knowledge of the house of Noah above mere agriculture, till such times as other races of men, such as Ishmaelites, Midianites, and Chaldeans, all of the race of Shem and Abraham, had begun to mingle with them. So that by the time of Saul, David, and Solomon, the character of Egypt in relation to enterprise had become vastly changed from her ancient stupidity, from whence we date what may be denominated the architectural age of Egypt. At a very early period, thousands of the Ishmaelite race settled in Africa by invasion along the headwaters of the Nile in Ethiopia, mingling more and more through Egypt, down toward the mouth of that river. This is a matter of history. Watson, page 282. This is evident also from the mummies brought from that country, which were doubtless embalmed as long ago as in the days of David and Solomon, and perhaps as far back as when the Hebrews were in Egypt, all of which, except now and then one, are not of the Negro race, but of a red or copper-colored people, with long straight hair and other characteristics not belonging to the genuine Cushite or race of Ham. From this circumstance it is shown that the ruling people of Egypt in those ages were not the native Negroes, as none but the more wealthy were able to bear the expense of embalming their dead. Says Professor Lawrence, page 292, quote, that a race ever devoted within the period embraced by authentic history to slavery, or to an existence not much better, and possessing, under the most favorable circumstances, only the rudiments of the common arts and the most imperfect social institutions, should have occupied, in remotest antiquity, undertakings which astonish us even now by their grandeur, and prove so great a progress in civilization and social life, in arts and sciences, that they should have subsequently lost all this surprising progress, and never have exhibited the smallest approximation to such a preeminence in any other instance, is a fact extremely difficult to explain. Close quote. The Negroes of Africa, who are the descendants of the Egyptians, the Libyans, and the Ethiopians, all the same people, the race of Ham, the first Negroes, for thousands of years, have made no advances in letters, or in any other approximating thereto, as in all Africa, among the Negro tribes and kingdoms, not a gleam of the light of science, the precursor of which is the invention of letters, has appeared. Not a hieroglyphic or symbol, no kind of painting, or even knots tied in a string, as in Peru called quipos, to denote numbers, has appeared in all the vast regions of southern Africa. How is this so? What has induced this amazing stupidity of the native Negro? In the annals of no people of the whole earth can there be found evidence of so profound a state of ignorance and apathy with respect to a desire of improvement as among this people, for they have not exceeded the beasts of the wilderness where they dwell, who follow the mere instincts of their natures. But in the northern parts of Africa, on account of the mixture of the other races with that of the Negro blood, there has arisen more or less improvement in agriculture and government, which has elevated the Negro blood a little above their native dead level of their degraded natures. End of chapter 9a. Chapter 9b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What though the Negroes of Canaan built many towns and cities in their country, such as Jebus, Tyre, Zidon, Gath, Hamath, Jericho, with many others, which Joshua and his warriors found extremely difficult to destroy. And although before their settlement in Canaan they built the Tower of Babel, the cities of Akkad, Erech, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar on the Euphrates, yet all this, and especially the cities last named, which were built by the Negroes before they settled in Canaan, and before the confusion of their language, we attribute to the first impetus of knowledge derived from the house of Noah, and kept alive by surrounding circumstances, the exertions of other nations, the Shemites and the children of Japheth. But when finally overcome and subdued by the superior policies of the other races, the Negro man, not possessing in himself the great conservative powers, which are the grand source of all exertions and human independence, fell, naturally by degrees, back into their native insufficiency of mind, the end of which is misery, ignorance, barbarism, and slavery. During the age of their first prosperity, had they cultivated such mental faculties as they had, instead of indulging in all kinds of animal luxuries, crimes, murders, tyranny, lewdness, and horrid idolatries, they would not have gone down as they have. That such was the fact respecting them is strongly supported by the history of Carthage, whose empire was coeval with the later ages of Canaan, and with the very time of the glory of Egypt. This Negro kingdom, during its whole existence, which was from the age of Ahab, one of the kings of Israel, till destroyed by the Romans under Scipio about 140 years B.C., made no advances in literature. On this subject, Rollin says, page 238, that during all the ages of their existence, which was about 700 years, they did not produce but 4 literary men, while the Greeks and the Romans, we will add, during the same space of time, filled the world with their sages, philosophers, and seats of learning, as well as with their manufactories, trade, and commerce. The great ambition of the Negro Carthaginians was war, plunder, rape, and cruelty, excluding, even by edicts, the encouragement of letters and learning. Wherever the Greeks or Romans carried their conquests, they strove to better the condition of conquered countries. But the Carthaginians turned all to a howling wilderness, or at least did not attempt to better the character of the subdued nations. The reason why the Carthaginians discouraged literature by law, says Rollin, was, as they asserted, that it assisted men to become rogues and to overreach each other. But this was not the reason. It was because of their innate dislike to mental study and research as a people, seeking only after animal gratification, seeing no beauty or advantage in a knowledge of the mysteries of the arts and sciences, as did the other races, especially the descendants of Japheth. This is the grand reason why the first Negro nations went backward rather than forward from their original opportunities, namely, their not having appreciated the value and worth of letters, moral improvement, the science of social government, virtue, etc. And yet we are told that the Negro man invented letters at first, an idea easily refuted by a reference to the fact that letters and learning were understood in the house of Noah long before Ham was born. In relation to their commonly accredited knowledge of the art of building or of architecture in Egypt is entirely preposterous. Says Lawrence, page 296, quote, "With our present knowledge of the capacity of Negro men, and our knowledge of the state in which the whole race has remained for full 20 centuries, can we deem it possible that they should have achieved such prodigies?" Close quote. That the Negro man in those ages did, unaided by the talents of others, invent and carry out, by his own mental energies, the great works of Egypt and Carthage, we wholly deny, and aver that it cannot be proven. That the knowledge of architecture and many of the other arts, as well as sciences, were as well understood, if not better, by the Chaldeans, who were of the race of Shem, and coeval with the Negroes of the Tower of Babel, which was long prior to the settlement of Egypt or Ethiopia, is evident from the notices respecting them, found in the writings of Moses in the book of Genesis. The settlements of Shem and Japheth about the regions of the headwaters of the Euphrates and Tigris in ancient Persia, so named long afterward, and Armenia, were made all 100 years before the children of Ham went either to Canaan or Egypt. It is true, however, that Ham and his people went down the Euphrates to the Vale of Shinar, where, in about 50 years after his leaving the country of the ark with his family, they built the tower. But as soon as that undertaking was frustrated by the divine power in the confusion of their language, they immediately spread out in all directions, some going westward to the unknown region of the country called, afterward, Canaan Phoenicia, some southward along the Persian Gulf, in Arabia and the Red Sea, as well as still farther south into Egypt, while some went southeast along the Indian Ocean, toward the country now known as Hindostan, and others remained, no doubt, in the same country, along the Euphrates, quite down to the sea. Here they had to begin anew in all their respective regions. But during all this time, the children of Shem and Japheth, with the patriarchs born soon after the flood, were going forward with their pursuits, and actually built the great cities of Rehoboth, Keilah, and Resin, Genesis chapter 10, verses 11 and 12, even before the time of the building of the Tower of Babel by the Negroes, as the children of Shem and Japheth had nothing to do with that exploit. The numbers and the names of some of the patriarchs, born prior to the dispersion of the blacks from the project of the tower, are as follows: Arphaxad, Salah, Eber, and Peleg, besides 4 other sons of Shem, younger than Arphaxad, whose names were Elam, Ashur, Lud, and Amram, who were each and all of them the fathers of vast multitudes, over whom the mighty and princely Melchizedek, or Shem, the son of Noah, reigned as a priest. In this man were concentrated, by the providence and appointment of God, the regal and sacerdotal dignities, as well as a knowledge of all past ages, as he was born more than 100 years before the flood. Is it a supposable case that the races of Shem and Japheth, under such a supervision as that of Noah and Melchizedek, were idle, and accomplished nothing, during all the time the Negroes were busy on the great flats of Shinar, and in the building of the tower? The reader will recollect that Noah lived, after the flood, 350 years, and Shem 500 years, so that during 100 years or more, prior to the Negroes' settlements of Canaan and Africa, these 2 great men, as well as the 4 other patriarchs, first above named, were as energetically at work in their settlements, east and north, as were the Negroes in theirs, and that, too, without a loss of time, as was the case with the blacks. For they lost all the time spent in the vale of Shinar, before they were dispersed, amounting to more than 100 years. That the race of Shem, under the advices and knowledge of himself and his father Noah and concomitant patriarchs, had actually grown numerous, and attained to power at a very early period, is evident from the 14th chapter of Genesis. In the history contained in that chapter, Moses gives an account of a war waged and carried on between certain kings in the land of Shinar, whose countries lay along and beyond the river Euphrates, who were the children of Shem, and certain kings of Canaan, Negroes, and of the vale of Sodom, whose kingdoms lay along and near the river Jordan, places and governments about 300 miles apart. The names of the kings of Shinar who engaged in this war were Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations. This war happened in the days of Abraham, about 250 years after the dispersion from the tower, and about 370 after the flood, when Abraham was about 80 years old. These confederate kings from the Euphrates were powerful, as we see they had held in vassalage, for some 12 years, certain districts of the country of Sodom, on the river Jordan, east of the country of old Canaan, although so far from the seats of the respective thrones. But the kingdoms of Sodom rebelled from under the rule of those eastern kings. On this account, the 5 kings of the Euphrates, with their troops, came the great distance of full 300 miles overland, to reduce the people to their vassalage again. But the sooty monarchs of Sodom, 5 in number, whose names are as follows: Bera, king of Sodom, Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and Bela, king of Zoar, mustered their troops and resisted their oppressors, but were beaten with a terrible overthrow, in which defeat Lot, the half-brother of Abraham, and all he had, was carried away. Thus we learn from the pen of Moses how great the empire of those eastern monarchs was, extending west even to Jordan, covering at that time more or less the country of old Canaan, while to the east there was nothing beyond them but the wilds of India and Hindostan. Thus far we have presented this trait of ancient history merely to show that at the very time when the Egyptians had been settled in the vale of the Nile, only about 250 years from the time of the dispersion from Babel, there was then a mighty empire much further advanced in the arts and sciences than were the Egyptians in the country of Euphrates, which had its commencement long before even the building of Babel, and had spread outward toward the region now called China, to a great distance, and had been advancing for more than 100 years before the Negroes of the Tower, or any part of them, had found their way to the Nile, or to the mountains of Canaan. In this Eastern Empire, there were no less than 8 great cities named by Moses, which were Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, built by the people of Ham under Nimrod, before the confusion of their language. And then there were Nineveh, Rehoboth, Keilah, and Resen, built by the people of Shem, quite as early as were the others by the people of Ham, who were dispossessed of them and driven out of the country by the Shemite race into Africa. From this view, it is seen at once that the arts, as understood in that age, were known in the land of Shinar, Armenia, and the East, long prior to the advancement of the Canaanites, the Ethiopians, the Libyans, and the Egyptians, derived from the house of Noah, and fostered by the patriarchs of the Shemite and Japhetic races. That Abraham, the great progenitor of many of the nations of the Eastern world, was a learned man, is asserted in the writings of several of the early Chaldean historians, as stated by Josephus, Book 1. Berosius, a Chaldean historian, speaks of this Abraham, the Syrian, as being wonderfully versed in a knowledge of the heavenly bodies, or in astronomy. Hecatus, another Chaldean writer, celebrates the greatness and the learning of the man Abraham, who, as Josephus relates, composed a book setting forth the life of Abraham, by which means his name was well known to the ancient writers of India and Hindostan. To this Adam Clarke sets his seal, who says that in the Oriental writings in the Sanskrit language, frequent allusion is made to Abraham as well as to Solomon ben Daud, or in other words, to Solomon, the son of David. It is said by Josephus that Abraham carried with him to Egypt a knowledge of arithmetic, which is borne out in the fact of his seed, both the Hebrews and the Ishmaelites, always being in the possession of the science of figures. And from whom did Abraham receive this knowledge, but from Shem, or Melchizedek, the son of Noah, which came from beyond the flood? How is it then, therefore, that literary men of the latter ages have seemed to look for the origin of the arts and sciences no higher than to the sooty cities of Egypt or Phoenicia, with all this evidence before them, as if the Negro man must have been the first and only discoverers of all that is excellent in the earth, especially when it is known that this race have never of themselves, as Negroes, patronized letters much in the world. Is it a credible thing that God, who committed to the race of Shem, in the persons of the patriarchs of that line, the lights of immortality, did not also commit to the same characters and race the lights of the arts and sciences, seeing that a knowledge of these very powers were necessary to the carrying out of the very plans of the deity, by the means of a branch of this race of men, the Shemites. Professor Lawrence, a man who ranks among the first men of the age, contends in his lectures that as all the black nations of the globe are in a low and miserable condition, and that, as they have been thus for thousands of years, therefore they are correspondingly low and miserable in their faculties, and this is the very reason why they submit to slavery. He deems the moral and intellectual character of the Negro race decidedly inferior to that of the white race, and that this condition arises out of his anatomical organization. Page 428. Then that this is so, there is no truth more self-evident. And yet there are found even among white men and women, and of such as lay claim to high distinction in society, those who do not hesitate to aver that there is no good reason why an amalgamation of white and black blood should not take place. Without reciting in this place all the physical peculiarities of the shape, color, and character of the Negro race, it may suffice to remark that when the two races come in contact, and the thoughts of amalgamation crosses the mind of a white, it is accompanied with a chill of the soul, which is nothing else but the voice of God in nature against it. The sympathies, when called upon in this respect, to coalesce with a creature of another caste and constitution, cry out and flee with affright, as if pursued by some horrid phantom of darkness. Surely God never intended any such jumbling up of his original work, as amalgamation proposes. As to the natural manners of the Negro race, there is between them and the other races a deeply marked difference in relation to the risible faculty, the continual readiness of the African to burst into loud and boisterous fits of laughter, increasing even to yells, with but little or no cause to excite it, is a trait entirely peculiar to that people. This peculiarity, which so attaches to the very being of the Negro race, was equally possessed by Ham, the first Negro, as appears in his treatment of the patriarch Noah in the hour of his sleep, as we have already shown from Josephus. End of chapter 9b. Chapter 9c of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There is another circumstance in the physical being of many of the African race of which we almost decline to speak, and this is the strange and unaccountable circumstance of their near approach in their shapes to that of the wild man of the woods, the orang-outang. If it was consistent in the divine economy to produce a black race of men, as in the person of Ham, suited in their constitutional make to people the hot regions of the earth, why need they, therefore, in so many instances, be formed so much like the animal above alluded to? Could not the African have been produced black, with all the peculiar temperaments of body and mind, without their having been formed so much like that strange-looking creature, to the black men's deep dislike, as well as to the surprise of all who have seen any of that kind of animal? The orang-outang is a most extraordinary creature, not only on account of its near approach to the form of many of the African race, but also from its almost human actions, great size, and greater strength. Some individuals of the species, which have been taken, have measured fully 7 feet in height, and were otherwise as largely proportioned. Such an one was caught on the northern coast of the island Sumatra in the Indian Ocean, which was a real giant. The account given by Dr. Clark Abel respecting the capture and size of this extraordinary animal is as follows. Quote, "When first observed, the creature seemed to be much fatigued, as if he were resting from a long and arduous journey. His legs, nearly to the knees, were covered with mud, showing that he had passed a region of country of a boggy or miry character, and was resting on the broad forks of a tree, when first seen by the hunters near the shores of the island. As the boat's crew approached the land, the monster appeared to be aware of its danger, and that a single tree whereon it was resting did not afford adequate means of safety. It therefore descended, and escaping to a small clump of forest trees at some distance, whither it was now pursued by the hunters, seemed to feel itself more secure. But as the hunters came up, they let off their guns, 5 at the first shot, the balls of which all took effect. On feeling itself wounded, the wonderful animal left the tree on which it was resting for the moment, and bounded with great activity and force from one tree to another, so that for a time it seemed to bid defiance to the hunters to overtake it. At length, however, its exertions grew fainter, and leaning against a limb, it vomited blood, being then some feet up among the limbs of the tree, in which it was putting its trust. The powder of the party being now exhausted, as they had been on the hunt for a long time that day, before they fell in with this rencontre, they were obliged to cut the trees down with their axes in order to be able to strike it with their spears. The animal was soon cut down, but as the tree fell, what was their surprise to see the wild man spring with great activity into the boughs of another, thus effecting its escape with seemingly unabated vigor. They now fell to cutting down all the trees of the place, which consisted of but a small clump, as they were determined to capture it by a conflict on the ground. This plan was accomplished, and the last tree brought the animal in immediate conflict with its enemies. Here they plied their spears on every side, as the bleeding animal bounded hither and thither amidst its foes, without seeming desirous of attacking any of them. But as it was overcome by many wounds, and nearly in a dying state, it suddenly seized hold of a spear, the handle of which no man could break, and snapped it asunder, as if it were but a dry twig. Its strength, however, they now saw was beginning to fail from a loss of blood, when in its agony it would clap its hands on the wounds, and look so pitiful at its tormentors, that the men began to have doubts as to the nature of the deed they were perpetrating. So much were its actions like a human being in distress. But soon it fainted, and fell down on the grass quiescent, and was dead. On measuring the strange creature, it was found to be 7 feet in length, and looked, while alive, and bounding from one tree to another, like a monster of a man, entirely naked, but overgrown with a thick coat of black shiny hair, of about 3 inches long, except on the forehead and face. Its chin was fringed with a beard, and curled neatly on each side. Its arms were long, much longer than a man's arms, while the legs were in proportion shorter, presenting a body of great size and power. The chest was broad and expanded, while the waist was quite slender, as are all the monkey tribes. The posteriors were pointed and narrow, which trait of form is also that of the African Negroes. Upon the whole, says Dr. Abel, it was a wonderful creature to behold, and more about it to excite surprise than fear. Close quote. Mr. Shaw, the Wesleyan missionary in South Africa, says that he has seen a whole troop of baboons on the mountains, who would not only scream, caper, and frolic at the sight of their company, but would actually laugh. Page 79 of his memorials. The existence of this animal, the orang-outang, is a great phenomenon in the world of beasts, on account of its near approach to human beings, and especially to that of the Negro race, both in form and capacities. The extreme scarcity of the creature in the world is not the least circumstance of its singularity, for it is found only in 1 or 2 districts of the whole globe, and those are in Africa. We mean the large class of the animal. Because there is a palpable similarity in many particulars between the Negro race and the extraordinary animal above described, we by no means insinuate what many seem to believe, namely, that they are a connecting link between the orang-outang and the white man, as this is utterly impossible on account of Ham's parentage, and because there is no such thing as a gradation from brute natures to that of the human. For man stands alone, being the image of God, and his only image on the planet. Our remarks, therefore, as above, and those which are to follow, are intended only to prove the natural and innocent fact of the Negro's mental and physical existence as actually inferior to the whites. In connection with this view, we shall notice the very curious circumstance of the difference there is between the nature of a Negro's flesh and that of the white man, the knowledge of which is afforded by the appetites of certain animals. The shark, the lion, tiger, and leopard prefer the flesh of the Negro to that of the white men. This is found to be true as to the shark, when the 2 races bathe together in waters inhabited by that voracious fish. It always selects the blacks, as an article of food suited to its taste, rather than the whites, rejecting the latter to the last. It is the same when white men and Negroes hunt for animals in the forest, above mentioned, together in Africa, those monsters always selecting the blacks as their prey, when it is as easy for them to take one as the other. Were we to render a reason for this curious preference, we should say that it is on account of the strong odor of the Negro's body, which, to the smell and taste, is more inviting than to the white man's flesh, as is the smell and taste of a horse and the ass to those carnivorous creatures. In conformity to this fact, that of the strong odor of the Negro's body, they can digest food of a much coarser and stronger character than white men can, such as the shark, the crocodile, the rhinoceros, the elephant, the hippopotamus, tigers, hyenas, dogs, lions, panthers, and serpents of every description, with the greatest ease and relish. All these are rejected by the white man as abhorrent to his nature, tastes, and powers of digestion, except in cases of strong necessity and starvation. The horrid and heart-appalling practice of cannibalism has, in all ages, attached more to the African race than to any other people on the earth. In the country of Egypt, according to Baron Humboldt, as late as the 13th century, 500 years ago, this dreadful practice prevailed, even among the higher orders of the people, as well as the lower, so that extraordinary traps and snares were resorted to, in order to catch each other for food, as they would any other animal. He says that physicians were often sent for, under a pretense of illness, when they who sent for them would kill and devour the physician, having arranged the plan how to deceive and destroy them before their arrival. The large island of Sumatra, in the Indian Ocean, is peopled by blacks of the Negro description, who formerly, if not now, devoured all persons among them, condemned to death for crimes committed against their laws. The manner of such executions was as follows. The criminal was tied naked to a post firmly fixed in the ground, while the executioners stood around the fatal spot with knives in their hands, who, when the sign for them to begin was given, fell on, in a regular manner, in the sight of thousands, cutting away such parts of the body as their respective fancies and appetites made choice of, eating the quivering flesh in its blood, with pepper and salt, while the poor wretch was howling and writhing with pain, as his devourers, all Negroes like himself, were chewing and swallowing him down before his own eyes, with gestures of great delight and satisfaction. Masonic Record, page 123, number 1, 1830. In New Holland there are, or were, several tribes of Negroes who have very large heads and mouths. Their heads, in form, resemble the head of the orang-outang. They are entirely covered with black hair or wool, are very limited in their intellectual powers, but are extremely dexterous in climbing trees, precipices, and rocky places, in which particular they greatly resemble the apes and baboons of Africa. They are exceedingly black, and have mouths much wider than any other people of the human race. They eat all kinds of reptiles, as bugs, worms, and serpents, with every decayed and filthy thing. But whether they are cannibals, we are not informed. Nearly the same is said of the natives of Australasia, who are small in stature, ill-shaped, and among the most degraded and barbarous of the whole human race, going entirely naked, with their bodies smeared over like the Hottentots, with oil and filth, having no religion or idea of a God, no government, and none of the comforts of civilized life, though occupying a country rich in every natural advantage of the globe. Smith's Geography, page 296. Were ever white men so low as this? On the island called Van Diemen's Land, in the Southern Ocean, latitude 42 degrees, which is adjacent to New Holland, there is, according to Captain Grant's account, a tribe of Negroes extremely black and woolly, whose whole formation is frightfully like the orang-outang, being, as to stature, many of them full 6 feet high, and powerfully built, who are far stronger than other men of their size, and very ferocious. These Negroes eat human flesh as freely as they do any other meat, making no difference, one way or another, in the light of its being better or worse than the flesh of other creatures. They sleep in the open air, although the country is far from being hot, as it is in latitude 42 degrees south, and full as cold as is the climate of New York, in both winter and summer, and yet they sleep in the open air on the ground, and in the trees, like the wild tenants of the heavens and the earth, huddling in caves and holes in the winter, as well as they can. The Negroes of the Norfolk or New Hebrides Islands in the Pacific Ocean make use of human flesh, and count it as a great luxury, a banquet of the highest order. Malte Brun, page 620. In the island Malikola, in the Indian Ocean, according to the above author, is a race or tribe of Negroes
who, it is said, may almost be regarded as a kind of apes or baboons, as they have long flat noses, narrow foreheads, high cheekbones, under jaws which protrude beyond what is common to Africans, very low of stature, and every way entirely horrible to look upon, on account of their extraordinary approximation to the shapes and attitudes of orang-utangs. The Negroes of Solomon's Islands in the Pacific Ocean, south latitude 10 degrees, are exceedingly black and cruel, whose chiefs will kill a man for happening to cross their shadow. So despotic and fierce are they in their anger. They wear around their bodies, as ornaments, strings of human teeth, and other tokens of ferocity and murderous practices. These Negroes are cannibals of the worst description, living on human flesh in preference to all other kinds of meat, which they procure by wars among themselves, and from shipwrecked vessels, which are cast by tempests on these inhospitable and bloody shores. But from whence came the Negroes of those islands of the Pacific Ocean, so far removed from Africa, their native country? We believe them to be descendants of the Cushites, who settled, first of all, and before they went to Africa, along the Persian Gulf and the Eastern Ocean, from whence they got on to these islands, by various means, where they have remained from that period till the present. The islands of New Hebrides, New Holland, Van Diemen, New Zealand, and Solomon's Islands, with many others, which are inhabited by Negroes, lie all along adjacent to the coasts of Asia, so that they were easily reached by these first settlers of the Ethiopia of that country, before they were conquered and driven out of it by the Shemites, as before stated. There is no other way to account for the appearance of the blacks on those islands, who have ever been acknowledged as the aboriginal or native people, other races mixing among them subsequently. This fact also establishes that the Negro race were always as they are, and that those Negro islanders are the descendants of the Asiatic Cushites, who now are cannibals, and have been thus in all time. From this same stock of black men, the Cushites of the days of Noah, descended the myriads of the Negro race, found mixed through all the nations of the great Eastern world, as China, the Indies, Hindostan, etc., among whom they are slaves, as in all other parts of the earth, carrying out the curse of Noah. On the continent of Africa, there is, in the interior, a tribe of Negroes called Igbos, whose features wonderfully resemble baboons, like those on the island Malikola, particularly in the great elongation of the underjaw. These are likewise cannibals. Morse's Geography, page 785. Mr. Vaugill, an American who traveled in Africa, having penetrated some way into the interior among the Congo Negroes, came to a pretty large settlement, where he found a kind of marketplace, to which the inhabitants resorted to buy and sell such things as they dealt in. Here Mr. Vaugill found an abundance of human legs and thighs, hanging on pegs driven into the trees and their huts, for sale, the same as meat is exposed in the markets of civilized countries. In another district of Africa, called Darwin, situated on the shore of a river, where a schooner, commanded by one Captain Dunninger, had anchored for the purpose of hunting, dwelt a tribe or nation of Negroes, but what their name was is not recorded. At this place, a part of the crew went on shore, where there was a thick wood, in quest of game.
For some reason or other, perhaps fear, they kept pretty near together, while they were looking about in the unknown woods, when they were suddenly set upon by a large party of negroes concealed in the grass, and notwithstanding the guns of the schooner's party, were at once overpowered, being frightened, as the negroes rose up immediately about, and under their very feet. They were instantly killed with clubs, except one or two, who being a little apart from the main company, fled to the vessel with the news. As soon as possible, the residue of the crew hastened to the spot, well armed, where they found nothing but the blood and entrails of the victims, for their bodies had disappeared, carried away, as they believed, to be used as food for the murderers. A race of Negroes once inhabited a large district of country, about and beyond the heads of the Nile, in Abyssinia, far south of the equator, called Giogas, who once overran a great country in Africa, in the region known as Upper Egypt, supporting themselves as they went by killing and eating the inhabitants, as they would so many cattle in an enemy's country. They finally seized upon a district which lies south of Angola, bordering on the Great Sahara, or Sand Desert, where they finally settled, and were living when the Christian missionaries found them. Whenever these people, who were the terror of the surrounding tribes, went out on marauding excursions to plunder and capture their own race, as has been the custom of all Africa in all ages, they always selected from among their female slaves as many as they judged necessary for their support on their way, whom they killed as they went for food, having used them as their wives till the time of butchering them came. Edinburgh Encyclopedia, Volume 2, page 185. Is it possible to conceive of any condition in human life so utterly horrible, so far removed from the common sympathies and moral feelings of humanity, so deeply damned as were this community of Negroes? And yet their character was but in perfect keeping, more or less, with every horde, tribe, and nation of the race, whether we go back to the first ages of their being in Asia and Africa, or look at them after the lapse of thousands of years, and as they are now, in their own untaught character, as found in the islands, woods, and mountains of their blood-stained country. The Reverend Mr. Brown, of the Methodist Episcopal Church in Africa, related, when on a recent visit to America, some appalling accounts of cannibalism, as seen and known by himself. He related that he had seen some 10 or a dozen men buy a prisoner from a tribe who had taken him in battle, and, tying his hands behind his back, fell upon him with knives, cutting off pieces of his body as the victim went, who filled the air with yells and cries for mercy, till he fell down from a loss of blood, when he was entirely devoured, except the bones. The Reverend Barnabas Shaw, a Wesleyan missionary, in his Memorials of South Africa, says, but we deem it rather reluctantly, that the Buchanan Negroes are sometimes cannibals. Page 56. That this trait of Negro depravity and appetite was as much in vogue among them in the country of old Canaan, even prior to the time of Moses, and the conquest of those nations by the Hebrews, as it was in ancient Africa, or any of the adjacent islands at any time, appears from some remarks in the writings ascribed to Solomon on this very subject. It is said of Solomon, in the Scriptures, that he was a wise man, and, of necessity, a well-read man, or he could not have been wise. Solomon was, no doubt, acquainted with the history and manners of the ancient nations of the country over which he reigned, and who, in part, had been conquered by his own arms. He had access to the writings of all former ages, even those of Noah and Melchizedek, as well as of other patriarchs. On these accounts, we may rely upon what he has said on the subject of Negro cannibalism in the Book of Wisdom, as set forth in the Apocrypha, chapter 12, as follows. For it was thy will, O Lord, to destroy, by the hands of our fathers, the Hebrews, both those old inhabitants of thy holy land Canaan, whom thou hatest, for doing most odious works of witchcrafts and wicked sacrifices, and also those merciless murderers of children and devourers of men's flesh, and the feasts of blood with their priests, out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed with their own hands babes destitute of help. Respecting these ancient nations of Canaan, the seed of Ham, Solomon further states, in the same chapter as above, as follows. But executing thy judgment upon them by little and little, thou gavest them place of repentance, not being ignorant that they were a naughty generation, and that their malice was bred in them, and that their cogitation would never be changed, for it was a cursed seed from the beginning. Here allusion is made by Solomon to the curse of Noah, and to the decree of God against the race. In the words, they were a cursed seed from the beginning, that is, from the birth of Ham, and that their malice was bred in them. Concerning this people, Solomon further saith, in chapter 14, Moreover, this was not enough for them that erred in the knowledge of God. But whereas they lived in great ignorance, those so great plagues called they peace. For whilst they killed their children in sacrifice, or used secret ceremonies, or made revellings of strange rites, they kept neither lives nor marriages any longer undefiled, but either one slew another treacherously, or grieved him by adultery, so that there reigned in all men of those nations, without exception, blood, manslaughter, theft, dissimulation, corruption, unfaithfulness, tumults, and perjury. End of chapter 9c. Chapter 9d of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This account of the character of the ancient and first Negroes of Canaan, as given by Solomon in the Book of Wisdom, is corroborated in relation to cannibalism by the sacred text itself, and therefore is established against them beyond all doubt. See Book of Numbers, chapter 13, verse 23, where there is an account of the spies who were sent into the mountains and country of Canaan to see what kind of people dwelt there, who reported of them when they returned that they were monsters, not only in stature, but in practice, for they said, they eat up the inhabitants. That is, they were cannibals, which frightened the spies nearly out of their wits. The Carthaginians sacrificed infants to their gods, as well as adult persons. At one time, says Rollin, Volume 1, pages 255 and 272, they burnt 200 babies and 300 grown persons. But whether they eat them after they were roasted is not related by the historian. This dreadful practice they carried with them from old Phoenicia or the land of Canaan, as the black nations of Carthage were derived from the blacks of Canaan. Page 275 of the above author. This is a dreadful picture of the ferocity of those early Negro nations, who, it appears, not only worshipped the devil, practiced witchcrafts and sorcery, disregarded the marriage rites, murdered, swore false, practiced all kinds of dissimulation, but in addition to all this, they would kill and eat their own children, or any of the weaker inhabitants, the aged, the infirm, prisoners, etc. All these they would devour as an article of food. The times alluded to by Solomon in the Book of Wisdom, and by the Book of Numbers, as above quoted, was some 15 and 1900 years B.C. Comparing these facts with the statements of Herodotus on the same subject, we learn that the Negro race, more or less, have always been addicted to cannibalism, from the very beginning till the present time. The following is from the pen of Herodotus, the eldest of the Greek historians, where it is recorded respecting the Libyan Negroes, quote, "If any man among them appeared to be diseased, his nearest connections put him to death immediately, alleging in excuse that sickness would waste and injure his flesh. They pay no regard to his assertion that he is not really ill, but without the least compunction deprive him of his life," close quote, and then devour him when cooked. From the time of Moses to the time of Herodotus was a lapse of more than 1,000 years. From the time of Herodotus to the time of the 13th century of the Christian era, when, according to Baron Humboldt and other good authorities, cannibalism was entirely universal in Egypt among the Negro class of the people, was a lapse of some 1,500 years. And from the 13th century to the present time is some 400 more, accounting in all to full 3,000 years of the history of that race, in which they have been, irrespective of civilization, actually more or less in the practice of the dreadful crime of eating human flesh as an article of food, not from necessity, nor on account of the requirements of their religion, but wholly from the common desire of that kind of food, the same as dogs or any other carnivorous animal. But it was a few years since, 1839, that a part of the crew of the vessel Colonel Crockett, which sailed from Newburgh, New York, to Africa, was devoured by the Negro cannibals on the Delago River, inland about 100 miles, while engaged on a hunting excursion in the woods of that river. For all the particulars of that horrid affair, see the paper entitled The New World, March 13th, 1841. On comparing the white nations in any or all the ages of the earth with the tribes, hordes, and nations of the aboriginal blacks, it is not possible, however far removed from the lights and influences of the true religion, to find such evidences of absolute mental and practical degradation as is found over the whole earth among the Negro race, whether in a civilized or a savage state. It is impossible to find, in the history of any of the white nations, since the flood of Noah, a community who were absolutely without any knowledge of a God, of law and order, self-government, etc., as we find in all the history of the savage parts of the Negro race. Is there on the page of universal history, whether written or traditionary, any account of white men going entirely naked in the woods all their lives, their women and their children having no dwellings better than a cave, a hollow tree, or a hut made of twigs, or some fragile substance, without order, laws, religion, or any kind of refinements whatever, no knowledge of agriculture or of improvements in any way beyond a wooden spear, a bow and arrows, or some such implement. In such a condition, millions of the Negro race are found in all ages of the world, as well as at the present time, but never the white race. Is not this fact an evidence of the radical and abiding difference there is between the races, the blacks and the whites, in relation to mind? In America, however, it is very common for some people to charge the low and degraded condition of the Negro race to the account of the domineering manners of the whites over them. But we presume they will not do so in relation to the foregoing accounts, as the white man's influence is unknown in their ancient or modern barbarous condition. On this account, such persons will be compelled, even against their own wills, to place the cause to the right account, which is the Negro's own natural imbecilities. It is utterly impossible to reduce the whites by any process whatever to so low a condition, as is found to be the universal state of the Negro race, on account of the possession of superior mental faculties, moral feelings, reason, reflections, sympathies, and all the train of qualifications constituting the image of God, as alluded to Genesis chapter 1 verse 27. But these qualifications and this image are possessed by the Negro race in a less degree, which corresponds exactly with the difference there is between the color, forms, and attitudes of the two races. In further illustration of this fact, it is said by physicians who have made the tropical diseases their study, that the Negro sleeps sound in every disease, nor does any mental disturbance ever keep them awake. They bear surgical operations much better than whites. And what would be the cause of insupportable pain to a white, a Negro would almost disregard. I have, says Dr. Mosley, amputated the legs of many Negroes, who have held the upper part of the limb themselves alone. Lawrence's Lectures, page 402. As a corroboratory of this fact, we see it stated in the speech of Dr. Browning, in the Great Abolition Convention at London, that when he was in Egypt, a black man, who was a soldier, and who was wounded in the leg, found it necessary to have the limb amputated. This was done by a surgeon named Clotbé, and when he expressed his surprise at not hearing any exclamation of pain, his answer was, "Do you think that a black man can bear pain no better than the white man can?" Pennsylvania Freeman, August 6, 1840. The circumstance, however, is made use of by Negro admirers as an evidence of the great fortitude of their natures and strength of mind. But this notion is overthrown in the fact of their want of courage in the hour of terror and danger, and of perseverance in great undertakings. It is true that the race is ferocious, but ferocity is neither an evidence of courage, fortitude, nor of mind, but is rather a trait of their nervous insensibility, agreeing with the fact above stated. The distinction of color between white and black is not more striking than is the difference between the moral feelings and mental endowments of the two races. They indulge almost universally in disgusting debauchery and sensuality, displaying everywhere a gross indifference to the mental pains and pleasures of others. insensibility to order and metaphysical harmony, with an entire want of what is comprehended under the idea of elevated sentiment, manly virtue, and moral feeling, is characteristic of the race. These traits and virtues attach more prominently to the whites, which cannot be denied by any but fanatics, the profoundly ignorant and self-blinded character. There are districts of country in Africa, and especially along the Atlas Mountains, in which apes and baboons are so abundant that in many of the mud hut towns of the Negro natives, these animals live all together, as if they were members of the same community. Hurd's Researches, Volume 1, page 37. Herodotus speaks of a tribe of Negroes in Africa who were so profoundly ignorant that they had no names by which they could distinguish each other, their memories, respecting the looks of individuals, being their only guide when they met, the same as dogs after they get acquainted. In no age and under no circumstances is it possible to ascertain among any tribes, nations, or communities of the whites so much misery and meanness, so much wretchedness and bestiality, as is found among the Negroes, not of America, but of Africa, among the aboriginal people. Neither is it possible to ascertain from the page of history, under the most favoring circumstances, that the Negro race have ever risen to a comparable height with the white nations in the sciences, or even in the most necessary arts. The ancient Negroes of Egypt, Ethiopia, Libya, and Phoenicia had no knowledge of water power as being applicable to propel machinery, nor of machinery itself. They knew nothing of the architectural ark. They had no knowledge of the mighty principle of steam, nor of gunpowder, nothing of the magnetic needle, the clock or timepiece. They knew nothing respecting anatomy and the circulation of the blood in the human body, or in animals. They had no knowledge of the art of printing, nor of the iron plowshare, with hundreds of implements, and manufactures now understood, and in use in the world among white nations. Well, what of all that? Says one. Neither were any of these things known or understood by anybody else, black or white, in those times. Granted, but how came it to pass, we ask, that in the process of ages, the Negro man, or race, has never discovered any of these things, while the white man has found out and invented them all? It is true that the scriptures intimate that the Egyptians were a very wise people, by saying that Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians. Acts chapter 7, verse 22. But what was this wisdom, after all, but a mass of superstition and nonsense, respecting their idolatrous religion, a world of stuff which Moses despised and rejected. Respecting their wisdom, the Jewish rabbi hold, says Dr. Clark, that it consisted in the arts of necromancy and magic, with which Moses, of necessity, was well acquainted, having been brought up in the court of Pharaoh, as heir apparent to the throne. But he condemned the whole as false wisdom and vain philosophy, derived from the heresies of the Tower, as from a germ engendered in the polluted hearts of Ham and Nimrod, the great fathers of Negro idolatry in the world. In closing this section, we give the opinion of Rollin, as it respects the innate strength of the Negro's mind and courage, in substance, as follows. The Carthaginians had mean and groveling souls, as when they were victorious in battle, they were always cruel and ferocious to the prisoners. But when defeated themselves, they would cringe down like frightened dogs, losing all courage and hope. This was the true character of the famous Carthaginians in all their wars and history of their existence. Volume 1, page 255. During the First Punic or Phoenician War, toward the close of that contest, the Carthaginians were obliged to procure a general to lead their armies and conduct their forces against the Romans from the Greeks, as among themselves there were none who could cope with the victorious Regulus. The general they procured was the famous Xantippus, a Lacedaemonian, who, when he had taken the command of the sooty legions, soon became the victor, even taking the Roman commander prisoner, as well as defeating his forces, when a peace between the two powers ensued. Does this fact go to exhibit the black men of Carthage, whether woolly-headed or straight-haired, as being equal in point of talent with white men, when they were compelled to employ a white general, a Greek, to compete with and conquer the Romans at that time, or submit to ruin? Welpley's Compendium of History, page 165. But how did the Carthaginians requite the brave white general for his acts of valor and friendship? By murdering him, for fear that it should be known that a white man had assisted them, and was the cause of their good fortune. This fact shows also, as Rollin has spoken of them, namely, that they were mean and groveling of soul. On that famous occasion, it is said by the above historian, Volume 1, page 285, that when the Carthaginians saw how much superior the abilities of Xantippus were to their own generals in maneuvering the troops in battle, they were struck with astonishment, and said that the ablest generals of Carthage knew nothing in comparison with this Greek. As to the natural courage, which is but another term for superior abilities, of the Roman white men and the black Carthaginians, there was no comparison, as the former, though often defeated, were never discouraged, while the latter fell into despair at the very omens of defeat. Rollin, Volume 1, page 297. This author further saith, Volume 1, page 356, that whenever the Carthaginians got a victory over the Romans, their white opponents, they would butcher, crucify, and tear the prisoners to death. But that, on the contrary, when the Romans got a victory, they were lenient and humane. This fact, to Hannibal, was a very strange thing, which his mind could not readily comprehend. Mercy to a defeated enemy was, to the Carthaginians, a solveless problem, while in the minds of the Romans it was a virtue of the highest order. That such dispositions as these are the innate character of the Negro race is further shown from the following. In Western Africa, it is now a custom of the king of Dahomey, annually, to assemble all the chiefs and nobles of his kingdom, in order to aid him in the ceremony of watering the graves of his ancestors with blood. On such occasions, hundreds of human beings were butchered, consisting of prisoners, of criminals, and also of many seized promiscuously by lawless violence from among the crowd who suspected no evil. At any time when the king wishes to send a message to his deceased relation in another world, he delivers the errand to someone standing near, and then strikes off his head that he may go and carry it. The roofs of the huts of this king's place of residence are ornamented all over, as are also the pavements before the doors of his huts, with the jawbones and skulls of human beings. In Western Africa there is another kingdom called Ashanti, whose king is far more a tyrant than the king of Dahomey. When the English commissioners, not many years since, had arrived at the capital, which was but a wilderness of low and conical huts, it was at a time when the annual man-butchery took place for the sake of the dead. The following is the account as published, Universal Traveler, page 420. Quote, "During their stay, the commissioners witnessed scenes so dreadful that it seemed to sink the Ashanti character even below the ordinary level of savage life. The custom of human sacrifices is practiced here on a scale still more tremendous than at Dahomey. The king had lately sacrificed, on the grave of his mother, 3,000 victims, and at the death of the late sovereign, his predecessor, the sacrifice was continued weekly for 3 months. On these occasions, the kabokirs and princes, in order to court the royal favor, would often rush out from the presence of the king, and the first man they met they would drag to the sacrifice. While this business lasts, it is, therefore, with trembling steps that anyone crosses the king's threshold, and when compelled to do so, they rush along with the utmost speed, as if they were passing the gates of hell, dreading every moment the murderous grasp from which there is no escape." Close quote. Here there was a sacrifice of 2,400 lives of slaves in the short order of 3 months. At such a rate as that, a custom of this description would, in a century, during the reign of, say, but 4 kings, allowing them an average reign of 25 years, destroy the lives of 240,000 slaves, as it is the slave of the Ashanti who have thus to suffer. Is American slavery anything like this, as now extant in the Negroes' own happy land, as abolitionists would have men believe it is? What other people but this race, the Hamites, have been found on the earth since the creation of man, who are so foolish and cruel when they have power and opportunity? Had there been no other race created on the earth, long ago the whole world would have been but one great slaughterhouse, in which no light of science, religion, government, or the useful arts would ever have been heard of, as all these blessings are of other origin than the Negro man. As it was then in the ages of Carthage, so it is now, and ever has been thus. The Negro, when in power, plays the tiger, glorying in deeds of blood and terror. But when in subjection, he cringes with stupid fear, yielding his neck easily to the yoke and condition of slavery. If Hannibal was a great general, or rather a successful one, we think we need not fear to assert that what he was, he owed to the superior talents of 2 white men, Lacedaemonians, namely Sobsius and Philemius, one of whom was his teacher, and the other a counselor, who always attended him in his warlike expeditions. Rollin, Volume 1, page 375. There were others of the Africans, as Massiniso and Juba, kings who reigned in the interior of Africa in the time of the Carthaginians, of whom it is said that they were great men, who, as well as Hannibal, received their education of white teachers, the Romans. In conclusion, therefore, from a view of the preceding facts, we are compelled to hold that it is absolutely certain, taking the whole history of both races, the whites and blacks, into the account, that the latter are absolutely unequal and lower in mental abilities, and do not possess, naturally, the stamina of improvement as do the former, but that this difference is attributable alone to the wisdom of God in the creation of the Negro race, in the blood and being of Ham, their father, on which account it is utterly impossible to elevate them to an equality with the whites, as it is to take away the blackness of their skins. As sure as day is fairer to the sight than dreary darkness in the hour of night, or wood less dazzling in the light's bright glare than Ophir's sands of gold and rubies are, so sure it is, as sure as truth is great, the blacks have got than whites a thicker pate. But if this thought displease as not refined, we can but add, therefore, they have less mind. End of chapter 9. Section 10a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Having, in the preceding section, treated on the mental inequality of the Negro man compared with white men, we shall now pass to the subject of amalgamating the two races, a thing which, in the minds of some persons, greatly to be desired, as in that way a universal equality would be made out. That the amalgamation of the two colors, black and white, were not designed by the Creator, is evident from the very existence of those two complexions. Had God been pleased to view the whole human race as possessing but one hue of complexion, he would never have produced more than that one, whether it might have been black, white, or red, or any other color, as green or blue. But if it is said that the amalgamation of the races would be proper and not displeasing to the Supreme Being, then it would follow that he is not displeased with the overturn, subversion, and adulteration of the works of his own hands or power, and the ruin of first principles implanted in the forms and colors of things created. That there should be in nature distinctions of this character are essential to order, to beauty, and classification. Without this trait of the divine operations, all nature would be but one universal blot, a vast compound of sameness. The earth would have no charms. There would be no distinction of color between land and water. The green grass of the meadows and mountains, the leaves and flowers of all forests, the tints and hues of all minerals, the colors of various animals, as well as of the human race, would become blended and confused in one great chaotic mass, so far as colors are concerned, in the existence of things. Had not God, therefore, have seen that all beings of animal natures, and all substances which make out the multitudinous amount of earth's productions and inhabitants, should be distinguished for the sake of order, identification, and beauty, by a countless train of tints, hues, and colors, it would not have been thus produced. It is, therefore, from this view, at once evident that as God did make the two complexions of black and white originally, which characterize two races of men, that it is, therefore, no less a sin than sacrilege to amalgamate them, thereby destroying God's work, and supplying the ruin with adulterations. But when it is considered that there are connected with those two complexions, two races of men differing as much in their mental faculties as they do in color and formation, and that these mental faculties, colors and formations, depend, for their continuance, upon the preservation of their respective attributes in those particulars, it furnishes a mighty reason why the whites and blacks should not mingle races, and thereby sin against God in the mutilation of the original order. If by amalgamating the two races, the native intellectuality of the whites becomes deteriorated, the reason why so monstrous an innovation on the rights of God should not be committed is still more glaring. Is it wise, for the sake of elevating the Negro race, to make so great a sacrifice as the destruction of the white man from the earth? If so, let them amalgamate. The road is open and broad. Against such a course, on the part of the African, we have heard of no objections, and but little from abolitionists. Were the races universally, by amalgamation, to mingle, the effect would be the destruction to both colors, the black and the white, and a new one, which God never created, take the place of the others, and this would be a dingy yellow, called the mulatto. The present heaven-approved form and complexion of the white race would be handed to posterity through the dark medium of Negro blood, stained, obscured, and confused. Their complexion would be but half white, the covering of their heads neither wool nor hair, their noses flattened and made wider, their mouths vastly extended, the temples narrowed and sunken, the forehead lowered and slanted backward, the contour of the head elongated, monkey-like, the eyes eclipsed of intelligence and made glossy like the eyes of animals, the underjaw protruded, the teeth set laterally, the waist narrowed, the chest widened, the posteriors pointed and lifted up, the foot enlarged and made spongy on the outer sides, the heel set backward, the calf of the leg taken away, the shin bone made convex, the skull thickened, the lips pouted forward, the cheekbones lifted up, and the whole external of the progeny become changed and merged in Egyptian darkness. But the above changes are not all the horrors which amalgamation produces, as the passions and mental faculties become remodeled and changed to other characters, as presented in the mulatto race of Negroes. There is an increased disposition to untamable and unrestrained lewdness, to treachery, to insensibility of feeling, to the want of high and manly sentiment. There is seen in this character, as in the real black man, a proneness to loud and senseless laughter, an extraordinary desire to whistle and sing, especially when in circumstances of labor and servitude. The fancies of the mind undergo a change also, in relation to colors, as the Negro's eye is powerfully attracted by the red and yellow in the decorations of their bodies. The powers of the appetite are also increased, so that several kinds of food, abhorrent to a white man's palate, comes not amiss, as is seen among the wild people of Africa, whether black, brown, or yellow. The feeling of love for children, in the light of a desire of their mental improvement, is as manifested by the white race, in a great measure, ceases to exist, and in its place springs up a happy indifference on this important matter. All this, and much more than we have words to express, as seen in the whole Negro character, would be the fearful result of lowering the standard of the human mind, as now possessed by the whites, by amalgamating the blood of the races. That such would be the consequence is as sure as is cause and effect, for it is a physiological fact that the brain of all Negroes is less in size and weight than the brain of white men by more than 1/8. This is known by actual examination of the heads of the two races. See Bingham on the Brain, page 21. In connection with this appalling truth, it is found also that the arms of the Negro race are longer than the arms of the whites, holding a midway relation between white men and monkeys in this particular. This was found to be so by Dr. White, who measured the arms of nearly 50 Negro skeletons, and in all cases were found to have longer arms than whites of the same height of persons. See Lawrence's Lectures on the History of Man, page 350. The whole character of the flesh of the Negro race, as well as their nerves, seems to be of a coarser character, less fine and delicate than is the flesh and nerves of the white race. The skin of their bodies is thicker and heavier than is the whites, especially about the head. Respecting the females of the African race, it is said that their breasts grow to monstrous sizes, hanging down even below their waists. Lawrence's Lectures, page 359. This would be a beautiful trait of symmetry to be added to the female portion of the whites, were the amalgamation of the races to become universal. It is said by those skilled in surgical operations and dissections of the human body, that the flesh of Negroes, from the outside to the bone, is of a darker color, as well as the blood, than the flesh and blood of white men. And why should not this be so, as the character or animal, if we may so speak, is wholly a different creature from the white human animal? In relation to the lower orders of animals, is it not true that there is a great difference in the texture and nature of their flesh in many particulars? This is known to the most unobserving, and why should it be wondered at, when we assert that the same rule or circumstance exists between white men and Negroes, and quite as much as their looks indicate? Amalgamation with them, therefore, proposes not only the blackening of the skin, but of the blood and flesh, even to the bone, as well as the deterioration of the mental faculties of the progeny of the whites. It is stated by Herodotus that the very semen of the African Negro in his time was black, which is equally true at the present, or at least it is of a dark bluish tinge, of which any man may convince himself, if he is deeply desirous of physiological information. Would not such a course be a species of blasphemy by despising the image of God, which is intellectuality, given to the keeping of the white race more than to the blacks? To cast away, therefore, any portion of this image or likeness of God would be a deed too horrible for contemplation. Any mingling of the blood of the blacks with the whites is considered by Professor Lawrence a deterioration of the mental powers of the progeny produced. But, says one, an admirer of the Negro race, it has never entered the heart of abolitionism to justify or aid in the actual amalgamation of the two races. We have only pleaded for, aided and abetted the doctrine of the Negro's natural and perfect equality with white men, as to their right to freedom and equality, with regard to slavery, their mental faculties and claim of political elevation in human society. Very well, this you have done, as all the world knows. But what is the tendency of such a doctrine? Is it not the high road to amalgamation? If the Negro race in Christendom are elevated to a parallel politically with white men, will they not, therefore, with this elevation, were it to be effected, become eligible for political offices, and thus establish the principle on which the election of Negro magistrates, judges, legislators, and governors, with any and all the offices of the civilized world, could be effected? Let this principle of political equality become once established in relation to the blacks. Would not the odium of marriages between the races be greatly lessened? Would not facilities be afforded to the Negro race of mingling on equal terms with the whites in relation to all the immunities of society? If so, then would there not be removed out of the way, in the estimation of millions, one great obstacle to amalgamation by marriages between the races? What propriety, therefore, is there in the pretense of some abolitionists that they by no means plead for amalgamation, while they approve of principles and acts which have for their certain result the amalgamation of black and white in one great and common community? But as dreadful as is the contemplation of such a state of human society, there are thousands in the United States who, in the fierceness of their zeal for the Negro's mere liberty, would happily forego the loss of half their mental powers, and their white complexion to boot, if they could but bring about this famous equality, and thus make an end of slavery. In various conversations which the writer has had with violent abolitionists, we have inquired of them whether, in order to carry out their belief of the Negro's absolute equality with white men, they were willing that a son or a daughter of theirs should be united with them in marriage. To this question we could seldom receive a direct answer, either yes or no, but were generally met by equivocation, as follows: "Pray, sir, is there any law, human or divine, against such marriages?" Here we would urge all the dissimilarities of the two races, in their faculties, passions, appetites, formation, color, looks, and smell, again, repeating the question, would you be willing that a son or a daughter of yours should marry a Negro? But receiving almost always the same shuffling reply. By this course of theirs, we became, as often as conversation of the kind occurred, convinced that these very persons abhorred the unnatural connection, and yet they would not yield the point, for fear of being compelled to acknowledge their real belief in the fact of their absolute inferiority. Yes, we have often heard abolitionists remark that the time will come when all mankind will be of one color, and that will be the yellow or brown, as that the good work of amalgamation of Negroes and white men was going rapidly on in the world, and this, they said, with a kind of joyful anticipation, as if by that means Negro slavery would at last be abolished in the world. Thus it is evident that when a man, or party of men, become firmly seated on a hobby horse, its speed is never known to slack, till the ruin of horse and rider is effected. But although abolitionists affect to deny that they are favorable to an amalgamation of the whites and blacks, this is contradicted in the speech of Wendell Phillips, in the great London Abolition Convention, as follows, quote, "When he went to America and told them that he had seen the white man and black man walk arm in arm, he should not be believed. He wished to have it recorded by the British press that the colored man was to be received in the same manner as the white." Close quote. Pennsylvania Freeman, August 6, 1840, number 204. The doctrine is also approved of by Dr. Browning, who was a member of the London Abolition Convention. See his speech in the Pennsylvania Freeman, August 6, 1840, number 204, as follows. Quote, "There was one circumstance," he said, "connected with the East," meaning the Mohammedan countries, "that was peculiarly interesting, and that was, that there they knew of no distinction of color. They had no nobility of skin. White men of the highest rank married black women, and black men frequently occupied the highest social and official situations." Close quote. Oh, how happy a thing it would be, in the estimation of this man, would the Americans only pattern after the Mohammedan in this thing, and thus confound the two colors, black and white, and sin against God, who made the difference, not to be mingled, but to be forever separate. But as to the abolishment of Negro slavery on such grounds as that, it can never be accomplished. For the history of the Negro nations, from the earliest ages down to the present time, furnishes abundant proof that they have enslaved their own race as much and far more cruelly than either of the other races, the white man or the red. To prove this, we adduce the following on that point. Strabo, an ancient historian, says that the Egyptians worked the machinery by which the waters of the Nile were elevated, in time of drought, to irrigate their lands, by slaves instead of oxen. To each of such machines there were attached 150 slaves of their own color. Rollin, Volume 1, page 133. The Carthaginians, or Negro people in Africa, who at first were a colony from Phoenicia, or Old Canaan, had vast hordes of slaves of their own color, whom they not only compelled to do their labor, but also, in great numbers, sacrificed them annually to their gods as burnt offerings. Rollin, Volume 1, page 223. Hanno, an opulent citizen of Carthage, though a black man himself, had 20,000 slaves, by which means, at one time, he attempted to usurp the government of his country, but was killed in the attempt. Rollin, Volume 1, page 266. But, in later times, we find, among the Negro tribes of Africa, the same practice. Damberger, the German traveler, in Africa, says, Volume 2, pages 151 and 152, that the kings or great chiefs of the tribe called Baharas, who lived on the river Gambia, or Niger, had his subjects in such a condition of vassalage that he sold them as slaves whenever he could, not only victims taken in war, but of his own tribe and countrymen. Another nation he passed through, called Hauphas, who always sold their children when young to other tribes, in order to avoid the trouble of taking care of them in their infancy, and then supplied their place by stealing such as were grown larger, to prevent their own tribe from running out. Damberger, Volume 2, page 158. The king of the same tribe above named practiced selling all his wives for slaves, at such times as he became weary of their company, obtaining new ones from among his own subjects, whether already the wives of other men or not. One tribe he found, who killed all their female children, but saved the males, stealing their wives from other tribes, or taking them in battle. This tribe were called Contorians, and inhabited a tract of country on the river Tumba, north of the Kafirs, or Hottentot region. Damberger, Volume 1, page 150. This author further states, Volume 1, page 173, in a note, that all the tribes he fell in with, except the Kafirs, dealt in slaves among themselves. These slaves they acquired in their wars, not instigated by white men, but by themselves, as they are seldom at peace with each other, and have not been in all past ages. Professor Russell says, page 44 of his work, that one of the chiefs of Lower Nubia, living at a place called Dur, had an army of 3,000 natives, all slaves, procured from the slave dealers of Dongola, a tribe dwelling further in the interior than the Nubians, above named. With these, the Tiger Man ravaged and plundered distant tribes, killing and capturing all who came in his way. Dur, his place of residence, was considered the capital of Lower Nubia, consisting, as to its architecture, of vast numbers of mud huts, in which dwelt the slaves of this horrible Negro king, rolling naked in mud when it rained, and in dust, ashes, and creeping things when it was dry. M. Caleby, in 1824, made a hazardous journey to the famous Negro city Timbuktu, quite in the central part of Africa, who says that the people are Negroes of the Kisur tribe, and that their chiefs have all their work done by slaves, who are compelled to live separate from their masters, though they are all of one color and one kind of people. This famous city is also but a straggling, disorder mass of mud huts and dried grass, filled to overflowing with wretched, naked men and women. Family Magazine, pages 82 and 83. Why naked roam, thou Negro man, in Africa's horrid wild, o'er mountains high and valleys deep, like a poor homeless child? The beasts that dwell amid the woods are happier far than you, for they have coats of fur and hair to guard from rain and dew. Your soil gives forth the native flax and other means of dress. Why roam like troops of monkeys wild o'er all the wilderness? Is not your land both deep and rich, to yield each year anew the annual crop would you but plant, as other nations do? Why dwell in huts of grass and mud, and caves and hollow trees, drenched by the rains in summer times, and in the winter freeze? Is there not stone and rock, and forests deep and green, from which good houses you might build, your naked limbs to screen? Your mountains give the mineral bodes of iron and steel their birth, of which the plow and axe are made to cultivate the earth. The diamond sparkles on your hills, their depths yield golden ore, by which mankind enrich themselves and generate all power. Why roam, therefore, thou Negro man, like beasts of blood and prey, naked and starved, no house or home, like a lost child astray? Ah, mighty white man, ask thou this, poor Negro have no trade, he sees no flax, no stone or tree, from which such things are made. He does not know that gold and trade, with labor infinite, has brushed away from nature's face the gloom of ancient night. His pate is thick, his brain is small, deep buried in the wool. He does not know, as white men do, but lives and dies a fool. O white man, take us from ourselves, our huts, our holes, our caves. O feed and clothe us, teach us too, and we will be your slaves. For thus it was from earliest times, as we have heard decreed, that Ham should serve all other men, and never can be freed. Genesis chapter 9, verse 23, Joshua chapter 9, verse 23. End of section 10A. Chapter 10b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There was a missionary who recently lived in West Africa at a place called Monrovia, namely Dr. Gohin, who has published to the world, in a paper entitled Liberator, that slavery in the United States, in its worst form, even under the lash, is not as bad as slavery is in Africa. He says it is a well-known truth that 9/10 of the population are in a state of personal slavery. The females are sold at an early age, to be, as soon as grown up, beasts of burden, or wives, as their Negro owners may require. The kings and chiefs of that country, he says, drive their own people in droves to the sea, where they sell their own blood and color by thousands to whoever will buy them. Thus it has always been in Africa, ages before the European white man knew anything about the slave trade. Even the famous and partially civilized Carthaginians used to obtain vast numbers of slaves from a region of country in Africa inhabited by a people called Goromantes, a powerful tribe of the interior, who made it their chief business to catch the people of their own color to sell to the Carthaginians. Hearn's Researches in Africa, Volume 2, page 231. This was done ages before the era of Christianity, and, of necessity, could not have been instigated by European white men. Crawford, in his Indian Archipelago, Volume 1, pages 18 through 20, states that there are, in those islands, 2 races of blacks. One of those races is not as black as the other, and have straight or long hair, while the other race is of a jet black with woolly heads. The straight-haired race, he says, hold the woolly heads in the utmost contempt, making slaves of them wherever they can be caught. The woolly heads are constantly found in a savage and more wild condition than the other race, making no improvements, but cleaving entirely to the state of nature, going naked, and living wholly on the produce of the wilderness. Thus it is made clear, in the above facts, that though all mankind were tinged by the Negro blood, as some abolitionists desire, yet would not slavery be abolished, as the Negro man has ever been found as ready to enslave his own race as are the other nations of the earth, no matter whether in a civilized or a barbarous state. This is the people, the woolly heads of Africa, the most degraded of the human race, who are even thus esteemed by the brown kind of Negroes, having straight hair, in the same countries, that abolitionists desire to elevate, politically, to an equality with white men, and, of necessity, to become amalgamated with them, by fellowship in marriages, and the other immunities of white society. The Negro race do not, and never were possessed of the common sympathies of human nature for their fellows in trouble, but treat such circumstances as a thing of no account. It is a well-known fact, that when a slave is punished for a misdemeanor, and cries out under the operation, it excites laughter among them instead of tears. They are not a race of people of sufficient sympathies or feeling to care much about their own sufferings, or the condition of slavery as a great whole, beyond their own individual being, and, in millions of cases, not even then, thinking nothing of the odium of being a slave, so long as comfort and protection is in their individual possession. Was not this trait of their character exemplified in the two slaves of the Honorable Henry Clay when on a trip to Canada some few years since? While there, the two slaves were told by the people that, as they were on English ground, they were free, but were urged with great vehemence to avail themselves of the happy circumstance in their favor, but to no purpose. The blacks replied that they loved their master, and would not leave him, and actually returned with him to the South, and to their condition of servitude again. Many such instances have taken place. This principle of indifference to the happiness of their fellows is shown not only in the history of the cruelties practiced in Africa by the chiefs upon the slaves, but also by the cruelties of the southern slaves towards each other, as manifested by the actions of the Negro slave drivers. In such cases, as when an owner of slaves happens to advance some more active and intelligent Negro to overlook the labors of a gang, the whip is seen to be in lively exercise, as well as the tongue. This is passing strange. In further proof of this indifference of the blacks respecting human suffering, we quote the following from Barnabas Shaw's Memorials of South Africa, published at the Methodist Episcopal Book Room in New York, 1841. This author states, page 37, that the Namaqua Negroes always leave their aged parents and the sick to fall a prey to the wild beasts, or to die of hunger, whenever they remove from one habituation to another. This tribe is a branch of the Hottentot family, who are descended, as is believed, from the ancient Egyptians. The Bushman Negroes are guilty of dreadful acts of cruelty toward each other when in a helpless condition. They have no feelings, says Mr. Shaw, pages 42, 43, and 56, toward babes, the sick, or their own aged parents, making even a boast of it. They will kill their children on the most trifling occasion, if not shaped to suit them. If pursued by an enemy, they will kill the aged, or if very hungry, they will eat human flesh. The Kafir Negroes of that country, he says, page 53, carry their sick into the woods to die alone, or to be devoured by serpents, wild beasts, or cast into some pit or hole, unheeded and forsaken. Mothers, one would think, would love and protect their babes, as even this virtue is found instinctively possessed even by dumb beasts. And yet we are told by Mr. Shaw in his work, page 56, that a woman of the Bechuan tribe offered to sell her child to him for some glass beads, who said that she loved her child, but that she loved beads far better. On the least occasion, says Mr. Shaw, page 58, they will kill their wives as they would a troublesome dog. Insensibility to pain, remarks this author, page 61, is one of the Negro faculties, as they seem not to feel even when cut to pieces, nor do they care for their fellows when seen in the greatest distress. With a view to all these things, and many more disgusting particulars, which the reader's discernment will not fail to suggest, how is it possible that any white man on the face of the earth can be found, who, in his heart, is willing to have the races become one by amalgamation? To the writer, such a desire seems to be a kind of monstrosity, a hideous nightmare, a frightful incubus, chattering and grinning on the bosom of the soul, driven on and on, as by a devil in mockery, for the crimes of believing in and desiring the union of white blood with black. There are not wanting, under this baleful influence,
Cases in the land.
Even among the refined and opulent, who have lent and are lending their influence to the ultra objects of abolitionism, and also who have bowed down themselves in the sight of the heavens and the earth to the very dust in compliance to Negroes, desiring thereby to have it believed that they do most heartily espouse the notion of the black men's intellectual equality with themselves, and then, with effrontery enough to look a tiger out of countenance, have braved the common and popular indignation, forming a mighty contrast between their apparent humility and lowly deference of the Negro, and their dauntless impudence toward those who cannot, for the sake of the image of God, subscribe to this blasphemy against nature. We are acquainted with occurrences of this description, when a Negro man has been petted, caressed, and almost seemingly adored by proud, scornful, and aristocratic white men, who, taking the Negro by the arm with affected politeness and attention, have led and escorted the black to the best seat in a superb carriage, and from thence, in pomp and array, to a place of public entertainment. Yes, we have understood that in the city of New York there was a certain opulent gentleman who, under the frightful influence of the Negro abolition mania, went so far with the horrible frenzy as to force Negroes upon the notice and attention of his daughters in his own house, and thus insult his own blood and that of the whole white part of creation. Can such doings be sincere? We have no confidence in the sincerity of such professions. The very pretenders feel appalled at heart, and loathe the unnatural approximation. Yes, the very Negroes themselves know better, and laugh at the hypocrisy and nonsense of the whole farrago. But nevertheless they are willing to be petted, as long as the conspirators against the order of God in the creation may be under the influence of this extraordinary political spasm, which will endure just as long and no longer than when their political object is attained or lost. If, indeed, the Negro race are worthy the attention bestowed upon them at the present time, how is it that they do not put forth the arm of mental power, and convince mankind that their abolition friends are worthily bestowing their energies for their benefit? How is it that the people and government of San Domingo, who are now free and politically independent, have never petitioned the different governments of Christendom, who have slaves, for the elevation of their race by education? How is it that they, who were able to massacre their masters, and to plunder their houses, ravish their wives and daughters, and to riot till glutted in rape and plunder, have not poured out their eloquence on the ear of mankind, arising out of the rich fund of their mental powers, and wrought upon their sympathies, deluged the world with arguments, heaped up like mountains in favor of the Negro race, thus putting the nations and countries to the blush at the thought of enslaving a people so high-minded and patriotic, so noble and pure in principle, a race possessed of the sweetest and liveliest moral powers and feeling, each man of them longing and desiring the improvement of his people more, far more, than his own individual happiness. But this they have not done, and we have doubts whether they even care much about it, in the patriotic sense of the word. Nay, the very papers which are published in America for their especial advancement are, in great measure, if not wholly, got up and supported by white men, How is this? If they are a race of oppressed human beings who are worthy of a better fate, and are grieving and struggling to rise to common equality, how is it that the whole labor of the attempt is exerted by another race of people than themselves? Were the Negro population of the southern states of the Union elevated to political equality with white men, and the doctrine of amalgamation allowed, which would be the certain consequence of such equality, would such a change in their favor secure contentment? Our answer is no, it would not, except that they could have the exclusive rule. In their very being, the God of nature has raised up a barrier between the two races, which cannot be passed without incurring consequences of the most revolting character. To set the Negroes free in all America, and to bestow upon them political equality, while at the same time amalgamation should be penally resisted by death or perpetual imprisonment to both parties, there would arise out of such a state of the case all the horrors of hatred and confusion, violence and assassinations that can be conceived of. There is a natural dislike of the races toward each other, on which account, were the Negroes made politically free, without the privilege of intermarrying with the whites, there would soon arise quarrels and discontent, as the possession of mere political liberty, without all the other immunities of white society, would not and could not satisfy them. Nothing short of the most intense attention could prevent jealousies on their part, nor even this, as the knowledge of their own inferiority would always promote that passion, even where, on the part of the white man, there should be no intention to grieve or to give causes of discontent. The races are two kinds of men, constituted entirely different, in both body and soul, on which account there can be no union or fellowship between the two, on the ground of common equality, except by amalgamation, which would be, were such a thing to come to pass, a universal retrograde from the moral image of God toward the condition of brutes, inasmuch as that the intellectuality of the white race should be destroyed from off the earth, and merged in the thick skulls of the Negroes. There has been, from the earliest time, a decided dislike existing between the two races, so much so that the fact has not escaped the notice of the ancient historian. Between the Romans and Carthaginians there was eternal hatred and war, and it is the same at the present time in feeling everywhere, as the Negro knows his own inferiority, and therefore hates, in his heart, the white man, because of the difference, and wishes to have the upper hand. There is but one way to settle this great difficulty between the races, which is, to make the whole family of man of but one color, as it was at first, and of but one general character, as to intellect. But thus God has not seen fit to do, in relation to this matter. He, therefore, who goes about to mix and confound that which God has set apart by an indelible mark, is a disorganizer, and is worthy of transportation from this earth to some place without the pale of the universe, where he could cogitate alone the beauties of Negro amalgamation with the blood of white men. As when a blackening cloud obscures the light, and turns the beauteous day halfway to night, or as some devil's hand on ruin set should dip all flowers in a dye of jet, 'twould be like him who pleads, "Oh, foul disgrace! to stain with Negro blood the white man's face. And worse than this, more drear, more hell refined, he'd sink in darkness deep the moral mind, and say all bloods are equal, all one state, and thus would mingle that which God did separate. Would with Japhet's blessing of the great I Am, imbue, confound, and mix the curse of Ham. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Having, in the previous and last section, treated on some of the horrors of amalgamating the white and black races, we come now to inquire whether the prophecy of Noah, commonly called the curse of Noah, upon Ham and his progeny, has been fulfilled in relation to the part Japheth and his race were to perform toward enslaving them, as well as the part Shem and his progeny were to accomplish in fulfilling the same thing. That such an event was to take place, as is certainly specified in that decree, as that the race of Shem should in part fulfill it, as is seen they did, during the whole history of the Hebrew race, and are now fulfilling it in all parts of the earth, where the descendants of Shem and Ham are found. It should be recollected that Japheth's race had nothing to do in the conquest of the great Negro country called Canaan, Phoenicia, Palestine, or the Holy Land. Those wars were carried on wholly by the Jews, continuing from the days of Moses to the time Judea became a part of the Roman Empire, but a little while before Christ. During all these ages, the progeny of Japheth were peopling the regions of the north around the Caspian and Black Seas, Georgia, Circassia, Astrakhan, Tartary, etc., north and west and northwest, now called the countries of Europe, as Turkey, Austria, Prussia, Russia, France, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Germany, and the islands of the North Atlantic. The divine providence, reserving the latter ages for the fulfillment of that part of his decree, which was to be performed by Japheth toward the race of Ham. Japheth, the great ancestor of all the white nations of the earth, was the father of 7 sons, whose names, according to 1 Chronicles 1st chapter and Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tyrus, all of whom had also many sons, who, branching off in their several posterities in the regions above named, became the heads of a multitude of nations of white men, and, in the course of time, of multitudes of languages. Moses gives the same account as above, Genesis chapter 10, from the 1st to the 5th verse inclusive, and adds that by these the descendants of Japheth were the isles of the Gentiles, or the Japhethites, divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. From Gomer, the first son, came the ancient Gomerites, or Galatians, to whom St. Paul wrote 2 of his epistles, a people dwelling far north of Judea, about the Euxine Sea, on the very eastern borders of Europe. From Magog, the second son, came the Magogites, whom the Greeks in their histories of the nations coeval with themselves call Scythians, or leather dressers, whose region of country was along the borders of Tartary, including Bukharia, and probably Tartary itself, who were the great ancestors of many of the white nations of Europe and America. From Madai and Javan, the third and fourth sons, came the Medes and Persians of ancient times, whose country lay between the Gulf of Persia and the Caspian Sea, as well as further east. From Tubal, the fifth son, came the Tubalites, Iberians or Celts, ancestors of several of the nations of Europe also, as the French, Italians, Spanish, and Portuguese, and the early Greeks of the archipelago. From Meshech, the sixth son, came the Cappadocians, or ancient Germans and Russians, with all that variety of nations and languages. From Tyrus, the seventh son, came the ancient Thracians, whose places of settlements were about the western and northern coasts and islands of the Mediterranean. All these nations, however, in the earliest times, and much more in succeeding ages, especially in the regions of Europe, were mingled by amalgamation, as was right and natural, being all the descendants of the same ancestor, Japheth, a son of Noah. One of their great cities, that is, of the Thracians, was the famous Troy, which, in the time of David, B.C. 1100, was in its glory, and stood inland from the Mediterranean about 12 miles north, on a rising ground, and in that age was the capital of their country. The latitude of ancient Troy, or Troja, was 40 degrees north, and longitude 16 degrees, more than 1,000 miles west of Turkey, on the promontory of Italy, near where Rome was afterward built. Here it was that Dardanus, one of the immediate descendants of Tyrus, the seventh son of Japheth, the grandson of Noah, founded the city of Troy, which at first was called Dardania, as Dardanus was its first king. Afterward it was called Troja, or Troy, from Tros, the grandson of Dardanus. After this it was called Ilium, from Ilus, the son of Tros. This region was among the earliest settlements of the sons of Japheth, and especially of that branch who were the ancestors of the ancient Greeks, who had migrated westward from the sources of the Euphrates in the region of the Black Sea where the ark rested, quite to the northern coast of the Mediterranean in the country of Italy, so called from the word Ilium, the name of ancient Troy. From this branch of the house of Japheth, by the lineage of Tyrus, descended also the Latins, the progenitors of the ancient Romans, whose history is well known to the world. Thus we see how immense were the countries of the white race, as well as the greatness of their power. Alexander the Great was a Greek and a white man, who conquered, as it is said, the world, and wept because there was nothing more to conquer. By this view, we see that God carried forward, in the very first ages, the fortunes of Japheth, in that of his race, to great power, as he had said by the mouth of Noah should be accomplished, which was that he would enlarge Japheth, until he should dwell in the tents of Shem, and hold the descendants of Ham as slaves. Genesis chapter 9, verse 27, where both these events are foretold and decreed. But before we proceed further to show the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy in relation to Ham's race being enslaved by the whites of Japheth's progeny, and of his dwelling in tents or countries of Shem, we shall indulge our pen in giving some probable account of Noah and Shem after the enunciation of the decrees respecting all Noah's sons during their lives. there can be no doubt but Noah remained where he first settled, after leaving the place of the resting of the ark, on account of his great age, and the improvements made there on his first plantation, by the aid of his sons and grandsons, before they began to leave the paternal home, for the sake of their respective families. That Noah became a farmer is shown by a remark of Moses, Genesis chapter 9, verse 20, where there says that Noah began to be a husbandman. Here it was, not far from the eastern end of the Black Sea, in latitude 40 degrees north and longitude 40 degrees east, being about 3,000 miles from the island of England, in a southeasterly direction, that Noah dwelt. Were one to go from England to the southeastern end of the Black Sea, he would pass, in following a straight line from London through the Straits of Dover and the countries of Brussels, Germany, Austria, Turkey, and nearly the whole length of the Black Sea, before he would arrive at the region of country where Noah lived after the flood. Here it was that his children and children's children, even to the 10th generation, visited him during the 350 years that he lived after the flood, as it was at this place that an altar to the living God was erected, at which that part of his children, the descendants of Shem and Japheth, resorted, who adhered to the religion of Noah, while Ham and his race turned recreant and followed the idolatry of Nimrod. Although the foremost of the sons of Noah was Shem, who attained to such a height of religious purity that he became, not only by the divine sanction, as well as by his birthright, God's only high priest in those ages, consisting of 500 years, from whose lips the primitive people received a knowledge of the true religion, who, spreading out in all directions in process of time over the whole world, carried with them this knowledge, out of which has arisen all the various ideas of supernatural religion which now prevail over the whole globe, but distorted and foreign to the original truth. We have said above that Shem, the son of Noah, became God's high priest, for it was Shem who was the real Melchizedek, the righteous king of Salem, who was spoken of by Moses, Genesis chapter 14, by David, Psalm 110 verse 4, and by St. Paul, Hebrews chapter 7 verse 1. This man, the son of Noah, Shem by name, and Melchizedek by appellation, was, of all men who have lived since the flood, the best qualified to instruct the people of those first ages, during the 500 years of his life after the flood. As he was born more than 100 years before the flood, he must have acquired a vast amount of antediluvian knowledge, as well as unbounded influence among the then young tribes and nations of that part of the world after the flood. He could tell them all about the institutions, arts, agriculture, commerce, science, and the extent of antediluvian population, with every particular respecting the location of the garden of paradise, the tree of life, the tree of knowledge, the creature called the serpent, the size and stature of Adam, and of men in general, the forerunners or supernatural signs of the flood, the opinions of the people about it, and respecting his father's building the ark, where the ark was built, and what course it was borne on the waters, the circumstance of Enoch's translation, what the promise of the seed of the woman meant, his opinion of the Messiah, as well as of the power which caused the serpent to speak and use articulate sounds or language, and whether Adam, as Jewish tradition relates, prophesied of the ruin of the world by water first, and then by fire at last, with thousands of other amazingly interesting matters. Shem, or Melchizedek, overlived his father Noah 150 years, and the patriarch Abraham nearly 50, and of consequence was acquainted with Isaac, the son of Abraham. From this man all the patriarchs, from Arphaxad down to Isaac, comprehending 500 years, received a knowledge of the true God, and the religion of Adam, Seth, Enoch, and all the patriarchs before the flood, down to Isaac, from whom Jacob, the son of Isaac, derived the same, and transmitted it to the 12 tribes of the Jews, his sons. Noah was acquainted, and was contemporary, with Abraham, 64 years before he, with his father Terah, left the country of Ur, in Chaldea, east of the Euphrates, and went to Haran, in Canaan, the country of the Hamites. He was also contemporary with all the patriarchs born between the flood and the time Abraham was 64 years old, which was 10 generations. He was contemporary with Arphaxad, the son of Shem, and his family, with Salah, the son of Arphaxad, and his family, with Eber, the son of Salah, and his family, with Peleg, the son of Eber, and his family, with Reu, the son of Peleg, and his family, with Serug, the son of Reu, and his family, with Nahor, the son of Serug, and his family, with Terah, the son of Nahor, and his family, with Abraham, the son of Terah, and his family, before his marriage with Sarah, while Keturah, the first wife of Abraham, was alive, and probably until his marriage with his last wife, Sarah. Thus Noah reached the 64th year of Abraham's life, 350 years after the flood. But Shem goes on, with the acquaintance of his house, Japheth's and Ham's, 150 years further down the course of time, overliving Abraham, and reaching to nearly 50 years of the life of Isaac, and nearly, or quite, down to the birth of Jacob and Esau. For Isaac was married to Rebekah 10 years before the death of Shem, or Melchizedek. But, says one, could Noah and Shem visit so many thousands and tens of thousands of their progeny in order to become acquainted with those early tribes of men, and communicate to them useful knowledge, such as we have alluded to above? The answer is, they could not, nor was there any necessity of such a thing, as there was a much easier way, and this was, that all the patriarchs of those ages, and their children, would, and no doubt did, out of love and respect to Noah, as well as out of love to the first altar raised to the worship of God, where his voice had been heard audibly, blessing Noah and his household, Genesis chapter 9. The ark and this altar, as well as the person of Noah, would, and no doubt did, attract some out of love, and thousands out of curiosity, to visit so noted a place, and so great a man as was Melchizedek, the priest of the house of Noah, and the first races of men after the flood. On these accounts, there can be no doubt but the residence of Noah was the grand resort of all his progeny, except Ham's, during those ages, till his death, and of caravan after caravan from every direction, consisting of camels, dromedaries, horses, asses, elephants, and oxen, laden with riders, food for themselves on the way, and gifts for Noah and his altar, over which the princely Shem presided as the high priest of God. But Ham and his posterity rebelled against the religion of Noah and Shem and the other patriarchs, under the rule of the terrible Nimrod, the grandson of Ham and son of Cush. Nimrod being the black king of Babel, who was the first sovereign and tyrant of the age, as well as the abettor of idolatry. On this account, it is not likely that the descendants of Ham, nor Ham himself, would visit Noah, as they remembered the curse and their doom to servitude to be accomplished sooner or later. In accordance with this conjecture, founded on Jewish tradition, namely, that Nimrod headed the great rebellion of his time against Noah and Shem's religion, we relate the following. The Hottentot Negroes of Africa, who, as contended by Barrows, page 281, are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians, and who refuse to worship the greatest of the gods, whom they call Gunya Takoa, or the God of Gods, because, as they alleged, he cursed their parents for a certain very great sin. In this reason of theirs for not worshipping the great God, is there not a direct and plain traditionary allusion to the curse of Noah, and in that curse the decree of God against Ham and the Negro race, which took place in the affair of Ham's seeing his father in his repose? That the Hottentots are descended from the Negroes of Egypt and Canaan is evident from their great veneration of a certain fly or bug, which is of a bright gold color, and which they worship in ecstasies as a god. Baal-zebub, or a certain fly of old Canaan, was worshipped by the Canaanites, and is the same so often alluded to in the Bible. Peculiar traits of religion, like the one just noticed, are strong evidences of the lineage of a people, as religious impressions and usages are the last to be obliterated of any other human impression. Thus it is evident that, from the days of Nimrod, the great rebel against God and his religion, down to the Hottentots, as well as among all the Negro tribes of Africa, there has been a marked opposition to the virtuous religion of Noah, more than has marked the opposition of all the other nations of the earth put together. And as a further proof that Nimrod alone, with his house, family, and tribes, were the projectors and builders of Babel, we notice that Moses says, Genesis chapter 10, verse 10, that Babel, with other cities, was the beginning of his kingdom. If, then, Babel was the beginning of Nimrod's kingdom, then, of necessity, it was not the possession nor the dwelling of either the other sons of Noah, but that of Nimrod alone, as the text reads. According to the reading of a part of the 11th chapter of Genesis, it would seem that all the people of the house of Noah were engaged in the project and building of Babel. But this was not so, as the scheme was for the advancement of idolatry, a scheme in which Noah and Shem could have had no hand. The confusion of the language, therefore, was confined to the people who were engaged on the tower, and to none else. The house of Noah, Shem, and Japheth remaining, as to this matter, as they were, and even the Negroes may have easily, after their dispersion, have recovered their mother tongue, as the confusion was miraculous, and meant only to affect their speech for the time being, not forming thereby any new language, which is evident from the fact that Abraham, the Hebrew, some hundreds of years after this occurrence, had no difficulty in conversing with the Egyptians, one branch of the house of Ham, at the time he and his wife went to Egypt, on account of the famine in the land of Canaan, of which we have before spoken. This people, therefore, in the time of Nimrod, did not visit Noah, as by this means they would have been better instructed. It was, therefore, the policy of Nimrod and his coadjutors to draw a line of separation between his people and those who adhered to the religion of Noah. The tomb of Noah is, no doubt, at the identical spot where that first altar was erected, and where his wife was also buried, not far from the foot of Mount Ararat. Nimrod, as is stated in the book of Genesis, was a leading hunter, and above all men was the most powerful, fearing no wild beast that roamed the forest. On this account, no doubt, it was that he derived his great popularity among the people of his race, as in every age, especially among semi-barbarians and savages, the gigantic and fierce have become the objects of veneration and of deification after death. In this way, Nimrod became the first Hercules, always represented as being clothed in the shaggy skin of some monster he had slain, as well as bearing in his hand an enormous club, with which he slew all animals that came in his way. The reader may desire to know why we assume that Shem was the Melchizedek of the Scriptures, and the man who blessed Abraham as he became victorious from the battle with the kings who had reconquered the Sodomites. We assume it, first, because the Jewish rabbis say that he was Shem, the son of Noah, and certainly they had the means of knowing. And second, because no other man had a right to the priesthood of Noah's house but Shem, as it was his by birthright, or by the gift of God, as he was the ancestor of Jesus Christ according to the flesh. During the 500 years of Shem's life, after the flood, he, no doubt, visited all the settlements which were made by his own sons, the sons of Ham, as well as those of Japheth, giving them instruction in religion, the arts, agriculture, astronomy, geometry, letters, and arithmetic, as all these were known, understood, and practiced before the flood. And Shem was born more than 100 years before that event. He had time to visit Metzarim in Egypt, Cush in Ethiopia and Asia, Phut in Libya, and Canaan in Old Phoenicia, or the Holy Land. He had also the time to visit the earlier settlements of Japheth, who had wandered westward in Europe, as well as far north of Ararat, and to communicate to the white tribes of his brother the same great things he had to all the others. End of chapter 11a. Chapter 11b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With this view of the character of Melchizedek, or Shem, the son of Noah, it is no wonder that St. Paul, a man of immense literary acquirements, should say as he did, Hebrews chapter 7 verse 4, "Now consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the 10th of the spoil," calling him better than Abraham in point of eminence, placing him above all other men on the earth, on account of his wisdom, goodness, and great age. For at the time he blessed Abraham on his return from the battle with the kings of Shinar, he was 552 years old, and lived after that 98 years. No doubt, therefore, but that he often visited the city Seons, which was built by the house of Japheth immediately after the flood, and was located north of ancient Persia, near the southern end of the Caspian Sea, in the very neighborhood of Mount Ararat, and was doubtless the great mart of trade to the first settlements of the children of Japheth, along the coasts of that sea and the rivers which run into it. Javan, the same whom we have mentioned in connection with Madi, ancestors of the Medes and Persians, both sons of Japheth, and the founders of the city Seons, which was built 233 years before the birth of Abraham, and but 59 years after the flood. Rollin, Volume 2, page 222. From this fact there can be no doubt but the race of Japheth were the builders of many other cities, towns, and villages, as well as Seons. They were the builders of ancient Troy in Greece, and of Cyrene in African Libya, all great cities, and many 100 miles asunder from each other. Here we see that if the children of Japheth at that early period occupied the space between the Caspian and the Black Seas, and Greece along the Mediterranean, which is now known as Turkey in Europe, how great an empire or country they were spread over, by which we perceive the hand of providence in their greatness, preparing them to fulfill the things which were foretold by Noah. They were to accomplish toward the races of Shem and Ham. This Seons, founded by Javan, one of the sons of Japheth, was, therefore, the first and eldest city of mankind after the flood, in all probability, as it stood much nearer to Ararat, the place of Noah's dwelling, and the ark, than did the cities of Ham, further down the Euphrates, in the country of Shinar, Babel, and Babylon. It appears that white men, the descendants of Japheth, actually, in the very first ages, found their way into the heart of Africa, as a colony, and built the city of Cyrene, the capital of Negro Libya. Watson's Historical Dictionary, page 584. This was a Grecian colony. If, then, the Libyan Negroes were indebted to white men for the origin of their capital city in those early times, how much may not the ancient Egyptians have been also indebted from the same source? Thus, we are prepared to notice the first instance on the page of history of the beginning of the accomplishment of the prophecy of Noah respecting the rule and predominance of Japheth over the races of Shem and Ham. This began to take place, as noticed on the page of history, on a great scale not till about 1200 years after the curse of Noah, and about the same length of time B.C. This we derive from Herodotus, chapter 2, page 254, who says that the Greeks in the time of Troy, full 1200 years before the time of Christ, had black slaves. Then, after this, it is seen that they were greatly enslaved by the Greeks in the times of Philip of Macedon and his son Alexander the Great. The countries of Alexander subjected to his arms was the old Assyrian Empire, who were of the race of Shem, settled along on the Euphrates, sometimes called Chaldea. He went quite to Jerusalem, south, and even to Egypt. He also made war upon and reduced to personal slavery, in the literal sense of the word, such of the Canaanites, as had, after the times of David and Solomon, taken root again in old Palestine, or the Holy Land. In this country he destroyed the city of Tyre, one of the oldest cities of ancient Phoenicia, in the country of Canaan, which neither David nor Solomon molested, on account of Hiram, its king, and sold the people, both high and low, for slaves. At that time the Jews bought thousands of the Negroes of Tyre, and sold them again to the Sabaeans, a people of Arabia, as was foretold should take place by the prophet Joel. This people, the old Canaanites, or citizens of Tyre and its country, after being thus entirely broken up and sold as slaves, multiplied greatly in the Grecian countries, as they do always in all countries in a state of servitude, but were everywhere held as slaves by the white men of those times, being bought and sold the same as they are now in the southern states. But this was not all, for the Romans, who were also the descendants of Japheth, as well as all the Grecian tribes and nations, bought and sold Negroes, even down to the time of the apostles, and for many ages after, by thousands and millions. And when the Romans were swallowed up by the northern nations, the same as the Romans had done to the Greeks and other countries, those same northern hordes, who were the descendants of Japheth, continued the practice of enslaving black men. All these revolutions of countries, states, empires, and kingdoms, making no difference in this particular, with the doomed race. Such as the Greeks did not conquer and enslave, the Romans did, for it was they, in the victories of Scipio, who destroyed the vast empire of butchering Carthage in Africa, a colony at first, from the land of Negro Canaan, who, under Dido, a female, about the time of Ahab, some 700 years B.C., pitched their tents on the African side of the Mediterranean. Of the millions of this confused empire, hundreds of thousands were sold, the descendants of whom were held in perpetual bondage, as personal slaves, during the existence of the Roman government. And after that event, the fall of the Roman Empire by the sword of the northern nations, who were also the descendants of Japheth, except the Huns, the Negroes of Carthage, as well as all the race, who had been enslaved by Greek or Roman, still in their posterity remained slaves among the mingled tribes, revolutions, convulsions, and the overturn of empires, making no difference with their fate. After this, the Turks, who are the descendants of Japheth, conquered all the regions of the east, included in Asia Minor, as Judea and the rest of old Canaan, Persia, Syria, Armenia, etc., so that the Negro race who yet remained in their ancient country were still further reduced to personal slavery, till none were left free. Newton on the Prophecies, page 18. But the subject of the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy, or the decree of God respecting the slavery of the race of Ham by Japheth, or the white race, stops not here. For all the nations of Europe and Asia Minor, from the days of Alexander the Great, more or less, have sought after the Negro for a slave, even in their native haunts, in Africa and the islands. America, too, has done this in both hemispheres, ever since its discovery by Columbus, so that the race of Japheth, though dwelling on the utmost bounds of the earth, and divided by seas and oceans, have, under the direction of the providence of the God who decreed the Negroes' enslavement by the whites of Japheth's race, fulfilled that decree. Thus we see that no decree of God falls to the ground, and never will, as we have said at the beginning of the section, though God had reserved the latter ages of the earth to carry it into effect. That this is so, let no man glory or rejoice, lest he be found glorying in the judgments of the Creator, which, as saith the Scripture, are his strange work, and thus seem to take upon himself the awful responsibilities of awarding to nations and individuals judgments which are above us. Let him, therefore, who shall enslave any of the Negro race, do it with reverence, as it was God who has made the white man to differ from the black, and appointed the destinies as well as the bounds of our habitations, and permitted, in the latter ages of the earth, the children of Japheth to enslave the people of Ham, as well as he did the descendants of Shem in the first ages, both cases being necessary to the veracity of the Scriptures on that identical subject. What society of men, or combination of individuals, therefore, can turn aside or abolish the steady and determined course of God's will? For we have everywhere held in this work that the subjection of the race to servitude was judicial, and not fortuitous, but was secured in the very formation of their bodies, brains, mental powers, moral character of their passions, and colors of their skin, as well as by a written decree, and will be judged at the last day according to what they have received, and not according to that which they have not received. But notwithstanding the absolute importance that all the prophecies of Scriptures should be fulfilled, one as much as another, yet abolitionists, in their furious zeal for the cause of the Negro race, make very light of the curse of Noah, in the particular of the Negro's destiny, and of that part of the law of Moses, which relates to the same thing, treating them as of very uncertain application, as well as of very little force at the present time, merely on account of their very great antiquity. To prove that this is true respecting them, as we suppose them to be unanimous in their published opinions on the subject, we shall quote a few remarks from one of their newsprints, entitled, The Friend of Man, published at Utica, January 15th, 1839, under the head, The Facts of Slavery as They Are, as follows, quote, Remember, says the writer, we are now inquiring after facts, not theories, the facts of our own age and nation, not those of a dim antiquity or of a distant region. We bring into the court, meaning before the public, the facts belonging to this trial, not the facts of a cause that was tried and decided and awarded 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. Close quote. From the above quotation of abolitionist effusions, is it not certain that the writer of the above remarks, in order to turn aside the force of the Bible on the subject of Negro slavery therein recognized, has aimed a deadly shaft from the quiver of his reckless imagination at the sacred and venerated institutions of Moses by the insidious words 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, and another at the decree of God set forth by Noah in the phrase dim antiquity. The whole of the article, as above, was intended as a slur upon such as resort to the Scripture to prove that the servitude of the Negro race is therein allowed and justified. To the perception of the writer of this work, the author of the dim antiquity idea might as well have written that, although Noah did pronounce the will and decree of God in placing the race of his son Ham under the ban of servitude to the races of both his other sons, Shem and Japheth, that it is now, in these enlightened times, entirely antiquated, as that was but a transaction of dim antiquity. Suppose we were to apply this mode of comment to some other subjects of Scripture, say, for instance, to the promise of the Messiah made to Eve at the time when she had fallen from her innocence by tampering with the devil in the disguise of a serpent. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, called in that place the seed of the woman, which is the first and eldest promise, as well as prophecy relative to that character which is found in the Bible, and should say respecting it, "Oh, it is too far back in time to be allowed any influence nowadays, as it is but a saying of dim antiquity," and cannot, therefore, apply to these times of facts superior knowledge and light. And were we to apply this method of comment to the 10 Commandments of the Decalogue, which are of the same date with the grant of Moses, Leviticus chapter 25, to the Hebrews, to buy and enslave the Negroes of Canaan, and should insinuate that they too are but some words spoken 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, and on that account had lost their obligatory force, we should be ranked with those who can abuse and pervert the Scriptures to suit the times and purposes of wicked and foolish men. Yes, so hardened, bold, and impudent have many of the members of that fearful combination, the Abolition Society grown, that they disallow that the Holy Ghost inspired Noah at all, at the time he pronounced the doom of slavery upon the race of Ham, because they say it is preposterous to believe that God would commune with such a man as Noah, when he had but just awakened from a sleep of drunken inebriation. But the reader will remember our vindication of Noah's character on that occasion in a former page, and should never forget that, notwithstanding this slander of abolitionists upon that holy man, for whose righteousness the ark was commanded to be built, and mankind preserved in it, the Almighty has seen fit to fulfill and carry out, in facts, every iota of that decree as then announced, not only as it relates to Ham and his people, but also to Shem and Japheth. To discourage a belief in the minds of the people that the Holy Scriptures justify the servitude of the Negro race, writers and lecturers of the above description have sacrilegiously dared to lay violent hands on a high and venerated circumstance of the Bible, namely, that of its antiquity, as if a subject and doctrine which has become aged is therefore of no more influence, and in this way they endeavor to disarm those particular passages of the sacred word which relate to this subject, and thus open the door for infidels to laugh at Christianity and its adherents, because they refuse to receive only such portions of the precepts of that book as suit their interested opinions, instead of the whole. But this kind of insinuation against those who believe the Bible justifies Negro servitude is equally against St. Paul, as well as the prophets on that subject. For if we find that great judge of both law and gospel sustaining Moses and the Jews in this thing, he too, as well as those who were before him, who believed as he seems to have believed on this subject, must be condemned as sinners by abolitionists. For be it known that they would rather stamp the Bible into the mire of the earth than to receive that opinion, so high have they set their dogmatizing feelings above all that is sacred and true. A specimen of the recklessness of the spirit of abolitionism is seen like tissue spinning from some opening crevice in the earth, which covers a subterranean lake of fire, in the speech of Mr. G. Bradburn of Massachusetts in the Great London Abolition Convention, as follows, quote, "But then it was said that slavery was advocated and enforced in the Bible. Now, if it were so, with all the veneration he had for that holy book, if it were shown to him that it sanctioned the traffic in human flesh, he would throw it from him, and learn again his religion and philosophy from the flowers of the fields." Close quote. Pennsylvania Freeman, No. 204, August 6, 1840. From this it is clear that the Bible is of no account with this society, if it happens not to coincide with the course of abolitionism. But, says one, does St. Paul, in his writings of the New Testament, anywhere seem to sanction the enslaving of black men? We will hear what he has said, and then judge. In 1 Corinthians chapter 20, verse 21, where both the fact of Negro slavery and its legal righteousness are as plainly, though incidentally stated, as it is in Genesis chapter 9, verse 25, Leviticus chapter 25, verses 44 through 46, or any other doctrine of the Scriptures elsewhere. In the above scripture, St. Paul, in making some remarks on the condition of the different classes of men who were converted to Christianity under his, as well as the preaching of the other ministers of the gospel, says, that on account of their being converted to the faith of Christ, no man was to forsake his business or calling, but was to remain as he was, in such a particular, showing thereby that Christianity did not contemplate the breaking up of the civil relations of the country, even as they were then in operation among the people. To make this point clear, he seizes upon an extreme case of human calling, which was that of slavery, and urges that such a one was to expect no change in his temporal affairs, on account of his faith in Christ. With a view to impress this very principle on the minds of all men in that age, he says in the above cited chapter of 1 Corinthians, "Let every man abide in the same calling or business wherein he was called, or converted. Art thou called, being a servant or slave, care not of it, but if thou mayest be made free, personally, use it rather. For he that is called, being a servant or slave, is the Lord's free man." That the character here referred to by St. Paul was an absolute slave or bondman is made clear by the words, "if thou mayest be made free," as such language could refer to no other than to slaves, as all others were politically free. On the above statements of St. Paul, Adam Clarke has written as follows, though an abolitionist of a most determined character. Quote, "Art thou converted to Christ while thou art a slave, the property of another person, and bought, not hired, with his money? Care not for it. This will not injure thy Christian condition. But if thou canst obtain thy liberty, use it rather. Prefer such a state for the sake of freedom and the temporal advantage connected with it. The man who, being a slave and is converted to the Christian faith, is the Lord's free man. His condition as a slave does not vitiate any of the privileges to which he is entitled as a Christian. It is likely that some of the slaves at Corinth, who had been converted to Christianity, had been led to suppose that their Christian privileges absolved them from the necessity of continuing slaves, or at least brought them on a level with their Christian masters. A spirit of this kind might have led to confusion and to insubordination, and brought a just scandal upon the church. It was, therefore, a very proper subject for the apostle to interfere in, and to his authority the persons concerned would, doubtless, respectfully bow." Close quote. At this point, we wish to draw a certain conclusion, which is afforded in the above passages in the text of St. Paul. And this is it. If the conversion of the soul of a slave to God, through faith in Jesus Christ, did not and could not release him from personal slavery in Paul's time, how much less, therefore, could the mere circumstance of a Negro's foreskin in the times of the Jews, which was no conversion of the soul, absolve such an one from a condition of slavery and servitude? For a bondman to become circumcised, say the defenders of abolitionism, under the laws of Moses, made him a member of the Hebrew church or nation, on which account they contend that at the Jubilees all such bondmen went free, the same as did all other Hebrew servants. But the above statements of St. Paul cut off all probability of any such thing in their favor, under the Jewish law. For if the conversion of the soul could not assist in such a case, under the auspices of Christianity, how could a mere cut in the flesh of the foreskin of a Negro Canaanite aid him in a release from slavery, and exalt him to freedom, without a direct and express law on the subject? There was no such law in their favor in the Mosaic Code, but there was one to the contrary. We cannot well pass on in the subject till we have referred the reader to one or two very singular remarks of Adam Clarke, in the above comment of his, on the subject of personal slavery, seeing he was an abolitionist. Quote, "It is likely," he says, "that some of the slaves at Corinth who had been converted to Christianity had been led to suppose that their Christian character absolved them from slavery. A spirit of this kind," says Clarke, "might have led to confusion and to insubordination, and brought a just scandal on the church." Close quote. How different is this language of the wisest man of these latter ages from the language of the abolitionists of the present time, who, in the most dauntless braggadocio and fierce manner, condemn to the flames of an eternal hell all such men as own Negro slaves, who defy all the powers of government and teach the doctrine that, on account of any possible results, whether murder, insurrection, a division of the Union, insubordination, good order, civil war, or loss of our country, are no reasons against nor matters of any moment, when compared with the inestimable liberty of Negro men in this country. But so did not Adam Clarke believe nor teach, neither did St. Paul, as they had respect to the established order of things, and did not wish to encourage insurrection, murder, and disorganization, as do abolitionists in their ultra doctrines. End of chapter 11b. Chapter 11c of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But the above quotation from St. Paul's writings in the New Testament on this particular subject is not all that he has said. See Ephesians chapter 6 verse 5 as follows. Servants, that is, slaves, be obedient to them that are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in singleness of heart, as unto Christ. This is a most remarkable statement, as it recognizes the doctrine of Negro slavery, the master as well as the slave, a state of surveillance and lowly submission to such masters, and enjoining obedience to be paid, even to trembling and fear, with absolute singleness of heart, as unto Christ. This language and doctrine is very different from that of the abolitionists of the present time, who say that a Negro slave does right in order to get away from his master, to steal his master's horse, his money, or anything else, or to steal from others on the road, anything to aid his flight for liberty. On this subject, who is wrong? St. Paul, the Holy Ghost, Adam Clarke, or the abolitionists of America and elsewhere, who have mighty deeds yet to achieve in the line of politics, bottomed on their Negro sympathies? That the servants alluded to by St. Paul in the verse above quoted referred to bondmen or absolute slaves is clear from the 8th verse of the same, Ephesians chapter 6 verse 8, which reads as follows. Knowing that whatsoever good thing any man doeth, the same shall he receive of the Lord, whether he be bond or free. On this verse, Dr. Clarke says that the word bond, therein used, means a slave, or one bought with money. Again, in his letter to a Grecian convert to Christianity, whose name was Philemon, a citizen of Colossae, a white man, as the Greeks were white, he wrote respecting a slave who had run away from Philemon and had come to Rome, where Paul then was. This slave's name was Onesimus, who, for some reason or other, had run away, and, happening to hear the great orator St. Paul preach, became a convert to his principles respecting Christianity and its author. In that letter to the slave's master, at verses 10, 11, and 12, he says, I beseech, not command thee, for my son Onesimus, whom I have begotten in the faith in my bonds, who, in times past, was to thee unprofitable. That is, he had been a bad slave. But now profitable to thee and to me, whom I have sent again. Thou, therefore, receive him that is my own bowels. On the words, as above used by St. Paul, whom I have sent again, Dr. Clarke says, the Christian religion never cancels any civil relations. A slave on being converted and becoming a free man in Christ has no right to claim, on that account, emancipation from the service of his master. Justice, therefore, required St. Paul to send Onesimus back to his master. He further says, on this case, quote, "There is no reason to believe that Onesimus was of the kindred of Philemon, and that we must take the term flesh, as used in the 16th verse of that letter, as a reference made by Paul to the purchase right Philemon had on Onesimus. He was a part of his property as a slave." Close quote. This was his condition. Slavery is a civil regulation in this country, which abolitionists are aiming to overthrow by applying the scripture principle of benevolence. But as St. Paul has not thus attacked slavery, who are these that take it upon them to do this, in the face of the Christian religion and the laws of the Union? From the facts of the case of this slave, it is self-evident that his being sent back to his master again was owing to the influence of the Christian religion, as under its sanction neither the convert nor the minister could, therefore, for a moment withhold the claims of justice in this particular. "Oh," but says a wide-awake abolitionist, "to be sure, the Christian religion allows of no injustice, and on that very account that slave should have been set free, as there is no greater injustice this side of the grave than to enslave a Negro man. St. Paul, however, has seen fit to judge differently, and has given a verdict in favor of the master." Had St. Paul have viewed the case as an abolitionist would have viewed it, he would not have sent the man again to his master. He would have told him to remain free where he was, or to go whither he would. But as a judge in the house of God, he exerted his authority in the case, and sent the slave again to his owner, on purely moral principles, and no other, or he would not have meddled with it at all, as indeed he had no right on any other ground. But some contend, and have even determined, that because St. Paul said, at the 16th verse of his letter to Philemon, that when Onesimus the slave should arrive at the house of his owner, his master was not to receive him as a servant, but above a servant, a brother beloved, that he was, therefore, manumitted by the authority of the apostle, and from this they claim that slavery was thus abolished forever out of the Christian church. But such a conclusion will not answer, as it is not responded to by other passages on the same subject, and besides, the entire contrary appears from the same apostle's writings. The slave Onesimus had become a Christian, and in this particular he was exalted to an equality with his master, if that master was, in fact, a Christian at heart, as God is no respecter of the souls of men, giving grace to all alike when he is sought unto, by black or white. This fact had elevated that slave far above his former character as a sinner, and a very bad and unprofitable slave, as Paul says he had been. Yet his temporal condition remained unchanged, the same as before. On that verse, the 16th, in virtue of which some men claim the abolishment of slavery by the authority of Christianity, Dr. Clarke remarks that St. Paul said as much, and no more, than to say to Philemon, "Do not receive Onesimus merely as a slave, nor treat him according to that condition, as before times, but as a brother, a genuine Christian, and as a person particularly dear to Paul." In all this, Adam Clarke, though an abolitionist, could see no release of this man from his temporal bondage from anything that appears in the text. That St. Paul sanctioned any such doctrine,
as the manumitting of bond slaves, because they happened to become converted, does not appear, while the contrary is abundant, which we are able further to produce from the text of the New Testament and of Paul's own writings. See Timothy chapter 6, verses 1 through 4. Let as many servants as are under the yoke count their masters worthy of all honor, that the name of God be not blasphemed. And they that have believing masters, let them not despise them, but rather do service, because they are faithful and beloved partakers of the benefits. These things teach and exhort. If any man teach otherwise, and consent not to wholesome words, even the words of our Lord Jesus Christ and the doctrine, which is according to godliness, he is proud, knowing nothing, but doting about questions and strife of words. On the subject of this part, St. Paul's remarks in that letter to Timothy, Adam Clarke says, that the word servant in that place signifies slave, and the word yoke, the state of slavery or bondage. From this we prove the real existence of slavery in the Christian church, in the very time of its organizers and founders. And, had it been anywhere abolished, that critic of critics, Adam Clarke, would have found it out, and would have marked the place in the most pointed manner. But it is not to be found in the whole Bible, which we shall further show in due time. In the above-cited chapter, 6th of Timothy, at the 3rd verse, there are found some very remarkable allusions to the subject of slavery, which we cannot pass over, and are as follows. If any man, says St. Paul, teach otherwise, and consents not to wholesome words, even to the words of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the doctrine which is according to godliness, he is proud or ignorant, knowing nothing. Now, to what words of Jesus Christ does St. Paul allude, which he applies to the case of slaves? See John chapter 8, verses 35 and 36. And the servant abideth not in the house forever, but the Son abideth ever. If the Son, therefore, shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. In these 2 verses of the Gospel by St. John, there is a manifest allusion to the fact and condition of slaves. Of this fact, the Savior took occasion to illustrate, by way of similitude, the condition of a wicked man, who is the slave of sin, and to show that as a son who was the heir in a house could set a bond-slave free if that son was of a proper age, so he, the Son of God, can set the enslaved soul free from sin, when he would be free indeed. In this allusion of the Savior, we do not find the fact of slavery reproved, but merely alluded to, as a thing or a usage then existing, and therefore recognized as a practice, not in itself sinful, if practiced right and mercifully. If this sentiment is not correct, we are at a sad loss to justify the Savior's allusion to a circumstance so wicked, as abolitionists believe it is, without reproving it. On these very remarkable words of our Savior, and St. Paul's allusion to them, Adam Clarke has written the following, quote, "Now the slave abideth not in the family, as if Jesus had said, and now that I am speaking of slaves, I will add one thing more, viz., a slave has no right to any part of the inheritance of the family to which he belongs, but the son, the legitimate son, has a right. He can make any servant free, though no slave can do this, because, we will add, one piece of property cannot assist another piece of property, as they are legally powerless." Close quote. It is very likely that, in the time of St. Paul, there was agitated the question of manumitting slaves, and that it occasioned trouble and unfriendly surmisings as to the designs of the new religion, the gospel. Paul, therefore, came out in severe terms against all such, accusing them of doting about questions, and strife of words, and of being proud, or ignorant, knowing nothing. As much as if he had said, "You are ignorant of the determination of God from the beginning on this very subject, even in the times of Noah, Moses, and the prophets. Read, and you will learn that the race of Ham are judicially placed under the ban of servitude." On this very subject, and the passage of St. Paul, Dr. Clarke has written thus, quote, "It appears that there were teachers of a different kind in the church at that time, a sort of religious levelers, who preached that the converted slave had as much right to the master's service as the master had to his. Teachers of this kind have been in vogue long since the days of St. Paul and Timothy." Close quote. This is a true statement, for if Adam Clarke were now alive, he would find thousands of just such levelers in America and England, who declare that the Scriptures make no difference between the interests of slaves and the interests of their masters. To prove this, we refer the reader to the abolitionist pamphlet entitled "The Bible Against Slavery," No. 6, page 25, 1838, where the writer labors hard to show that the Mosaic system of law made no difference between the master and the slave in relation to their natural freedom or optional powers, avowing that the Mosaic system was framed as much to advance the interest and gratify the wishes of servants as it was their masters. This statement of theirs, as above, is not true, even in relation to a Hebrew servant. For whenever a Hebrew was made a slave, on account of debt or crimes, it was done by force of law, in which neither his comfort, will, or interests, considered in a pecuniary light, further than that was to be treated as a hired man, till his debts were paid or the crime expiated. How much less, therefore, were the mitigating circumstances in the case of the Negro or Canaanite slave, who were deemed to be lawful subjects of oppression, except their daily food and rest on Sabbath days. Although Hebrew servants and criminal delinquents went always free, at the times of the little jubilees, as provided by the law, yet there was one case in which even a Hebrew servant could not avail himself of this emancipating law. To prove this, we have only to refer to Exodus chapter 21, verses 5 and 6, which reads as follows: "And if the servant, a Hebrew, shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife who was born a slave, and my children, I will not go out free. Then this master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him unto the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master with his own hands shall bore or drill his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever." This awful sentence of a total loss of liberty was thus passed upon a Hebrew servant, because he despised his natural privileges for reasons of his own, choosing rather to be a slave during his natural life than to leave the service of his master and be free. How much less, therefore,
could the Jubilees reach the case of one of the accursed race, who was not of the Hebrew blood, nor of the blood of Japheth? From this fact, we perceive how entirely reckless of truth abolitionists are, who set up claims in favor of the race of Canaan and Ham as servants, which the law of Moses did not accord even to servants of the Hebrew blood. Such a position as this, in favor of Canaanite slaves, would have placed them in far better circumstances than were the unfortunate servants of their own race, a thing which fully contradicts the express statements of the law of Moses on that very subject. For in that law, Hebrew servants, who were made thus by being sold, were to be treated as they would treat hired men, and not like bondmen. At the very time when Christianity was being set forth and established in Judea and the surrounding countries by the Savior, his disciples and the apostles after the crucifixion, the custom of owning and dealing in slaves greatly prevailed in all the Roman Empire, and yet we do not find this practice once referred to, by way of reproof, in the New Testament. How strange, if it was looked upon by those moral benefactors of the human race, as some seem to look upon it now. But, as a reason for this strange omission, it is said by abolitionists, that although at the time Christianity was introduced into the world, slavery was everywhere prevalent, yet Christ, nor his heralds, did not see fit to rebuke the sin, because it would have operated against the gospel. Encyclopedia, Edinburgh edition, under the head of Slavery, their opinion is found. Here we pause with astonishment, and inquire whether the above reason for that omission is the best they can think of. If it is, then it follows that God incarnate, in the economy of his church on earth, is thereby represented as succumbing to what abolitionists say is a great sin, merely because the sin was a deeply rooted and popular sin, and to have denounced it would have occasioned the gospel to have been evil spoken of, as aiming at a civil revolution. Tell it not in Gath, among the Negroes, lest they should show their ivory, nor in Christian countries, lest skeptical men might deride so puerile a captain, as the miserable idea would make the great Savior to be. This opinion, found in the work above alluded to, is the most singular and monstrous that we have ever fallen in with among the written principles of men, as it represents Jesus Christ, who reigns in his own house, the church, and in the world as its creator, as being under fear, lest, were he to have reproved a certain great and popular sin, it would have injured the cause of religion in the world, and especially in Judea and the Roman dependencies. His business on earth was to reprove sins of every name and nature, and to introduce principles, which, in their effect, should establish all righteousness, without fear of opposition from the ignorance, the prejudices, and cupidity of men. The prophets were not afraid to reprove sin, whether personal or national, though they lost their lives by it. How much more, therefore, would not the inspirer of the prophets reprove sin, who was in Christ without measure? This is a hard point for abolitionism to weather, for if the founder of the Christian religion, in the very midst of the commission of the sin complained of, did not reprove it, who are abolitionists that they should? Are they more righteous than the master? Is it not enough if the servant be as his master? Were it not far more wise to believe that God, in Christ, had respect to his own determinations on the subject of Negro slavery, as signified to Noah, to Moses, and to the Hebrews, which was not to be abolished, even by benign influences of the gospel? In proof that the Greeks and Romans, as above intimated, had vast numbers of slaves, we show from Adam's Roman Antiquities, page 38. At Rome, he says, there was a marketplace which was devoted wholly to the sale and purchase of slaves. They were commonly exposed naked, and having around their necks a scroll, on which was written an account of their good qualities. From the sale of slaves arose the principal part of the enormous wealth of Crassus. In the times of the Roman Republic, the owners were allowed to put their slaves to death when they would, or to torture them by all manner of cruelties. By the Roman lawmakers, slaves were esteemed the same as other property. They were not allowed as witnesses in any court, ecclesiastical or civil. It was the same also among the Hebrews, under the force of the Mosaic legislation, as well as among all other nations, tongues, and people. Some of the Romans, says both Seneca and Pliny, had whole legions of slaves, and others even 20,000. The Romans, according to Strabo, says Rollin, volume 1, page 232, worked their gold mines in Spain by slaves. This author says that in his time, as many as 40,000 slaves were employed annually in the mines, who, by continued scourging, were caused to labor beyond their strength, day and night, by which means they generally all perished underground. But against all personal cruelties exercised by parents, guardians, and masters upon their children, as apprentices, hired servants, or slaves, as well as dumb animals, God's law, as well as his gospel, is peremptory. And although the various classes, as above mentioned, are, by the law of God, put under rule, yet does it not authorize wanton barbarity, but enjoins mercy, moderation, patience, and justice toward them. End of chapter 11c. Chapter 11d of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The slaves of the Romans, in the times of Christ and the apostles, as well as of the Greeks, then mingled in the Roman Empire, were of the conquered Negro Carthaginians of Africa, who were reduced to vassalage, as well as to personal slavery, about 100 years B.C. Rollin, volume 1, page 237. Herodotus says, chapter 2, page 254, that the Greeks, in the time of Troy, full 1200 years B.C., had black slaves, as before noticed. This being true, it appears at once that the race of Japheth, from the earliest times, had practiced enslaving the descendants of Ham, as well as the race of Shem, as God had determined from the beginning. Thus we see that in the times of the apostles, as well as in all ages before, going up to the flood, that the world was filled with Negro slaves, wherever the races of Shem and Japheth were found. Now, if the practice, in principle, was a sin, and seeing it must have fallen under their notice in all places, how is it that no denunciations are found in the New Testament against it? But instead of St. Paul's reproving the practice, we find him even sending a slave back to his master, whom he had found in Rome. Paul knew the slave, and when he was converted, and he had ascertained that he was a runaway from Colossae, and that he belonged to Philemon, a friend of his, and a member of the church. He immediately wrote a letter, gave it to the slave, and directed him to return again to his master Philemon. Had not this slave been converted to Christianity, he never would have obeyed St. Paul in this matter, nor would he have troubled himself about it. But as the slave was now, by his association with the members of the church, thrown under the care of the apostle, it was proper for that great minister of the faith to take the matter in hand, as justice demanded the return of the servant to his master and owner again, to which the slave willingly consented for righteousness' sake, as he had become obedient to the word of God. Had St. Paul had any particular objection to the principle of slavery, as applied to the descendants of Ham, now was the time for him to have stated it, and in language the most unequivocal, such as the scribes of abolitionism nowadays would have written on the occasion, which would have been pretty strong, no doubt. But of such objections we hear not a word from the pen of that apostle. At this point of our remarks, we have a most doleful circumstance to present, which, according to the views of abolitionists, must have been a glaring breach, even of the law of Moses, as well as of the benevolent intentions of the gospel. This circumstance, or deed of misdemeanor, is found to have been perpetrated by St. Paul himself, and related to the case of the slave Onesimus, as above referred to. In Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 15 and 16, it is written, "Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee, even among you in that place which he shall choose, in one of thy gates. Thou shalt not oppress him." And yet St. Paul was the man who sent the runaway servant to his master again. Oh, what a sinner was he, according to abolitionism! From this fact, or transaction of St. Paul, we learn two things, one of which is, that he did not do wrong in that case, and the other is, that the slave was a Negro or descendant of Ham. We prove that the slave was not a Hebrew, or of the blood of Shem, from the very fact of Paul's sending him back to his master, as he knew that the law of Moses forbade the sending of runaway Hebrew servants again to their masters, as above shown by the law itself. Had the servant been a Hebrew, it would have been unlawful for Philemon to have had Onesimus at all as a slave, for the law of Moses did not give delinquent Hebrews, or any of the blood of Shem, to the Greeks or white men for slaves, as it did the Negro race. And for this very reason, the slave Onesimus must have been a Canaanite, or one of the race of Ham. From the very passage above quoted, Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 15 and 16, abolitionists claim that it is wrong to send a runaway slave again to his master in this country. But the apostle acted otherwise, which he could not have done had the slave been either a red or a white man, as the enslaving of those races have not the divine sanction, nor were they ever accursed in the sense the race of Ham was. The intention of that law, as understood by the Hebrews of Moses' time, as well as in all succeeding ages, was, that it was but a mere direction how they were to treat the case of runaway servants from the neighboring nations, who, in flying from their masters, whether Edomites, Moabites, Ammonites, Arabs, or from any of the nations of the Abrahamic or Shemite blood, to the Hebrews, were to be protected, and not sent again to their masters. As a reason for this, it should be recollected that all those nations were of the Shemite or Abrahamic blood, and could not be permanently enslaved by any Jew, and if any servant of this description of blood saw fit to leave their country and master, and fly to the Hebrews, and take sanctuary under the banner of their God, they were not to be molested and sent again to their masters, to whom no doubt they had been slaves. They were to dwell wherever they might choose, entering into any business of their power, within the range of the 12 tribes. Such runaway servants were not to be oppressed. By this very clause of the text, "Thou shalt not oppress them," it is distinctly shown that this kind of servants, thus favored, were no Canaanites, or any of that race, as the law of Moses did allow the oppression of that class of men in the matter of absolute slavery. And further, it is shown that the kind of servants alluded to in that trait of the law were not of the Hamite race, by the supposed circumstance of their running away from their masters to the Hebrews, the last country on the earth to which a Negro would run, as among that people they could expect nothing but oppression, as it was one of the very laws of the Hebrews to enslave all the people of that character, wherever they could find them. Neither can it be supposed that the trait in question alluded to Canaanite or black bondmen, who might run away from one Hebrew master to another Hebrew, as in that way, if they were not to be returned nor molested, the slaves of the whole 12 tribes, in a trice, at any time, could be freed themselves. For if a slave of the Negro character saw fit to run away from his Hebrew master to another of the same description, at once he was free, for the law forbade anyone molesting a runaway servant. On this very account, the reader can but see that no such servant as a Canaanite could be alluded to by that trait of the law of Moses which forbade the returning of a runaway servant. Again, if we say that this trait of the law related to Hebrew servants, who had become thus on account of poverty, or any other lawful cause, and had been brought under the provision of the law, in such cases made and provided, if we say that these were the kind of servants who were not to be returned, if any such ran away from the Hebrew masters, then it is not hard to see how wide a door for the commission of frauds would, by the very law itself, have been opened against the secular business and interests of the whole 12 tribes. But how? Says the reader. As follows is our answer. Suppose yourself a Hebrew, and living now in old Canaan, and that today you have bought a man of your tribe who had been offered for sale, on account of debts or crimes, and paid perhaps 500 shekels of silver for him, and tomorrow he runs away, going no further than the next neighbors, where, according to the law, your servant is not to be molested or returned. What do you lose? Why, you lose your 500 shekels of silver, and the man goes free, cheating both the law and the purchasers. There is no way, therefore, to understand the application of that particular trait of the law found in Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 15 and 16, but to suppose the servants there alluded to pointed out the servants of the surrounding nations, not of the Hamite race. This is evident from the very peculiar phraseology of the law itself, which addresses the whole 12 tribes as being but one person, as follows. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee, who shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose in one of thy gates. In this passage, it is seen that the law made but one person of the whole 12 tribes, by using the terms thou, they, and thee, in relation to them, and also showing that the runaway servants were alluded to were such as should come to them from beyond the bounds of the 12 tribes. That scripture, therefore, had no application to either a Hebrew servant or to a bought slave of the Canaanite race, as a regulation of that sort, touching the legal interests of the owners, would have filled the whole land of Judea with confusion, as whoever might be bought a servant according to the law was immediately exposed by the same law to lose his money, a regulation to which no community would submit in any age. Thus we have shown that St. Paul understood what he did when he sent again the slave of Philemon to his owner from Rome in Italy to Colossae, a city in Asia Minor, and belonging to the Romans at that time by conquest, as did all the countries of those regions in the time of St. Paul. Had Onesimus been a white man, or an individual of the race of Abraham, St. Paul never would have arrested him as a slave to return to his master, except the man was in debt to Philemon, as no other race but that of Ham was ever judicially doomed by the Creator to absolute slavery. And this was as well known to St. Paul as it is to all who read the Bible with a view to understand this thing. Surely, had the apostle felt about the enslaving of Ham's race, as many seem to feel nowadays, he would not only have told the slave to run for it and to steal a horse or anything else to aid his flight, as do abolitionists, but would have made the subject the occasion of a special treatise to the churches, as he did other matters of great importance, and would have denounced it as a horrible sin against God and human nature. Had not the notion among the converted slaves been entertained that their religion made them equal with, and as free as were their masters, it is not likely that we should ever have heard a word on the subject from the pen of St. Paul more than from other writers of the New Testament. But, as he was well acquainted with the matter in the Old Testament, and as the question did arise in the churches, he found it necessary, while in pursuit of other matters, in his letters, to write on this subject also, and in a very pointed manner. Wherefore he said to bondmen that they should be content with their condition, caring nothing for it. See 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 21. He said also to their masters that they should treat their slaves well, even forbearing to threaten them, as they were to remember that they also had a master in heaven. See Ephesians chapter 6, verse 9, and Colossians chapter 4, verse 1. At the very time St. Paul was traveling in the various countries of the Roman Empire, the condition of slaves, says Adam Clarke, see his comment on Colossians chapter 4, verse 1, quote, among both Greeks and Romans was wretched in the extreme. They could appeal to no law, and could neither expect justice nor equity. The apostle, therefore, informs those proprietors of slaves that they should act toward them according to justice and equity. For God, their master, required this, and would at last call them to an account for their conduct in this respect. To this we will add that God will also call all others to an account who abuse their bondmen, as well as those to whom the apostle addressed himself at that time, whether in America, Asia, or Europe, as the institution is one of the greatest responsibility, and, under the supervision of the white man,
consequences and results of incalculable account." Close quote. It does not appear that they were admonished to manumit slaves, but were charged only to use them well, and to be kind to them as such. To slaves, he said, instead of telling them to kill their masters and to run away to some other country, and thus become free, that they should be content and obey their masters with fear and trembling, as unto Christ. But this is not the way abolitionists talk on that subject. Their speeches are all inflammatory, calculated to rouse the mind of slaves, and everybody else, to vengeance, war, and murder, instead of promoting patience, as did St. Paul under the same circumstances. By abolitionists, it is most vehemently contended that the curse of Noah upon the race of Ham was but a mere prophecy, like all the other prophecies of the Scriptures, which foretell the good or bad actions of men and nations. But if this be the true and only way of interpreting that passage, it may then be inquired of what use the word "cursed" is to the announcement. Could not the communication have been set forth in softer language? Was it not enough that they were to become enslaved without adding the degrading word "cursed"? Surely the misfortunes of men or nations cannot thus degrade them, as it is not considered sinful to suffer, especially the innocent. On this view, it is impossible to look upon that dreadful word in any other light than as supernumerary and injurious to the party concerned, and besides as also false, for it cannot be shown that misfortunes render any class of sufferers cursed. But the Word of God, as in this and all other parts of the Scriptures, do not convey false ideas, but true and immutable ones. It follows, therefore, that the word "cursed," as used in relation to the destinies of the Negro race, were used in the imperative and judicial sense, not prophetically. In these passages, Genesis chapter 9, verses 25, 26, and 27, the person who violated the privacy of Noah in his repose is alluded to as being then, at the very time the deed was done, a cursed character, and in him all his race. In the text, as it is translated, the words "cursed be Ham" is an appreciation on the head of Ham and his progeny, all identified then and there in his person. But as it reads in the original, "cursed Ham," without the "be," which is a supplied word, it makes Ham to have been then, at that very time, a cursed man, and in him all his race in relation to slavery, excluding altogether any such notion as the passages being a mere prophecy. But, says an objector, was it not prophesied that Jesus Christ was to come into the world, and that he should be put to death by wicked hands? We answer, yes, and add, moreover, that it was not only prophesied of, but was judicially determined, that he should come into the world to die for sinners. And had there never been any wicked hands to put him to death, he must have died in some other way, or there could have been no atonement. It was a decree of God, an irretrievable judicial act, that Christ should die, because he became the surety of those who were condemned to death and damnation. It did not depend, therefore, on contingencies primarily, but secondarily only. Respecting the curse, or judicial act of God, against the race of Ham, we apprehend that it is to be viewed in the same light as to its fulfillment, whether there should be found on the earth so much as one wicked man or not, from the days of Noah to the end of the world. Yet the race of Ham were to be servants and slaves, or the decree would have failed of its accomplishment, as God saw fit to determine concerning them. Having now finished our inquiry respecting the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy in the enslavement of the descendants of Ham by the race of Japheth, and of the dwelling in the tents or countries of Shem, as the Turks, who are of the race of Japheth, are now doing, and of his supplanting the American Indians, we pass to an examination of certain passages of the Scriptures where abolitionists seem to think they have found out that Negro slavery was abolished as far back in time as the days of Isaiah the prophet, some 700 years before Christ. Whatever God has said and in his word decreed, the same shall come to pass in very deed. And thus 'tis seen, though many men will rave, Ham to the race of Japheth is a slave. So in the tents of Shem the white man reigns, o'er all Judea's hills and Persia's plains. To him, the Gentile race, of God was given the gospel, the last great gift of heaven. When Paul at Rome turned from the Jewish strife, and gave to Gentiles there the word of life, take the mighty boon and rise to high estate, thou white man, o'er the earth and hell's dark gate. Supplant the black and red man, bear the sway, and reign till time shall bring the judgment day. End of chapter 11.